Live from the CSI Baseball Complex on the campus of the College of Staten Island, CSI Sportsnet presents exclusive NCAA Division II baseball coverage. Today's matchup features the Mavericks of Mercy College taking on the College of Staten Island Dolphins. Good morning, everybody. This is Joe Foreman, joined by Sal Caruso, bringing you all of the action live from behind home plate during today's ECC doubleheader here on the ECC Network. And Sal, the Dolphins come into today's doubleheader against the Mavericks, coming off of a pair of losses to this same Mercy College team in another doubleheader played yesterday at Dobbs Ferry.
Yeah, Joe, thank you so much. I'm honored to be here today, and first time in a while, obviously. And in terms of the Dolphins, yes, they came off 2 tough losses yesterday, one of them being a very close game. So definitely could have picked up a win there, and I'm sure that they are hoping to get one today and steal 2, really, from Mercy.
Well, first of all, Sal, welcome back. I've actually never called an event with you. This is the first time you and I sharing the call of a game together. Joe Foreman and Sal Caruso with you from the CSI Baseball Complex. But back to that doubleheader that I just referenced between the Dolphins and Mavericks yesterday, the College of Staten Island dropping both of those games. The second of those 2 games did not count in the ECC standings. As you get a look at the records for both teams on the season on your screen, the Mavericks come in at 12-7, the Dolphins at 3-12, Mercy 8-3 within the East Coast Conference, and the College of Staten Island 3-10. So for the Dolphins, heading into yesterday's doubleheader, they did pick up 2 consecutive wins against Lincoln University, their first multi-game winning streak of the season, and they hope to carry some of that momentum into the matchups against the Mavericks. As you mentioned, a very winnable game for the Dolphins in one of those matchups against Mercy, had a 6-5 lead, ultimately dropped 8-7, but we still saw a lot of good things from the Dolphins in that doubleheader.
Yeah, I mean, I think definitely today is a day where they can kind of redeem themselves. Can they get back on a winning track? I think from the first, few weeks into a month of the season, the Dolphins are struggling. They're trying to get their feet wet back on the field over here and trying to get their throwing arms ready. And, so little mishaps here and there and error-wise in the field. But I think overall they're starting to come together as a group. They've won 3 games thus far, but most of them in the last couple of weeks, so that's promising. And the Dolphins should, really give Mercy here a good run for their money at their home field here. I mean, they always usually do when they're here. They enjoy playing here. They know how to hit the ball here. And just the camaraderie, in the dugouts, you can tell that they're ready to go.
Well, taking a look at some of the numbers from yesterday's doubleheader against the Mavericks, Shendi Ulaj had a big game too. He was 3 for 4. Angel Santiago also 3 for 4 in that game as well. Jack Verone had a pair of base hits in 4 plate appearances as well for the Dolphins. But it was Nolan Giblin who went 2 for 3 in Game 3, or I should say in Game 2 with 3 runs batted in, that really led the Mercy offense yesterday. He had himself a fantastic day at the plate, went 4 for 6 with a pair of RBIs in Game 1 of yesterday's doubleheader. Game 1, an 11-3 Mercy College win. Game 2, an 8-7 Mercy College win. And for the College of Staten Island, it was Sal Trancucci who got the start in Game 2. He threw 4 innings, allowed 8 runs, 5 of those earned on 7 base hits. Adam Gonzalez then came on in relief of Trancucci. Those are the Dolphins pitchers in Game 2. In Game 1, Nick Metzger got the start, allowing 8 base hits, 4 runs, 3 of those earned. He walked 4 and 5 and a third. Stephen Kalika allowed 6 runs, all earned in 2 and a third. And Michael DeForte recorded the final out for the Dolphins, pitching a third of an inning. He did allow a run, walked a batter, and surrendered 2 base hits. So that brings us into today's doubleheader. And getting the start for the College of Staten Island will be Frank Gulko. We've gotten a couple of looks at Gulko here on Sportsnet so far this year, but as has been the case for much of this Dolphins pitching staff, the issue for Gulko this season has been command.
Yeah, I mean, Gulko, you could tell he's got some good stuff when he's out on the plate. He's got a good windup, a good delivery. His ERA wouldn't say that. I mean, he's got an ERA of 24.30. Obviously, that is way up there, but some of the balls that have been hit to him, some were errors. Some eventually came in and were a run earned for him, unfortunately. And but I think he's going to bounce back today. Overall, he's only pitched a total of 6.2 innings thus far. So he hasn't got a full even kind of half a game really in. So we're hoping that today we'll see a little bit more from him against this Mercy team, which I believe is a winnable game. And if he can take this step in the right direction, I think the Dolphins will trend in a positive way.
Well, that's a great point, Sal. Gulko certainly does have the stuff, and I said that the first time I got a look at him earlier this season. He has a wicked curveball that we've seen lock up many hitters that have faced him. And he does have more strikeouts than innings pitched on the season right now. 7 strikeouts and 6 2/3. But the 18 runs that he's allowed this season, all earned. He has walked 12 in 6 2/3. So for Golko, he'll certainly be looking to demonstrate better command out on the bump for the College of Staten Island in this game today. And they hope to see a much stronger outing from him to bring that ERA down a bit. So we'll transition over to the Mercy College Mavericks and their starting pitcher in this game. Ryan Rosinski takes the mound for Mercy College in this one. And taking a look at Rosinski's numbers on the season, he comes in with a 3.1 ERA, a record of 2-1, and a whip of 1.21. This will be appearance number 6 and start number 6 for Rosinski on the season. He has thrown 29 innings, good for second on this Mercy College Mavericks team, has allowed 24 base hits, 12 runs, 10 of those earned. He's walked 11 and struck out 31. And this Mercy College Mavericks team with a very stellar pitching staff, they've thrown to a 3.65 ERA so far this season. Certainly will be tough for the Dolphins to contend with.
Yeah, I mean, he sounds like he's their second pitcher next to their ace. And, it sounds like he's got some good stuff too. And what number really stood out to me was he has 11 walks in 29 innings, while we have on our side, Golko is going on 12 walks already in 6 2/3. So I think the main thing for Golko especially is to just make sure he keeps the ball in the zone. Let them hit the ball a little bit, let your fielding take advantage, and hopefully those will turn into strikeouts as well. Keep the guesser, keep the hitter guessing, and I believe that is what Mercy's pitcher is probably going to do today and has been doing all season long.
Well, you mentioned Rosinski, the number 1A option for the Mercy College Mavericks. You'd absolutely be right about that, Sal, as Anthony Bergio, their ace, got the start against the College of Staten Island in Game 1 yesterday, the game that did count in the standings. And with the victory, he improved his record to 5-1 on the season. In 8 innings, he allowed only 5 base hits, 3 runs, 2 of those earned. He walked 2 and struck out 7. So Sal and I will step aside for just a moment as the national anthem is about to be played here at the CSI Baseball Complex. When we come back, Dolphins and Mavericks here on the ECC Network.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And it's time to play ball here at the College of Staten Island. Mercy College taking on CSI in today's East Coast Conference doubleheader. Frank Golko has taken the mound for the College of Staten Island, and with the starting lineup that Frank will face, my broadcast partner, Sal Caruso.
All right, thank you, Joe. And for Mercy College Mavericks, at third base, we have number 9, Nolan Giblin. At shortstop, we have number 2, M. Sanchez Ortiz. Is Miguel Ortiz Sanchez. And playing first base, number 23, Anthony Murphy. Playing left field, number 44, Charles LeBron. The designated hitter, number 28, Francisco Polino. The catcher, number 5, Justin Glenister. The right fielder, number 40, Kane Ruiz. And the center fielder, number 25, Ryan Saltzman. And the second baseman, number 12, Nico Liguri.
That is the starting lineup for the Mercy College Mavericks in today's game. They will face Frank Golko on the mound for the College of Staten Island. In case you missed it during the pregame, the numbers for Golko on the season, he comes in having appeared in now this his 5th game, his 2nd start. His ERA up above 24. His WHIP is at 3.45 on the season. In 6 2/3, he's allowed 11 base hits, 18 runs, all of those earned. He has walked 12 and struck out 7. So Gulko certainly looking to turn his season around today for a Dolphins team that has been playing much better over the last week. A pair of victories over Lincoln and a very competitive game in the 2nd game against the Mavericks yesterday. Game 1 also fit that description until it got away in the late innings. But the Dolphins were right there with this Mavericks team, a team that they did defeat in one of the 2 games they played against them last season. As the first pitch of the game from Frank Gulko misses for ball 1, and we are underway.
Well, we're curious to see how the umpire has a strike zone this game. As you know, it's every game it's almost different each time with every umpire.
Every umpire certainly has their own characteristics of the way they call the game behind the plate. And there was one game Dave and I called earlier this year where the umpire had a very wide strike zone, and I have a different angle than I usually do. I'm usually seated in the seat where you are, Sal, and I'm right behind home plate. But even Dave said that particular umpire in that game was calling the pitch off the outside corner for a strike more often than not. We'll see if that's the case today as Gulko finds the zone for the first time in this game.
Yep, and there you go. There's a first strike over there. Already throwing 2 balls, so not off to a great start, but he got that one to the corner, and we'll see what he can do in his next pitch.
Here comes the 2-1 from Gulko, and that breaking ball sails over Giblin's head, and Noah Lund had to reach over the batter's helmet to make the grab on that ball.
In a situation like that, Joe, if you're a batter, do you kind of try to let that hit you to get on base, or would you rather just go hit that ball? And
Not in the helmet. Not in the helmet. As that one's hit well out to straightaway right field, Joyce settles underneath it and makes the catch for the first out of the game.
And there you go, Gulko already starting off well. That one looked like to be in the strike zone, and he didn't get much on it, so right fielder for CSI was right there for the catch. Out number 1.
That will bring up Miguel Ortiz-Sanchez. Numbers for Ortiz-Sanchez on the season comes in hitting at .320, making him one of the top hitters on this Mavericks ball club. 24 for 75 on the season, slugging at .493. And he takes a breaking ball, looked like off the back of his leg, maybe the hamstring, and Gulko has missed wildly with 2 breaking balls in this game already.
Yeah, not a good sign so far for Gulko in terms of his curveball. He might want to focus on a different pitch for now until he gets that one down. They could have easily had 2 men on base right now, and we have 1 already on a hit by pitch from Gulko.
Well, no doubt about it, Sal. Easily could be 2 on via the hit by pitch early in this game, as Gulko doesn't seem to have command of that curveball right now, and that will bring up Anthony Murphy. Murphy, a .316 hitter, 18 of 57 on the season. He is slugging at .579.
That is an unbelievable number. I mean, he's definitely hitting the ball hard. He looks like a big kid, so he definitely has some power. And we've seen a few home runs in this ballpark for sure. So we'll see what number 23 here can do.
Well, he sure does have some power, Sal. 3 home runs on the season to lead this Mavericks team. And to your point, I've seen more home runs here at the CSI Baseball Complex through the first 2 or 3 weeks of the season now than I think I've seen in any full season of Dolphins baseball that I've covered prior to 2021.
Yeah, I agree with you, Joe. The way this ball's been flying this year, and I think a lot of it has to do with D2, players. Now, just those players, they know the game a little bit better. CSI has a few, and obviously Mercy's been in it for a while, so they know how to hit the ball, and they all have a little extra power.
As that one is hit hard, but straight to second base. Throw on to second for 1. Relay to first in time for the 4-6-3 double play. So Frank Gulko puts up a 0 to open up this game. Mavericks go down on the double play, and we head to the bottom half of the first inning with no score here on the ECC Network.
And a little shaky there in that.
The Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island. Be sure to check out the Kettle Black's monthly calendar of events, only at kettleblackbar.com.
And we're back here on the ECC Network, getting set to begin the bottom half of the first inning. But taking a look out towards the Mavericks bullpen right now, there is a player down on the field. We're not sure who that is, if it's one of the players that was in the game for Mercy College, or if it was a player who was just throwing with one of the outfielders along the right field line. And that might have been the last batter, Sal, as it looks like he's carrying a helmet back to the dugout with him.
Yeah,
So
I believe that's number 23, Anthony Murphy, who just batted into that double play. And I'm assuming he got injured, maybe kind of stretching his leg to try to get safe at first. That's what it seems like they were trying to do, is his leg was the focus point there.
Well, Sal, Dave and I joked that we would bring binoculars into the booth during a broadcast earlier this season, and right there, my binoculars come into use for the first time this season, as that is indeed Murphy, who was down, and it looks like he went down following that double play, was busting out of the box to try and beat it out to first base and could not. And it's not often you see somebody get up from what appeared to potentially be a leg injury trying to beat one out to first base, but Murphy is back on his feet. He takes his position over at first and will be in the field for Mercy College in the bottom half of the first. And very quickly, Sal, we have the starting lineup for the College of Staten Island that will face Maverick starter Ryan Rosinski. Leading things off will be designated hitter Thomas Martin. Batting second, the first baseman Stephen Kalika. Batting third, the right fielder Thomas Joyce. In the cleanup spot is the third baseman Angel Santiago. Batting fifth, the second baseman Shendi Ulaj. Batting sixth is the catcher Noah Lunn. Batting seventh is the center fielder, Brian Burkhead. Batting eighth is shortstop, Nick Cipoletti. And batting ninth is the left fielder, Louis Mandil.
Yeah, Joe. So it looks like he probably just kind of strained his leg trying to reach and try to get and avoid that double play. And that's probably what happened there. So he looks to be all right. He's back in first, getting the ball going. And on the mound for the Mercy Mavericks, we have Ryan Rosinski, as you mentioned. He's pretty much their number 2 in their lineup. So he's got 29 innings in, looking to put in some work today as well.
First man Rosinski will face is Thomas Martin, the Dolphins' designated hitter, and one of the leading bats in not only this Dolphins lineup, but in the East Coast Conference as well. And Martin led off, I believe it was game 1 yesterday, with a home run. Might have been game 2, actually, as I listened to pieces of both games on the road yesterday in my car. I think it was game 2 that Martin led off with a home run. The Dolphins led that game 1-0. Ultimately dropped that game by a final score of 8-7 as Martin takes a big swing at the first pitch he sees today and comes up empty for strike 1.
Yeah, you could definitely tell Martin's one of the bright spots in this Dolphin lineup for sure. Hitting at that one spot, they want him to get on base, and he does that very well. I mean, he's slugging a .585, which is a great number so far, and he's got 10 RBIs as well. One of 3 Dolphins in double digits in RBIs.
Martin comes in hitting at .366 on the season, 15 of 41 for the Dolphins on this young season. He faces a 1-1 count here. Pitch from Rosinski finds the outside corner for strike 2.
That one looked a little low on my end here, but of course we can't really see where the strike zone is from up here. But it was a strike, and he's 1-2 in the hole a bit.
I have a great perspective of inside-outside from where I'm seated. In terms of high-low, very hard to tell as Martin looks at a called strike 3 there, and he knew it as he heads straight back to the dugout, a strikeout victim for out number 1.
Yeah, I don't know about you, Joe, but for me, if I'm a coach, I really would not like when you look at a pitch. Go out there swinging. Even if it's anywhere near that strike zone, swing. Even if you swing and miss, at least you try to put the ball in play.
That is certainly the approach that you'd hear a lot of coaches preaching in 2-strike counts, especially when you end up looking at a pitch that you knew was on the outside corner after you took it. But easier said than done, and easy for us to say from up here, as we're not looking at 80-plus mile-an-hour fastballs on the black. And Stephen Kalika will be the batter, left-handed hitter for this Dolphins team, getting the start at first base as he takes a called strike 1 and then takes high.
Stephen Kalika on the season thus far, he's hitting only .227, He's only got a total of 5 hits thus far this season, 1 double and a couple of RBIs. So he's definitely looking to bounce back. He has drawn 4 walks thus far.
That one's chopped on the ground to second. Ligori's throw over to first in time to retire Kalika for the second out of the inning. But Sal, one of those 5 hits by Kalika, a big one, as he was responsible for the walk-off game-winning hit against Bridgeport earlier this season, the Dolphins' lone victory here at home.
Yeah, and that was a crucial for him that day. I mean, the Dolphins definitely needed his offense.
Thomas Joyce will be the batter. Joyce coming off of a selection as East Coast Conference Player of the Week. Huge week for Joyce.
Yeah, congratulations to him, and he's well-deserved as well. I mean, he leads the team in RBIs with 14 thus far. He's also got 5 doubles, 2 homers, and, he's having a great season thus far. One of the big things here is a timely hitting. You need to hit the ball at times where it's important in the game.
And that one's hit well out to right field. Initially breaking in was Ruiz, but he settles underneath it to make the catch for the third out of the inning. Dolphins go down 1-2-3 in the home half of the first. No score when we come back for the second inning. And we are back here on the ECC Network. No score between the Dolphins and Mavericks through 1. Mercy did get a base runner in their half of the first, but he was erased on an inning-ending double play, and Frank Golko was able to open things up today with a 0 up on the scoreboard.
Yeah, so the Dolphins have an opportunity here. Quick first inning there for sure in terms of baseball. And Golko will look right back on to the field and try to maybe use that curveball again, and hopefully we'll start getting his spots that he really wants it to throw to. I'm sure he has his spots. It's a little bit all over the place. Slightly lucky in that first inning with the double play ball. It could have turned out much worse. We could have had 2 men on and very easily, but he got out of that. His defense really helped him out, and now he's ready to go again.
Golko hit 1 batter in that first inning, nearly hit a second, and that double play grounder was hit hard over to second base, but the Dolphins did a great job turning that 4-6-3 double play to bring the inning to a close. But things won't get any easier for Golko on the mound in this half inning, as it will be 4, 5, and 6 for the Mavericks due up, beginning with Charles LeBron, who is Mercy College's leading hitter at .352, 25 of 71 on the season. He has 17 runs batted in, second behind only Anthony Murphy.
Which is why he's in the cleanup spot.
No doubt about it, as the left-handed LeBron takes a look at a called strike 1.
I can't help to think. You keep saying LeBron about somebody else.
Not a very common last name. I'm not sure I've ever seen the last name LeBron before, as Charles was nearly hit by that pitch, able to dance out of the way.
Yeah, Golko's definitely struggling with his, I can't think of the correct word, with his, help me out here, Joe.
Control,
yes,
command.
His control, there you go. His control, for sure. I mean, we saw 2 curveballs, and we haven't seen one since.
There was an off-speed pitch. I'm not sure if that was that curveball you just referenced, but it misses out of the strike zone. Count runs to 2-1.
What I do like to see in his curveballs is he's got a lot of movement, but he's got to place it, perfectly so that the batter is baffled.
And that breaking ball sails out of the strike zone for ball 3. And not only does he have a great curveball when he has command of it, but he certainly has the velocity to throw that fastball by these hitters as well. However, without any command of the curveball, if the hitter knows that 4-seamer is coming, it makes the approach to the plate a lot easier. And LeBron chops that one foul to run the count full.
Yeah, so far, he's making him work, Golko. Right now, 3-2, full count, a few pitches outside, a couple inside that were hit. We'll see what he has for a 3-2 full count.
Long look in from Golko here. Payoff pitch upcoming to LeBron. And that fastball misses high for ball 4.
So a good eye there for Charles LeBron, taking the base there. And then for the second straight inning, Mercy has 1 on first base.
So for Golko, second free pass he has issued in the game. First coming on a hit by pitch. And that will bring up the designated hitter, Francisco Paulino.
He's a designated hitter for Mercy.
Paulino comes in hitting at .341, second to only the man who stands over at first base, Charles LeBron. And Paulino quickly ahead in the count, 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, Mercy seems like they have got a lot of good players, you know, and reason why they have a winning record in the ECC. A lot of these players, I mean, they look like professional baseball players, you know, so they look ready to go. And this is going to be a tough matchup for the Dolphins, as we know we've seen the last two games.
Taking a look at the numbers for Mercy, both at the plate and on the mound, what really stands out is that team ERA, just north of 3, but also several hitters in this lineup that are very formidable, as that one's popped up in foul territory behind the plate, and it pops out of Noah Lund's glove. And I was listening to the game yesterday. I didn't get a chance to watch it, but from what I heard, the wind was a massive factor on a lot of those foul pop-ups at Dobbs Ferry yesterday. And right there, it didn't look like the wind played many tricks on Lund. He just couldn't secure the catch.
Yeah, I mean, that's one that you kind of practice at it all the time just in case they do happen, because they happen games all the time. I mean, that one he had in his glove and kind of popped out. Maybe the sun had something to do with it. But nonetheless, no foul, no error. Keep playing.
Well, the count on the scoreboard has set to 0-2, so I'll change my count to reflect that as well, as I had 1-1. And Paulino given new life after the dropped foul pop-up behind home plate. Still in a 2-strike hole. And he flails at that breaking ball. Easily the best curve Gulko has thrown so far. And Paulino is down on strikes for the first out.
Yeah, Joe, I mean, that one broke right at the perfect time. He placed it where he wanted it. And if he has that pitch in his repertoire the entire game, he's going to be tough to hit, for sure.
And that pitch is just so enticing to a hitter when it breaks out of the strike zone after coming in over the middle of the plate and then takes that sharp break right as it reaches home plate.
That one looked like, to me, caught the outside corner. It looked like Lund also thought that too, but no avail.
Well, Justin Glenister will take it as he's ahead in the count 1-0. Glenister comes in hitting at .293, 12 of 41 on the season.
Good numbers for thus far for the season.
And you could say that for just about any Mavericks hitter who's come to the plate in this game so far. Good hitting numbers top to bottom in this Mercy Mavericks lineup. 1 ball and 1 strike the count, and that one is fouled away, running the count to 1-2.
So looks like Gulko so far, he's been behind in most counts thus far, but he came right back to give 2 strikes for the last few batters, and it looks like he's getting back into it. You know, it looks like he's got his control back and he's settling into the game. Lots of throws to first base as well, but he wants to keep that runner there. You know, I don't blame him.
Speaking of the throws over to first, I spoke about it the last time we were on the air when the Dolphins took on St. Thomas Aquinas, as the 1-2 pitch is just off the outside corner. But as I was saying, when the Dolphins took on Stack, coming off of a game against Dominican where they lost by 14 runs and had the Chargers running rampant on the base paths, the Dolphins did a great job against the Spartans controlling the running game through that doubleheader, and it seems as if that's carried over into today's game as well. As that one's pulled toward the hole on the left side, only play for Cipoletti is to first, and his throw is in time. What a play by Nick Cipoletti.
You know, that was just the epitome of a beautiful diving stop there. I mean, he got the ball, saved it, got it right on his feet, and just launched it over there. The throw was a bit off, but it had enough on it so that he could tag him right on out.
Well, Sal, I did not think Cipoletti had any chance to throw out the runner at first, as we get another look at that on replay. And Cipoletti fielding that slowly hit ground ball on the dive, getting straight to his feet and firing a strike over to Stephen Kalika at first. And that's a big second out for the Dolphins now, as the Mavericks have a runner in scoring position with 2 away, and Kane Ruiz is the batter.
Yeah, that was a key out by the Dolphins there. I mean, beautiful play, probably one of the best we've seen all season long. We've seen some blunders for sure, but one of the nicest plays we've seen at short thus far.
No doubt about that, as Cipoletti made some tremendous plays against Bridgeport as well in that first game we covered here at the CSI Baseball Complex earlier this year. That game, a walk-off Dolphins victory, as I mentioned during the pregame.
oddly enough, Cipolletti's fielding percentage is second to last on the team thus far at .859, but you wouldn't tell by seeing that play.
I'll talk about that more in just a second as that pitch misses outside for ball 2. But Dave and I spoke about it during one of our previous broadcasts that the errors, you see those on the stat sheet. You won't see that play on the stat sheet as Cipolletti ranging into the hole and making a tremendous play. And the error tally for Cipolletti, he leads this Dolphins team in errors, partly, or I should say in large part, a product of many more chances at shortstop, as he'll get another chance here, but unable to get there as that one's through the hole on the left side. Coming around third and in to score is LeBron. So that is a 2-out RBI single for Kane Ruiz, and that puts the Mavericks in front 1-0.
Yeah, so, I mean, a hard hit ball to left center. Obviously, Cipolletti could not get there. There's no chance for him at all, even with a dive. And then the throw came in from left field, and I thought when he initially threw it, it could have reached the base without a cutoff. But the pitcher cut it off. Actually, I should say it was the third baseman who cut it off. And it was just a little bit too late. I feel like if they left that ball go, they might have got a chance to get him.
And once that throw was cut off, it was apparent LeBron would score. Still was going to be a very close play at the plate at best. I think LeBron would have been in there regardless, as that one misses down and away to Ryan Saltzman for ball 1. And for the Dolphins, a bit of tough luck on that one, as that was a softly hit ground ball through the left side, just perfectly placed, as neither Cipolletti nor Santiago could get there. And once again, they'll check on the runner at first.
Yeah, I mean, every player has their own mindset when they come up to the plate. I mean, they're either going to hit the ball out of the park or they're trying to look for a spot to get their runner in. In that case, exactly what he did.
That one's hit to shallow right. Joyce coming in and almost overran the ball, but he makes the catch for the final out of the inning. Mavericks are on the scoreboard first here at the College of Staten Island. They strand one in their half of the second, but will take a 1-0 lead into the bottom half of inning number 2 when we come back.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials, live music, and the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dine-in order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we're back here from the College of Staten Island. Mavericks take a 1-0 lead into the bottom half of inning number 2. But Sal, it certainly could have been more if it were not for a great play by Nick Cipolletti.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. We only had one hit in that inning, with a walk as well, and that's why that run came in. One run, Gokul will take it for sure. It could have been much worse. So far, 2 innings, only 1 run, 1 hit. And we have, the meat of our lineup coming up here for the Dolphins, starting off with Angel Santiago.
4, 5, and 6 due up for CSI, and as Sal just mentioned, it will be Angel Santiago leading things off in the bottom half of the second inning. Santiago among the leading hitters on this Dolphins team entering action today, and he takes a look at a called strike 1.
He's hitting at .309 this year thus far. He started and played in all 14 games.
And there's a big swing and a miss by Santiago at the high fastball for strike 2.
We've seen the most at-bats as well for the Dolphins at 55 total at-bats so far, and he's got 17 hits, so he leads them in that category as well.
He's in a 2-strike hole right here, and he looks at high for ball 1. He doubled up on that high fastball.
Not many walks for Santiago. He's only 3 on the season thus far, so he's definitely one of those hitters who likes to put the ball in play.
Here's the 1-2 from Rosinski, and that's hit well out to left center field. But ranging over toward the gap is Saltzman, and playing it on a hop is the Mavericks center fielder. So that ball just died on its way into left center field. Off the bat, I thought that was a routine fly ball, but instead, a perfectly placed leadoff single for Angel Santiago.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as he hit the ball, Joe, I saw that ball flying, and I'm thinking the center fielder has this. And then I see it just kind of start to drop really fast, and I'm like, oh, they're not getting that. And he's got his on base.
Taking a look out toward left field, the flag is blowing outward beyond the left field wall. So that, if anything, that would have helped the ball on its way into left center field. But regardless, a leadoff single for Santiago gives Shendi Ulaj a chance with a man on.
Shendi Ulaj, he's hitting .286 on the season thus far. He's got 12 hits on the season and 10 runs as well, tied for first with Thomas Martin on the season.
Ulaj behind in the count, 0-1, and he looks at that pitch low. Count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Perhaps most notably for Ulaj on the season, picked up a grand slam, that responsible for 4 of his 9 runs batted in.
Those are always nice to see.
And that misses down and away for ball 2.
So I think so far, in this inning, the Dolphins, the lineup so far, and just these 2 batters, you can tell that they're giving the opposing pitcher some trouble here. He's just falling behind once again now at 2-1.
2-1 pitch upcoming from Rosinski as he comes set and holds for quite a while, and Ulaj lines one through the right side and into right field for a base hit. Throw behind Santiago, and he barely got back in there.
I mean, you got to be a little smarter than that when you're running the bases. You see your coach telling you no for the entire time. Don't even turn. Just stop. You know, don't give yourselves an opportunity to get out, especially in an inning where no outs, you're building something, you got runner on, first 2 batters in. You want to continue this momentum.
No doubt about that. And that would have been just a miserable way for the Dolphins to pick up their first out of the inning. And heads-up play there, sliding back in by Santiago because he was not looking out toward right field. And if he didn't slide back into second base, odds are he's tagged out.
Yeah, it looked like he assumed that the ball was going into the gap while he was running, and then he saw his coach last minute as he was turning, and then that's where the mishap almost happened. You've got to do both. You've got to try to look at the coach and where the ball is. Can't do one.
Well, off the bat, I think it was apparent that he would not be able to reach third base. So to your initial point, I'm not sure why he took the turn in the first place, as Noah Lund is the batter, and he fouls back the first pitch that he sees for strike 1.
And Noah Lund on the season thus far, I mean, he's only hitting .182 thus far, so he's got to really, he's played in 9 games, only started 1. So this is probably his second start thus far this year.
Very small sample size for Lund. 11 plate appearances, 2 for 11. Does have an RBI and a run scored. And I think that pitch hit him. And it sure did, as Lund is awarded first base, and that will load him up for Brian Burkhead.
Now Rosinski is sweating a bit here. Bases loaded, nobody out for the Dolphins.
And looks like they're requesting a baseball from the Mavericks bullpen right now as Brian Burkhead steps into the box. Burkhead, a left-handed hitter.
And Brian Burkhead also has not played in many games, 6 total games thus far, 2 starts, and then only 10 at-bats so far. He's only hitting 100s, means he's 1 for 10 thus far this season.
And he hits one softly on the infield, takes an awkward hop off the grass, and able to make the play. I believe coming over all the way from third base was Giblin. The run does come in to score from third, as Santiago's run will tie the game. Credit an RBI to Burkhead on the fielder's choice.
Yeah, that ball took a weird bounce as soon as he hit it, and it kind of threw off the third baseman and the shortstop. So the third baseman was able to pick it up as he charged towards it, and he made the play, but obviously there was no play at the plate, so the Dolphins scored, and we have a tie ball game now.
That will bring Nick Cipoletti to the plate. Cipoletti, with a dazzling play on the infield in the previous half inning, has a chance to give CSI the lead right here. As back to that hop for a moment, off the bat, I thought they might have a chance at a double play on that ball. Instead, it bounces over to third base, and I'm not sure it was hit hard enough to turn 2, but that's as awkward as a hop as I've seen.
I mean, as soon as he hit it, Joe, I thought, damn, they're going to hit into a double play. You know, and then that ball, that bounced really quick, and I think the infielders knew right away they were not going to get a chance to double play. Let's get one. Smart thinking on their end, and they were able to get one, let the one run come in.
2-0 the count on Cipoletti, and that's looked at in the dirt for ball 3. So Rosinski really struggling out there on the mound right now with his command, as he's hit a batter in the inning already and is now in danger of issuing his first walk.
With one out here, your bases with runners on second and third, you definitely want to try to get one more in, a couple more in if you can, especially you knowing that he's losing control here. He's already down 3-1. He was able to get a strike there, but definitely struggling this inning.
It would have been a major red flag if that pitch missed, because Cipoletti was undoubtedly taking all of the way on 3-0, and they were giving Rosinski a strike. And right there, Cipoletti was trying to put one over the left field wall. Instead, he swings through it. The count is now full.
And he hasn't done that yet this season. 0 home runs, so I'm not so sure why he's trying to put one over the wall.
Sal, in his defense, he came awfully close against Bridgeport. Nearly walked that game off with a 2-run homer, as the payoff pitch is fouled straight back. But back to that at bat against Bridgeport for just a moment. Cipoletti came to the plate with the Dolphins trailing by 1, and he hit one out to left field, and it hit the base of the wall, scored the tying run. Cipoletti would ultimately score the game-winning run on a Stephen Kalika single.
Interesting. Joe, I did not know that.
Well, if you didn't know, I am suffering from allergies a bit today. Had to abort the headset very quickly right there, as we are calling the action with the window open, and Cipoletti chases out of the strike zone for strike 3, and that is a big second out for Ryan Rosinski and the Mavericks.
So those types of swings would make me mad as a coach. I mean, he knew it was outside. He saw it was going to be outside. He had ball 3. You're going to put yourself on for bases loaded again with 1 out. Instead, you swing, hoping to get it into right field, maybe and tap it in there, but that wasn't the case.
Well, if you're Cipoletti there, and you said it, Sal, knowing the command issues Rosinski's having right now, you hate to go down chasing out of the strike zone, especially with less than 2 outs. Is if you just put the ball in play there, you give Ulaj a chance to score from third. Instead, it's left to Louis Mandil. Mandil has been hitting leadoff for the Dolphins in, I believe, every game that I've covered on Sportsnet so far this year.
Yeah, and so far he's only averaging at 196. He started almost and played in every single game, 15 thus far, 51 total at-bats, 10 hits overall, 10 RBIs. So he's having a pretty good season thus far.
Count even here at 1 ball and 1 strike, and he made no effort to get out of the way of that pitch. Not sure if he would have been awarded first if it hit him, but the ball did not contact Mandil, and the count is 2 balls and 1 strike.
Mandil definitely looking, being patient here. He knows this control is good. It's not good this swing and a miss there.
That evens the count at 2-2, and things were looking up for the Dolphins with 1 away and runners on second and third. Now 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs.
2 runners on.
Ryan Rosinski 1 big pitch away from escaping trouble here in the second. And Mandil looks at one that appeared to be right down the middle for a called strike 3. So a pair of punch-outs for Ryan Rosinski allow him to escape trouble in the bottom half of the second, but not before the Dolphins tie the score at 1. We head to the third. CSI 1, Mercy 1 here on the ECC Network.
Was right down the middle.
As a student athlete in college, I first got involved with the NCAA at the national level. It was through the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, gave me an opportunity to advocate on behalf of all student athletes, to affect change and to make an impact. The NCAA is giving the student athlete a platform to voice their concerns and to be able to advocate for what's going to affect their well-being. The policies that are being put in place are speaking towards academics, they're speaking towards well-being, they're speaking towards fairness, creating a culture so that the student athletes have the best experience as possible.
Basketball, so baseball to me is boring, but...
And we are back here on the ECC Network as Sal Caruso giving us his input as the Dolphins go down on a pair of strikeouts, looking to wrap up the bottom half of the second inning. Returning to the mound for CSI is Frank Gulko for the top half of the third. He fell behind by a run entering the bottom half of inning number 2. But Sal, CSI able to get even in the home half of the second. Unfortunately, missed the opportunity to add more.
Yeah, I mean, they had a huge opportunity there to really score a few more runs and take a kind of a bigger lead for sure. And overall, they had a good inning, But Rosinski really kind of got into his own after that and really settled down and was able to, take down each Dolphin slowly but surely. And just two really kind of iffy plays. Both of them, one of them was the swing and a miss on a ball four, and then the other one was one looking right down the middle. Those two plays to me were key, and they were the difference there.
For the Mavericks in their half of the third, it will be 9-1-2 due up against Frank Gulko, who will look to keep this game even.
Gulko so far has 26 pitches, and obviously he's getting 1 run and 2 innings pitched and 1 hit.
The free passes have hurt both pitchers in this game. Gulko has hit a batter. Rosinski hit a batter. And I believe both pitchers have also issued 1 walk in the game. Make that Gulko with 1 walk. Rosinski was able to avoid issuing the free pass as that one's hit softly in the air right into the glove of Shendi Ulaj to retire Nico Ligori for out number 1.
Yeah, and that was really wasn't hit well at all. We give credit to Gulko. He's really settling into his pitches now and really getting the batters to think a little bit, which is why that ball wasn't hit very well and right to the second baseman.
Back to the top of the order for Mercy, it will be Nolan Giblin coming to the plate. I mentioned the big day for Giblin yesterday during the pregame. And that one's hit out to straightaway right. Another chance for Joyce, who has to field it on a hop, as once again that ball just died on its way to the outfield, but no wind blowing here at the College of Staten Island right now. So for Giblin, he'll take it. It's a 1-out single, and that will bring up Miguel Ortiz-Sanchez.
Yeah, it looked like Joyce had a play on the ball. He could have dove for it, but then again, if he did that, he missed it. The ball went all the way to the backdrop, and it could have been much worse. So nice play, just heads-up play by Joyce to make sure he stays at first.
Yeah, with 1 out and the base is empty, I think that is the right play by Joyce, but I think if he charged hard and dove, there may have been a chance.
Yeah.
Now, is that a chance worth taking? Not sure. Either way, Giblin is the runner at first. Ortiz-Sanchez at the plate, and he looks at ball 1. And that pickoff attempt just moments ago over to first nearly got away from Stephen Kalika as Gulko's throw was wide. Nice job by Kalika to keep that ball in play. As that one does go wide, and we'll see. Is this going to be a 2-base error? It will, as taking third base easily is Nolan Giblin. And that is just something the Dolphins cannot afford, as you saw it coming after that previous pickoff attempt, and I thought Gulko soft-tossed that last one over to first to prevent that from happening again. Instead, he sailed the ball even further wide of the bag, and Kalika got a glove on it, but that wasn't enough.
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, Joe, too, before that happened, I was going to say he's throwing at least 5 to 7 balls to first so far in these first few innings. And most of them, they're not even really taking much of a lead either. So I'm not so sure you needed to do that many times.
Well, that's something that we've seen this Dolphins team doing during now the last 2 games plus here on Sportsnet that we've covered. Against St. Thomas Aquinas, they were all over the running game of the Spartans, trying not to allow even the slightest lead as Ortiz-Sanchez swings through that breaking ball for strike 2. But against the Spartans, the Dolphins really kept close tabs on every runner for Stack, and that's been the case today against Mercy as well. 1 ball and 2 strikes the count on Miguel Ortiz-Sanchez.
He took a bad swing just previously in that last pitch. You could tell he did not like the way he swung at that ball. This one he looks at way outside.
That breaking ball from Gulko, if that one comes in over the plate and then breaks, it is a tough pitch to lay off. It's when he misses well out of the strike zone that the hitters aren't enticed to swing at it. And it's a non-competitive pitch, and you want to try and limit those as much as possible. As the 2-2 is ripped through the left side and into left field for a base hit, as that ball takes a couple of funky hops over toward Mandil, and credit an RBI single to Miguel Ortiz-Sanchez, who gives the Mavericks a 2-1 lead.
Yeah, so just like that, the Mavericks come right on back, bottom of their lineup and into the top of their lineup and take the lead once again.
Well, that one was hit hard by Ortiz-Sanchez, ripped through that left side. And that will bring up Anthony Murphy. As the runner is going, as the ball did trickle away from Noah Lund. I think that's going to be
Pass ball.
He did block it. I mean, that's really tough as that ball was down in the dirt. Either way, it's a stolen base for Ortiz Sanchez. Golko certainly doesn't make it easy on his catchers behind the plate. When that curveball is on, it does end up in the dirt, and that makes for a busy afternoon for whoever is behind the plate for the Dolphins.
And the thing with curveballs, too, it could either be your best pitch or sometimes it could be your worst pitch. There's one mistake, and if it doesn't break at the right moment, that's just a hanging ball, and that can be crushed in any which way.
Hitter's best friend,
Yep.
the hanging curveball that sits on a tee for you and breaks right into the heart of the strike zone.
So Golko's got to be careful, and that's probably one of his struggles this year is just not commanding that pitch just yet. And when he gets into it, he's going to be really, really good.
2-0 pitch up coming to Murphy, and that's high for ball 3. But for Golko, the curveball is either missing down in the dirt or sailing up out of the strike zone. He hasn't thrown many of the hanging variety yet, at least not that I've seen here during Dolphins home games that we've covered. So that is a positive. As the 3-0 pitch is in for a called strike 1.
He's down on the count again, and I want to say this is probably at least 9 out of 12 times that he's been down in every batter so far to start. And it's hard to play come from behind with every single batter.
3-1 the count on Murphy, and he looks at ball 4. So there's a walk issued by Golko for him. That is his second of the game. And there are now 2 on for the Mavericks, 1 out, and the very dangerous Charles LeBron coming to the plate.
And the left fielder, Charles LeBron, coming up. He walked his last time up. So we're looking for a little bit more this time with 2 runners on, first and second.
A couple of very dangerous left-handed hitters back-to-back in this Mavericks lineup, those being Murphy and LeBron. As LeBron lays off that curveball down in the dirt for ball 1.
Yeah, that one was close to being a hanging one, but it kind of just dropped down all the way to the dirt. As LeBron also scored their first run of the game.
An official scoring decision on that ball that allowed the runner to advance the second sal was wild pitch, and it was well in the dirt. Lund did a good job to block it, but couldn't keep it in front of the plate, and that's what allowed Ortiz Sanchez to take second. And once again, Golko behind 2-0, this time on a very dangerous hitter for the second consecutive at-bat. His hat came off with that last pitch, and Noah Lund takes a visit out to the mound to have a word with his pitcher.
And I always criticize them going out there and talking to the pitchers, but there are times in the game, baseball game, that you need to do that. You know, hey, let's get this guy. Sometimes those words just resonate to certain pitchers, and it helps just take a quick breather and then get on with the game right after that.
Well, I think it's much easier to be critical of the mound visits over at softball, where we're outside. It's cold, the temperature is falling, and it's drifting into the evening hours. As that one's hit sharply on the ground to second, Dolphins lose the chance for a double play on the bobble, but Ulaj throws on over to first to retire LeBron for the second out of the inning.
Yeah, he got that one. Ulaj bobbled it. Could have been an error. But he was able to get the runner on first. But he threw that ball very nonchalantly to first base. I mean, it just kind of hovered over there. And you got to make a strong play. You know, every single play, you got to make strong plays. You don't want to give yourself a chance to make an error.
Well, I haven't gotten a good enough look at LeBron to see how he runs and whether or not beating out a potential double play would have been easy or not for him. But once Ulaj bobbled the ball, any thoughts of a double play were gone. And that's almost the exact same ball the Dolphins turned 2 on back in the first inning. So definitely a double play we know they can turn, and unable to do so right there as Francisco Paulino looks at ball 1.
Yeah, I thought that was a double play right off the bat. But as soon as he bobbled it, I knew he either had a chance at 1 or 2, and, well, 2 was already gone. So first was all it. And as soon as he threw it, though, I got worried that it was going to sail over his head.
Big out to get here for Golko on the mound, as a base hit could score 2. And once again, Frank is behind against one of these Mavericks hitters, 2-0. This time, Paulino hitting with a very favorable count. First base is open. But with Golko's command issues so far, you don't want to issue a free pass here. And that one's fouled away.
Paulino, last time out, he struck out, and that's Goku's only strikeout of the game. He struck out swinging as well. So he definitely can get this. He doesn't get Paulino out again. Just got to stay focused here. 2-1 count.
This, of course, game one of a doubleheader, a 9-inning game. So you would presume the Dolphins are looking to get some significant innings out of their starting pitcher. As that one is skied in foul territory. Looks playable for Kalika, and he makes the catch for the third out of the inning. So the Mavericks strand a pair in their half of the third, but retake the lead. And heading into the bottom half of the second, our score 2-1 in favor of Mercy College.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can. And then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, we're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And we're back here from the CSI Baseball Complex. Mavericks lead the Dolphins by a score of 2-1 heading into the bottom half of the third inning. And for the College of Staten Island, it will be the top of the order due up, beginning with designated hitter Thomas Martin.
Yeah, I mean, a big inning for the Dolphins last time up. I mean, in terms of defense, you know, they were able to make a couple of plays. Goku really settled in after getting a couple of runners on, and they stranded two there to make sure this game stays close at 2-1.
And Martin looks at the first pitch from Rosinski, down and away for ball one. Martin struck out looking in his first at-bat. We mentioned how dangerous he can be at the plate. Certainly capable of tying the game with one big swing as he looks at ball two.
Yeah, and so far, both of these pitchers have been down in the counts. Lots of 2-0, 3-1 starts for each pitcher so far.
2-0 pitch upcoming to Martin. And it looks like he was taking all the way there as he looks at a called strike one.
Yeah, and that's one of those where a hitter sees that coming down and he either decide before even he pitches, he's either going to take it or he's going to swing. Obviously, he was going to take that no matter what.
2-1 the count. And the pitch from Rosinski is swung on and missed. Martin looked fooled on that one.
Yeah, I took a big cut there as that one is a little bit high. Looked like a fastball. May have been a little bit off speed and just was not able to make contact.
2-2 the count as Rosinski working quickly out on the mound. Here comes his 2-2. And that's high for ball three.
And that one was very close to strike three there. Looked like it could have hit the top corner, but Martin will take ball three and we have full count.
Payoff pitch upcoming to Martin. Leading things off for the Dolphins in the bottom half of the third. He grounds one over to third. Giblin makes the stop, and his throw to first is in time to retire Martin for out number one.
You know, that was a nice, sweet little play by Giblin because the ball took a weird kind of bounce. And then Giblin just kind of threw his glove right where it needed to be for the catch and then flung it over to first base for the out.
That's a good point, Sal, is watching the way the ball is bouncing on the grass today, even the infield dirt, but specifically the infield grass, and even in the outfield, on that ball hit toward Mandiel in the last inning, you need to be head on a swivel out there at all times in the field because you don't know where that ball's next bounce is going to take it. And right there, you said it, a nice play by Giblin at third to retire Martin for the first out, and Stephen Kalika looks it down and in for ball one.
Yeah, and the field's important. I mean, and players have to know that too. If you know you're playing on a field that's going to have some weird bounces, you got to be prepared for that. You know, and if you're prepared for that, you'll definitely have much better numbers.
That one is fouled straight back by Kalika to even the count at 1. He grounded out in his first plate appearance. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. And he swings over that off-speed pitch for strike 2. I mentioned before that Gulko was trying to find command of his breaking ball. That's probably the best off-speed pitch we've seen from Rosinski so far.
Yeah, Rosinski has got some good stuff here. I mean, he's got a good fastball, good off-speed pitch. That time using a fastball high and out of the zone, and he's gonna chase there, and you're gonna have out number 1 strikeout as well for Rosinski.
Well, going up the ladder there was Kalika, and that's the second time we've seen a Dolphins hitter chase upstairs out of the strike zone for a punch-out. That will bring Thomas Joyce to the plate.
In general, is that a good pitch to try to hit sometimes? Because if you hit it, it's going to go somewhere in the outfield for sure.
I'd call it an appealing pitch, Sal. I think hitters,
that's a good
they think they can get upstairs and get after that high fastball, and it's just too enticing to lay off a lot of the time. Same goes for that curveball that breaks out of the strike zone and down into the dirt. You see that pitch coming in, it's appearing as if it's going to come right down the middle, and then the bottom falls out at the final moment, and you're chasing a pitch in the dirt. So,
yeah, Rosinski's definitely found the groove here in the last couple of batters. Quick 2 outs there with a few nice pitches.
Looking for another quick inning, and he won't get it as Joyce hits one hard through the right side, and he has a 2-out single.
That time just better hitting by Joyce, who was able to rip that ball to the right field. And he's going to be safe at first easily.
That will bring up Angel Santiago, the Dolphins' cleanup hitter. He's 1 for 1 with a single.
And that last inning, he hit the ball hard against Rosinski. So he's going to be looking to do the same here and try to get this runner advanced to second or third with 2 outs.
Santiago's single back in the second fell in left center field. Off the bat, looked like it might be a routine F9, or I should say F8. But that ball got down. Santiago ahead in the count here, 1-0. Joyce with a medium-sized lead over at first. And that one's hit toward the middle. Ranging to his left and bobbling it is Ortiz Sanchez. And his flip is just in time to cut down Joyce at second for the final out of the inning. Dolphins strand a runner in their half of the third. Our score heading into the fourth remains 2-1 in favor of the Mavericks.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
And we are back here from the CSI Baseball Complex. 2-1 Mercy, our score, entering the top half of the fourth inning for both sides. 3 hits in this game, 1 error up on the scoreboard for the College of Staten Island. Overall, so far, Sal, a well-played game by both sides.
Yeah, definitely so far. I mean, it's been a pitcher's duel, you can say. Both pitchers kind of feeling out the batters through the first lineups here. Now they're going to see them 2 or 3 more times coming up in the next few innings here. Excuse me. We'll see if they can adjust in terms of finding out which pitches to hit, which not to hit. And they'll go from there. And in the pitcher sides, they're hoping that they can really just keep them off their game.
Well, taking a look at the pitch count for both Gulko and Rosinski, this unofficial, but my pitch tally has both pitchers at exactly 46. I think I might be a pitch or 2 behind the official stats as you're taking a look at those, but I have 46 for both pitchers, which is approximate based on my stats that I'm keeping on my iPad in front of me. But for the Mavericks against Frank Gulko in their half of the fourth, it will be 6, 7, and 8. Glenister, Ruiz, and Saltzman due up for Mercy College in the top half of inning number 4.
It was actually very close, Joe. 48 pitches for Gulko, 46 for Rosinski.
Close enough. As Gulko's first pitch of the fourth inning is a good curveball that finds the inside corner. And if you're throwing that pitch for a strike, that's exactly where you want it.
Yeah, that was a beautiful pitch there, beautifully placed, and strike one is where you want to be. Not a lot of 0-1 starts for Gulko this game.
And the 0-1 from Gulko is off the outside corner, evening up the count at 1.
You got to love the catchers when they catch that ball on the outside and try to bring it back to the middle of the plate. I'm not so sure umpires like that.
There's a name for that, Sal. It's called pitch framing. That misses down and in for ball 2, but some catchers are very adept at that, and it does make a big difference behind the plate if you know how to do it properly. And these umpires, a lot of them have seen it and are used to it, as that one is skied on the infield. Ulaj calls for it and makes the catch for the first out.
And there, some good pitching by Gulko to start the inning for the first out. And I was going to say, in terms of the pitch framing, which I've never heard of it phrased that way, but it makes sense. You know, I can see how some catchers do it very well, more so than others.
That will bring Kane Ruiz to the plate. Ruiz is 1 for 1, singled in his plate appearance earlier in the game. And he shows bunt and pulls it back as he looks at ball 1.
Yeah, he's got one of their 2 RBIs thus far in this game. Those Ruiz.
Comes the 1-0, and that looked like it might have been a fastball that Gulko just lost command of.
Yeah, I mean, that one just sailed way on top of the batter there, way onto the backdrop. Probably just kind of slipped out of his hands on that one.
Unusual you see that on a fastball, but perhaps I'm wrong and it was a breaking ball that just came out of his hand too early, and now he finds himself behind on Ruiz 3-0.
Yeah, he's got to calm down here, settle in. I mean, he got a good first out through the pitches great, and now he's down 3-0.
He finds the zone with that 3-0 pitch for a called strike 1.
I feel like that should be the pitch Gulko started with, you know, right? Not really right down the middle, but let them try to hit it at first pitch, and if they don't hit it, you're up 0-1 already.
And that misses down and in for ball 4. So Ruiz draws the walk, and that will bring up Ryan Saltzman for Gulko. I believe that is walk number 3. It is. Mm-hmm. He's also hit a batter in the game. So 4 free passes for Gulko. And the Mavericks have hit the ball hard on occasion in this game, but if you're Gulko, you have to make these bats beat you. Don't allow runners to reach via the free pass. And that's been a big issue for him in all of his outings that I've covered so far this year. As taking off from first is Ruiz, and he will have to head back as that one was chopped foul.
Yeah, he doesn't have many 1, 2, 3 innings, it seems like, because every inning is a bit of a struggle for him, you know, and that's an issue for a pitcher because it gets into your head, gets into your pitching dynamics, and, you know, you want to just get into a momentum of, I'm going to get all 3 of these guys coming up out. And he hasn't had that chance just yet this season, not many opportunities.
Taking a look up at the scoreboard, 2 errors for the Dolphins. So I think an error was charged earlier in the game on that pop-up that was dropped behind the plate as well. That one definitely did not go up as an error right away.
Yeah.
As that one is fouled into the parking lot for strike 2. So Gulko pitching from ahead in the count, 0-2 here, 1 away in the top half of the 4th. And the number 9 hitter, Nico Liguri, on deck for the Mavericks.
And last time up, Saltzman, he's 0 for 1 thus far.
Flew out to Joyce in right field as the runner is going again. Lund's throw skips into second, but it is in time as Ruiz either did not have a good jump or was just simply beaten to the bag by that throw from Lund, as that throw skipped about 10 feet short of second base, but bounced right into the glove of Ulaj, who tags out Ruiz for out number 2.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a great throw. As you said, it skipped into second base, but it was right towards second base, and he was out by a mile.
And that's hit out to Joyce in right field, and that's the second F9 on the scorecard for Saltzman. That will bring the top half of the 4th inning to a close. Mavericks lone base runner erased on the caught stealing. Dolphins come to bat, trailing by a run after this break.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet. Dolphins trailed the Mavericks by a run entering the bottom half of the fourth inning. Mavericks did get a runner on in their half of inning number 4, but it was erased on the caught stealing as the throw from Noah Lund skipped into second, but it was in time to cut down King Ruiz. And shortly thereafter, Frank Golko got Ryan Saltzman to fly out to right field for the third out of the inning. And for the Dolphins, it will be 5, 6, and 7 due up in the bottom half of the fourth.
Yeah, Joe, I mean, that was really so far, I think, one of the best innings thus far in totality for Golko so far this season. I mean, 4 innings thus far and only 2 runs, 3 hits. You know, he's fallen behind a few times, but so far he's been settling in, getting the runners out, the batters out when needed.
Shendi Ulaj steps into the box to lead things off for the Dolphins in the home half of the fourth inning. Ulaj 1-for-1, singled in his first plate appearance, and he looks at ball 1.
Yeah, 1 of 3 Dolphin hits thus far this season, and right in that meat of the lineup there, he was the last one to get one of those hits.
That single through the right side on a line, softly hit line drive into shallow right field, and quickly Ulaj is ahead in the count here, 2-0. We'll see if Ulaj looks to swing with a 2-ball count. And he does, but he pops it up on the infield and flips the bat away in frustration, as that is a pop out to second for the first out in the bottom half of the fourth.
Yeah, I mean, as a batter, you know, when you hit that ball, you know right away that you just missed it, so it's going right up in the air. There's nothing you can do really but hope. Run to first base as hard as you can and hope that an error occurs.
Well, for me personally, if I was making the decisions, I'm inclined to be in favor of the hitter swinging 2-0 if he gets a pitch he likes.
Oh, yeah.
Especially down only a run. Maybe later in the game you don't take that chance, but down only 1, an extra base hit out of that leadoff spot in the inning puts you in a position where you have the tying run in scoring position and nobody out. Instead, there's 1 away, and Noah Lund is the batter. He's ahead in the count 1-0. And he looks at ball 2 right here, so it's back-to-back 2-ball counts for Ryan Rosinski.
Yeah, as we mentioned, too, Lund hasn't had many starts or even games this season thus far, but he is a catcher. They do take some breaks here, but he's looking to break out of that today, and has a nice swing there. But
that's another 2-0 swing. That pitch got in on his hands a bit. I'm not sure if that one was a strike, and Lund is retired for the second out of the inning.
Really quick 2 batters here for Rosinski here. I think the Dolphins got to do a little better job of taking some more pitches, especially both of them came up here 2-0, and as you mentioned, Joe, I agree with you 100%. You want to swing at 2-0 at times. But right now, he's struggling. Use that to your advantage.
Brian Burkhead is the batter, and he looks at ball 1. So Rosinski has missed with 5 of 7 in this inning. And the 2 that have found the strike zone were both put in play on 2-0 counts. And that's hit well, but straight at Saltzman in center field, who ranges back and drops the ball, it looked like. And nope, he held on. I thought he dropped the ball after making that catch. And apparently I'm the only one who thought so, as the Mavericks set down the Dolphins 1-2-3 in their half of the fourth inning. Mercy Mavericks coming to the plate in the top half of the fifth, leading by a run after this break.
Well, for me, just kind of was the glue that kept my family together, I feel like. I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
And we're back here from the CSI Baseball Complex, top half of the fifth, about to get underway as this game just crossed the 1 hour mark ahead of that last break. So we're moving right along here from the College of Staten Island. Our score 2-1 in favor of the Mavericks entering the fifth.
Yeah, I mean, so far it's been a pitcher's duel, right from the beginning. Both pitchers kind of settling in. And Golku's looking to go through 5 here, allowing only 2 runs and 3 hits. I mean, so far it's been his best outing of the season.
No doubt about that for Golko, as this is only his second start. The first did not go well. That was in the season opener against the Molloy College Lions, a game in which the Dolphins surrendered a season high in runs. Certainly not an effort he wanted to replicate in that game, his Dolphins debut. But as you said, Sal has put forth a much better effort in this game. And if he can rein in his control a bit, he'd find himself in an even better position now, though he's trailing by a run entering inning number 5.
I think if there's any position in baseball that you get better as you go on to the game, it's the pitching.
And Golko's first pitch of the fifth sails high for ball 1. That one unofficially number 60, so I think based on the count you had, Sal, that would be 62 for Golko.
That's correct, Joe.
As the 1-0-2 Liguri is down and away for ball 2, and we have yet another 2-ball count.
So far, Golku has allowed 6 total fly balls compared to 3 ground outs. So he's letting them hit the ball and kind of popping it up. And
there's another tough hop over at third, and that's a very similar play to the one that Giblin had to make in the field for the Mavericks. Right there, Santiago couldn't make the stab for the Dolphins, and I think that will undoubtedly go down as the 4th Mavericks hit of the game. It will, and that will send us back to the top of the Mercy College batting order with Noah Giblin.
Well, knowing me, Joe, I would have given that an error. It looked like he should have had that for sure.
Would you have given that an error?
I would have given that an error, 100%. It looked like to me, looking at it, he was like, oh, he's got this easily. And then he nonchalantly kind of.
Well, an error just went up on the scoreboard as well,
Yeah.
so we'll see what the official scoring is. And it is an error. So there with you, Sal, is, I always seem to get the scoring wrong. Personally, I would give just about everything an error because I'm a former pitcher. But right there, it's a play he has to make, no doubt about it.
That's why I gave it
No
an
doubt
error.
about it. It's a tough hop, but it's a play that needs to be
Yeah,
made.
he's right in front of it. He's there. I mean, you're a baseball player at third base. You got to make those plays.
Well, I can certainly get behind that ruling, as I think that ball was fouled off of the home plate umpire, and that looked painful.
And that has to be painful. I can't imagine a ball coming right at you into your face. Coming at you first, coming in at 90 or 80 miles an hour, and then they hit it slightly. It's still coming at you pretty fast. This is the second time this has happened, Joe, believe it or not. I remember, I'm not sure which game it was, but same thing. It might have been for softball that they got hit in the face.
All right, so I'm just taking a look as they work on getting the scoreboard updated. That is the 3rd Dolphins error of the game with that misplay by Santiago over at third. And this is not the first time this year that we've had an injury delay for a home plate umpire, as earlier in the season we had an umpire who I'm fairly certain got plunked with the ball twice in one game. And it was a rough day for him, but to his credit, he was all smiles when it happened. So,
Yep. And I remember a time, too, where this season, I believe it was in softball, where the umpire got hit with the bat, believe it or not. Kind of making a huge swing all the way around, and he kind of got hit in the shoulder with it. Luckily, they do wear those pads, so he was all right.
well, while we have a break in the action, Sal, we need to talk about what happened during that last softball doubleheader a moment, because every inning break that we had during that last softball doubleheader, we covered Game 2 against Mercy, or I should say against Queens, between the Dolphins and the Knights. There was a break in the action because of a lineup issue where it sent our official stats and our stats desk and our commentary desk into a tailspin, and apparently both teams are very confused as well. But Nick Durst told me that you tried to pin the confusion on me during that game.
I want to make it clear right now, I did not pin anything on you. We were all confused in that situation. Even the umpires seemed confused, and they just kept seeing the umpire talk to the other team. They weren't even talking to our team. They just kept talking to them, and I'm like, what are they talking about? Why aren't they informing us? I was just annoyed at the whole situation. Definitely did not pin it on you.
Well, I appreciate that. That's not what Nick said.
Well, Nick is wrong. Nick, if you're listening, you are wrong.
1 ball and 1 strike, the count on Giblin as we're set to return to action. And I think above all, the umpires were very confused because they allowed a batter or a Dolphins player to exit the game and then re-enter the game in a different spot in the batting order. How that happened, I have no idea. As that one is through the legs of Lund and to the backstop, holding at second is Ligori, and I'm sure I'll get an official scoring on that last one in just a moment.
It looked like a pass ball to me. I don't know how low that ball was, though. I couldn't tell from here. But, I mean, it was right in front of him.
And the official scoring has come in. Passed ball on that one. So Ligori able to take second on the passed ball. Runner in scoring position with nobody out for the Mavericks in their half of the fifth. And that's hit well out to right field along the right field line. Joyce giving chase. Tagging at second is Ligori, and he will advance to third.
So it'll be interesting here to see how Golku responds with a runner on third with 1 out here. Some pitchers will pitch a little differently to try to make sure that that runner does not come in from third base with 1 out.
Golko could really use a strikeout in this spot. His team already trailing by a run. 3 Dolphins errors have hurt him a bit. I'm not sure if the earned run average, or I should say the earned run tally, was affected by that Lund error, which I did not put in because it initially was not ruled an error. So you can check the official stats for me on that one. But Miguel Ortiz Sanchez is the batter, and he looks it up and away for ball 1.
Yep, they're both earned.
Okay, so the Lund error did not impact the earned run tally for Golko.
No, I mean, that's an error where it wasn't even a playable on the field, so it's just a foul error. It's just kind of a number on the board there and doesn't affect the game whatsoever. Well, it does.
As that one is hit well out to left field, and Mandiel will have no chance. That ball rolls all the way to the wall. Ligori trots home from third and into second base. Standing with an RBI double is Miguel Ortiz Sanchez, giving the Mavericks a 3-1 lead.
Yeah, and that ball was hit well by Miguel Ortiz Sanchez there, their shortstop. It's his second hit of the game. Another RBI as well in. So that was a big play for the Mavericks here against Golku, who hopes to settle back in, and he's got a runner on second once again.
So 1 runner in scoring position comes in to plate the third Mavericks run, and moving into scoring position is Ortiz Sanchez with that RBI double. Another very dangerous hitter in Anthony Murphy coming to the plate. Looking to extend the Mavericks' lead to 3, and that won't do it as that's hit on the ground over to Stephen Kalika at first, and he steps on the bag for the second out.
A nice play by Kalika there, taking it himself. Again, another weird bounce off the grass, but Kalika played it well, stayed in front of it, grabbed it, and was able to get the 3 UA, as we say, unassisted in Stat Crew.
Big out to get here for the Dolphins, now trailing by 2 runs, and some insurance over there at third for the Mavericks at the halfway point in this game. Just a reminder, Game 1 goes 9, Game 2 goes 7. As the first pitch to Charles LeBron was down in the dirt for ball 1. LeBron 0 for 1, walked and grounded out in his first 2 at-bats of the game.
Yeah, as you mentioned, he scored one of those runs as well. Grounded out as well. Right-handed hitter.
And that's hit sharply, and Kalika couldn't make the play, as that is an RBI single, certainly for Charles LeBron. That one was scorched down the line, and a good effort by Kalika, but unable to make the stab.
Yeah, I mean, Kalika, he put a good effort towards getting it there, but that ball was, as you said, scorched right down towards him, and there was no way he's going to come up with that ball. So scored now 4-1 in favor of the Mavericks with a runner on, and still 2 outs now remaining for Golku. If I'm the coach, if he can get out of this inning unfazed one more out here, I'd leave him in for at least 1 more.
An unfortunate inning for Golko here, as I think all of these runs are now unearned due to that error at third base now that there are 2 away. So if I'm not mistaken, a couple of unearned runs coming in to score.
I believe that error happened when it was 1 out.
Let me take a look at that earned run tally on your screen, Sal, as Francisco Paulino steps into the box.
Oh, you are correct. 4 runs, only 2 earned.
So that error proving costly. Has a big swing and a miss there by Paulino, puts him behind in the count 0-1.
A big cut there, like trying to add to this lead here. At the very least, move the runners up and get on base. Well, Golku so far, that was his 75th pitch of the game so far. And through 4 2/3, as we mentioned, only 2 earned runs, but 4 total for the Dolphins. Allowed 5 hits and so far has walked 3, only struck out 1 thus far.
And the 0-1 pitch is fouled off the screen, and that runs the count to 0-2. We've seen errors hurt the Dolphins badly at other times so far this season, and you hate to see it strike again if you're a fan of CSI baseball, but if you're a fan of the Mavericks, they've capitalized on the extra opportunity afforded to them on that booted ground ball over at third by Santiago, and have added another 2 runs in their half of the 5th.
I mean, Mercy's on a roll right now in this inning. They've been in the last couple of innings as well. The last inning they weren't able to score, but they did have runner on again. Every single inning thus far, they've had at least 1 or 2 runners in position.
1 ball and 2 strikes the count on Paulino, and a great play by Lund there to reach behind the batter and make the catch on that curveball.
Yeah, I mean, that was heads-up play by Lund. I mean, that ball had no shot of getting into the strike zone, so he just launched right up and was able to go catch that ball as if he were playing catch.
And if you're the Dolphins, the error in this inning came at a very bad time where you had the 3, 4, and 5 spots due up for the Mavericks behind where that error was made as Golko loses the hat yet again.
Yeah, it looks like Golku's losing his stuff right now. I don't know if the pitch count is getting a little bit too high for him. But a lot of his stuff is just out of the zone. He's already given up 2 runs. Obviously, they are unearned.
We got another look at that grab by Noah Lund.
Yeah, that was nice.
That was some play, as that one is lined down the left field line, over the third base bag, into the Dolphins bullpen, and all the way down into the left field corner. Scoring easily from first is LeBron, and holding at second with a 2-out RBI double is Francisco Paulino.
I mean, that ball was just scorched on the left line there. It doesn't look like Golku might have much left here in the tank. They seem to be seen. This is about the 3rd time in the lineup so far against him, so they're definitely recognizing his pitching style, and taking advantage of it for sure.
That will bring up Justin Glenister as the line just keeps moving for the Mavericks here in the 5th. Golko struggling to pick up the 3rd out, and with every run that comes home, that error looms larger and larger, though at some point you need your pitcher to bear down and pick up out number 3 and get your team off the field. And right now that's not happening, as the meat of this Mavericks lineup has had their way with Frank Golko in inning number 5.
I mean, overall, Joe, the Dolphins have had 37 errors so far for the season. They've allowed their opponents, compared, only 28. We add 3 more here, that's 40 errors thus far this season for the Dolphins. So that's definitely an error that they need to improve in. And that can come with practice and time.
Comes the 1-0 pitch, and that's skied out to shallow right. Could be trouble for Joyce. He will dive, and the ball comes out of his glove as Joyce nearly made the play. Instead, it will be an RBI single for Justin Glenister, and the Mavericks have jumped out to a 5-run lead. Our score now 6-1.
Yeah, and again, beautiful play or attempted play by Joyce there, but it just came out of his glove. Saved the runner from going to second at the very least, but there was nothing you can do of getting that run coming in from second base.
That's a play that I'm sure the Dolphins would have loved to have in that spot, as now there's action in the CSI bullpen. Taking a look out toward left field, that's Nick Velarde throwing.
Nick Velarde for the Dolphins.
Binoculars coming in handy yet again, Sal, as I'm able to double check now. And, I thought it was a bit of a joke at first when Dave mentioned the binoculars, but now that I actually have a pair here in the booth, it's really paying off.
Binoculars and walkie-talkies, the 2 best things we can have for baseball in the press box.
We might be hearing some noise on the walkie soon, as a pitching change usually means a radio call up to the booth. That includes the stats desk in the room to our left and our commentary booth here. So I'm not sure if our walkie is on. Probably don't need it with the official statistician right next door. Count 2-0 on Kane Ruiz. Ruiz 1 for 1, has singled and walked. looking to keep this inning going for the Mavericks, who now have 7 base hits in the game. 4 coming in this half inning. As Ruiz checks the swing and takes a called strike 1.
He's up to well over 80, almost 85 pitches now for Golku. Most of the hits, as you mentioned, coming in this inning.
2 balls, 1 strike, the count on Ruiz, and he takes off the outside corner for ball 3.
And that one looked very close to being a strike there, but he was able to take a look at it, and he's ahead right now, 3-1.
There are 2 players now standing in the Dolphins bullpen. One is throwing, that's Velarde. Try and get a look at who else that is out there in just a moment, as the 3-1 is skied up in the air, foul. Let's take a look down toward the Dolphins
I believe that
bullpen.
was number 11, Joe, but I know he's not a pitcher. Julian Iacono, but he's not a pitcher, so I don't know what he's doing out there.
Can't read the number. He is covering it up with that left arm, so we'll see if anyone else begins throwing and pass that information along if necessary. Payoff pitch upcoming to Ruiz. Here's the 3-2 from Golko, and that is down in the dirt for ball 4.
And I think we might be seeing a pitching change very soon. Golku, Joe, I don't think Golku is going to make it out of this inning thus far unless he can get this batter. Who coming up to the plate is number 25, the center fielder, Ryan Saltzman for the Mavericks.
That last walk, number 4 for Golko. He's allowed 7 hits, as I just mentioned before. 4 of those coming in this half inning.
We were just given some information. We will record as that ball is popped up into the air, and nobody catches it. 3 Dolphins there, including the shortstop, the left fielder, and the center fielder, but they all kind of stared at it and just kind of dropped there.
Well, I was getting information passed along to me from next door, so thanks for picking up the call, Sal. But we did have a pinch hitter earlier in the inning. Francisco Paulino was pinch hit for. We didn't catch it. It wasn't announced over the PA system unless I didn't hear it. And it was Paul Cozzolino who came on as the pinch hitter for Francisco Paulino. So credit Paulino with an RBI double down the left field line. Or I should say Cozzolino, as it was not Paulino who was hitting. That's an RBI single right there off the bat of Ryan Saltzman.
It's now 7-1.
Tough luck RBI base hit there if you're the Dolphins. And for the Mavericks right now, everything is going right in this half inning.
And for me, Joe, like I know that's not technically an error because nobody touched the ball. But if there was ever a stat that I'd like to see in baseball, it's a team error. Like, how does one of you not pick that up?
Well, I have to admit, Sal, if it were me, is nice throw there by Lund. That throw was much better than the first, and he convincingly throws out Saltzman. So I'll make my point when we come back from break. Dolphins now trail by 6. Our score 7-1, entering the bottom half of inning number 5.
Stronger.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
And we are back here from the CSI Baseball Complex. A big 5th inning for the Mercy College Mavericks as they plate 5 runs in the top half of the 5th to jump out to a 6-run lead. Our score now 7-1 in favor of Mercy. But if you're the Dolphins, you have to be very disappointed with that last half inning. Not only did 5 runs come in to score, but all of those runs unearned for Mercy College as an error to open up the inning by the Dolphins on the infield. Angel Santiago over at third, unable to scoop up a softly hit grounder that took a bit of an awkward hop on the grass. He was charged with the error on that play, and ultimately it cost the Dolphins big up on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I mean, that error really was the defining moment of the inning for the Dolphins, and it clearly kind of had a downward spiral from there, giving up 5 runs in that inning. So obviously we probably will not see Golko again this game.
We will see come the next half inning if Golko is allowed to return to the mound. But as I mentioned, Nick Velarde was throwing in the Dolphins bullpen, and Nick Cipoletti is the batter right here. And he's behind in the count 0-1 as he takes a big swing and a miss at that pitch to run it to 0-2.
Cipoletti is only his second at bat thus far in this game. As Rosinski has done a nice job so far, allowing only 3 hits. Really, he only struggled the first couple of innings. Since then, he's really settled down.
Well, if you're Rosinski here, and if you could set down the Dolphins without allowing a run, 8-9-1 due up for CSI, that would be big. Your team now leading by 6. Keep the momentum on your club's side as that's hit softly on the ground to short. And Ortiz Sanchez throws out Cipoletti for out number 1.
It's a beautiful play there by Ortiz Sanchez. Really grabbed the ball and really kind of fire rocketed right down to first base. And that was only the 50th pitch for Rosinski. Not even 60 pitches yet, and he's about to get through 5 innings.
Rosinski has been efficient so far. As I mentioned before, Golko had issued several walks. After that last inning came to a close, Golko had 4. Rosinski has not allowed a walk, though he has hit a batter. And his first pitch to Louis Mandiel misses up and in for ball 1.
Mandiel hasn't had a promising season thus far, hitting just under 200 so far, and he's played in most of the games.
If I'm not mistaken, despite the low batting average, at least earlier in the season, Mandiel's on-base percentage was up there, and it still is, if I'm not
mistaken. Yeah, it's 369, Joe.
423. Oh, no, that's not Mandiel. 369. You're right, Sal, as I was looking at Shendi Ulaj.
I think anything over 350 for on-base percentage is pretty good, in baseball. You want to get on that base as many times as you can. This way, when a hit does come up, someone is there to potentially score.
Well, Mandiel valuable as a base runner because of his speed as well, and plays a good left field for this Dolphins team. That speed being put to use on the defensive side is, once again, he looks at a called strike 3, and Mandiel goes down looking for the second time.
You mentioned he's got 4 for 4 on stolen bases there, but he has an opportunity to get on base to do that this game.
Back to the top of the order for the Dolphins with Thomas Martin, the CSI designated hitter. He's 0 for 2 in the game, struck out looking and grounded out in his first 2 plate appearances. As that one is off the press box. And, well, I've spoken about it many times already on air, but you haven't been here for the conversation, so I'll fill you in. Not sure if you were aware, Sal, that a couple of seasons back, a mixer was taken out in this very booth by a foul ball.
I'm not even surprised, Joe.
I was, as that's it on the ground over to short, and Martin is thrown out for the 3rd out of the inning. 1-2-3 inning for Ryan Rosinski. His team leads by 6. Mavericks 7-1 over the Dolphins when we come back for the 6th inning.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag, like facing backwards and with like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
And we're back here from the CSI Baseball Complex. New pitcher for the College of Staten Island in their half of the 6th as Nick Velarde takes the mound for CSI.
So Nick Velarde for the Dolphins thus far in the season, he doesn't have any official wins. He's got 5 appearances thus far. He's got an ERA of 4.76 with a total of 11.1 innings thus far. Not bad in terms of ERA. He's allowed a total of 8 hits, so less than a hit per inning. A total of 9 runs, and six of those were earned, which is why he has his 4.76 ERA. He has walked, though, 16 batters, Joe, and that is the most on the Dolphins pitching staff.
Well, Dave and I spoke about it during one of Velarde's outings earlier this season. At that point, he had not allowed a hit, but the walks had caused runs to come in to score against him, though at that point he might not have had an ERA. However, many base runners to navigate for Velarde. I think his ERA was 0 at that point. Right now, as you mentioned, his ERA at 4.76, a whip of 2.12. But the number that jumps out, as you said, 16 walks in 11 and a third innings. That walk total surpassing only Nick Metzger on this Dolphins staff. And Metzger has logged significantly more innings than Velarde has so far this season.
Yeah, so some troubling kind of piece of number there in terms of stats. But, this game is different. New slate for Velarde. And just come out poised. Don't even think about those numbers. Just get the batter out.
Velarde will face 9, 1, and 2 for the Mavericks in the top half of the 6th inning, beginning with Nico Liguri. Liguri 0 for 2, flew out and reached on an error.
Yeah, he scored one of those 7 runs as well.
And the 1-0 pitch misses downstairs for a ball. 2-0. Pitch upcoming from Velarde. And that's not even close for ball 3. So we mentioned the command issues for Velarde and immediately making themselves known.
Yeah, Joe, 3 pitches, not really anywhere close to the strike zone thus far, and it looks like he's struggling to even get it in there.
And that's the concerning part when your pitches are completely non-competitive. If you're just missing and you're nibbling at the corners and can't find the strike zone by a slim margin, there's some cause for optimism, but when your pitches are completely non-competitive, it's a cause for deep concern, as that one is in the dirt for ball 4, and it's a 5-pitch walk to open things up in the 6th.
Well, Coach Mike Morrow might see something in him. Obviously he's putting him out there in these situations, and he just doesn't seem comfortable out there pitching, at least not in that first batter. 4 of those 5 pitches, one was right down the middle and looked like it could have been crushed. Instead, he took it because you were up 3-0 anyway, so why wouldn't you take it?
Well, I think what Coach Mike Morrow sees in him is a 200 opponent's batting average against and an ERA under 5 for a team that has pitched to an 11.34 ERA so far this season. And on top of that, Velarde has come in a lot of high-leverage spots with runners on base in very difficult situations. So a lot of the pitches he's thrown this year have been under pressure, as that one is fouled back to even the count at 1 ball and 1 strike.
So once again, the runner is on for the Mercy Mavericks. And Dolphins have not had really an inning where you can say it was easy, per se.
Well, Murphy's still 2 batters away, Sal. 1 ball and 1 strike, the count on Noah Giblin, and the throw over to first forces Liguri to slide back in.
We've seen some base running attempts by Mercy in this game. One of them was unsuccessful.
And the 1-1 pitch is out of the zone for ball 2.
It's actually taking a really big lead, Joe, if you take a look. This is the reason why Velarde has thrown it back there.
Velarde with a long look in, perhaps another pickoff attempt upcoming. He glances over his left shoulder toward first. There goes the runner, Liguri. Not a bad pitch to throw on. It almost hit the batter, but it allowed Lund to come up out of his crouch and fire. However, it was a great jump for Liguri, who swiped second.
Yeah, Joe, you could see that happening, Joe. You can see that he was taking that lead, slowly inching towards it, and he was going to run at some point if he did not make contact. And now he's at second base, and the batter is ahead, 3-1. And second walk of the game for Velarde. So 2 on, just like that. 1 stolen base as well, which he probably did not need it.
Well, ultimately, that stolen base doesn't prove consequential with the batter at the plate walked in Giblin, as we're being contacted from outside of the booth. That's my phone vibrating. Apologize for the extra noise. As Miguel Ortiz Sanchez is the batter. He's 2 for 2. Was hit by a pitch, has a single and a double. An extra base hit here breaks this game wide open.
Yeah, I mean, the Dolphins already down 6 runs, and the damage coming in that last inning when they scored 5 of them. And that was a pitch. That was an inning where Golko was his last one.
1-0 the count on Ortiz Sanchez. And the pitch from Velarde is hit up in the air, foul. That evens the count at 1 ball and 1 strike.
The runners on first and second here. 0 outs for Velarde to start this game. He's thrown already. This would be his 12th pitch, Joe.
It will be a 1-1 pitch to Ortiz Sanchez, and that's hit hard on the ground toward third and past the diving Santiago and into left field for an extra base hit. 1 run comes in to score. Moving up to third is Giblin, and standing at second with an RBI double is Miguel Ortiz Sanchez. His team now leads 8-1.
I mean, that ball was just kind of ripped down the left field line there, kind of bounced right over the third base bag. And, third baseman for CSI.
That's Santiago.
That's Santiago, correct. I mean, he had a good jump on it. Looked like he was going to catch it, but then he kind of just whiffed at it.
Well, that was a tough play for Santiago over at third, as he had to dive right along the line. Ball wasn't hit all that hard down the line, but it was placed so well, tucked over the third base bag, that Santiago had a long way to go to get to it, as Kalika can't find this ball, locates it, and makes the catch to retire Anthony Murphy on 1 pitch for a big out number 1.
And Velarde definitely needed that one there to kind of settle down. Now you got 1 out. You got a first base open here.
Well, given the command issues for Velarde, they certainly won't be using that open base. However, if there was ever a time to use it, it might be against this man, Charles LeBron. He's 1 for 2, has walked, grounded out, and singled.
Also has an RBI.
He's hit the ball hard to the right side twice. That single got right by Kalika and into right field. That hard hit single on the ground in the previous inning. If I'm not mistaken, he hit into the double play back in the first as well. So a couple of hard hit balls on the right side. And that one's hit softly in the air, foul territory, and looks like the wind may have taken that back into fair territory, but Santiago makes the catch for out number 2.
Yeah, big play by Santiago there. You didn't want to let that one drop. It looked like it was going to be fair, but then, in the foul territory, he caught it in the fair territory. So if that ball dropped, he would have been on first because no runners were going to advance on that. But nonetheless, it would have been another runner on with 1 out. His time instead, he makes the out. Now there's 2 outs.
So as we mentioned before, I incorrectly said that Francisco Paulino had gotten a big RBI base hit for the Mavericks in the previous inning. It's Paul Cozzolino, who is the batter for Mercy College, and Cozzolino looks at strike 1. So Cozzolino officially 1 for 1 with a base hit in his last plate appearance, as I just mentioned. That a double down the left field line. And that one's chopped foul, and Cozzolino quickly in a 2-strike hole.
So Velarde, for the first time in this inning, he's ahead in the count with 0-2.
And it makes a huge difference, as we've seen the good swings these Mavericks have gotten against Velarde when he's put himself in a tough spot pitching from behind in the count. And it's tough to be successful on the mound when you're consistently pitching from well behind in the count. 2-0, 3-1.
Yeah, and that was an issue, too, that Golku also had. Now Velarde obviously has faced that all season long. Mentality-wise, when you're at the plate and you're down 0-2, that's a pitcher's count because they want to get you out.
And that one finds its way toward the on-deck circle for the Mavericks, and this might be a 2-run play. It is, as the Dolphins showed no sense of urgency chasing that ball to the backstop, and that allows 2 runs to score, as things have really fallen apart for the Dolphins here in the top half of the 6th.
Joe, the pitcher came all the way from the mound to grab that ball to the backstop. It should have been the catcher to get that and the pitcher covering. Am I correct?
You're correct, but Lund had no clue where the ball was.
Gotcha.
And I can't imagine that he had remembered that he needed to pay attention to that second runner on the play. Ortiz Sanchez, over at second base, was able to score from 180 feet away.
Right. Yeah.
There is simply no excuse for that. And I'm not sure if Lund was unaware that Ortiz Sanchez was coming around third and wasn't playing that ball with any sense of urgency, or...
That you mentioned it, no sense of urgency. That's exactly what happened. I mean,
the Dolphins pay for it now as that ball to the backstop allows an additional 2 runs to score. 3 come home in the inning for the Mavericks. They lead 10-1. We'll be right back with the bottom half of the 6th inning after this break.
In NCAA Division II, community engagement is an initiative at all 25 national championships because student athletes want to give back while competing for a national title. Over the course of the year, Division II student athletes have an opportunity to leave a lasting impression in local communities throughout the country. Whether Division II student athletes are volunteering at hospitals, schools, after-school care programs, foster homes, or retirement villages, they make a difference in the lives of others. In Division II, we rise to the opportunity and make community engagement ours.
Careful.
Getting the official scoring on that ball to the backstop. It is officially a passed ball charge to Noah Lund that allows 2 runs to score after Lund was unable to find it. Scoring from third easily was Giblin, and coming in to score from second was Miguel Ortiz Sanchez. That gave the Mavericks a 10-1 lead, and that is our score entering the bottom half of the 6th.
I mean, Joe, that was a tough inning for the Dolphins, especially in terms of just fielding the ball and it kind of felt like they're just giving up this game right now. They were like, oh, these 2 runs are going to come in now, and there's nothing we can do about it. And you don't want to have that throughout the middle of the game. You want to continue to compete. You want to continue to be within the game and have a sense of belief that you're going to try to come back and win this game, And that's all the coach wants to see. I'm sure he wasn't happy to see that last non-sense of urgency, as we were calling it, because we really don't know what else to call it.
Well, there's only one of 2 options. Either they weren't playing it with enough urgency, or, and I think this is more likely, Lund had simply forgotten there were 2 runners on base. That's the only other explanation, because you need to chase that ball down at some point. You'd think he knew it went through his legs, and I don't mean to be overly harsh about what happened on the play, but as it stands, someone needs to chase that ball down at the backstop, and it can't be the pitcher, because once the pitcher is the person chasing after that ball, that all but ensures 2 runs are coming home to score.
Yeah, I mean, as soon as he saw the pitcher pretty much go for that ball is when he kept running, and he just didn't stop.
And to your other point, this Dolphins team has never been a team that rolls over when behind. They never seem to be out of a game. And if there's any team that could pull off a multi-run comeback that we've seen, it's this Dolphins team. We've seen them put runs up on the scoreboard many times already this season, though I'm not sure they've scored 10 here at home more than once in that game against Bridgeport. That game they won 14-13.
I mean, just so far what we've seen this season from the Dolphins, I think they definitely have a lot of good hitters, for sure. They're definitely a really good hitting team. It's the pitching that's an issue. And when you have one, not the other, you can't hope to hit everybody. You got to stop some runs as well.
As Kalika swings and misses at that high fastball for strike 3. And once again, Dolphins hitters going up the ladder, as I think we're going to begin to see some substitutions upcoming for the Dolphins. And right now it's Michael Manzo coming in to pinch hit for Thomas Joyce. And I think the bench is about set to empty for the College of Staten Island, down 9 runs.
Yeah, I'm trying to get some of these other players some time out there, and maybe it'll earn them a spot or 2 in the next few games here, so they give a chance to show what to do.
0-1 is the count on Michael Manzo, and he looks at a called strike 2. So for Manzo on the season, very limited plate appearances, but he comes in hitting at .222, 2 for 9. He scored 4 runs.
He's drawn 4 walks as well. So he definitely knows how to take pitches. He's also struck out 4 times, but very limited there, and as he strikes out.
Well, that will be strikeout number 5, as Manzo looked at a called strike 3, and another pinch hitter, as it will be Michael Crocco, pinch hitting for Angel Santiago. So I'm not sure if we'll see Crocco play third base. The Dolphins may realign the defense in the next half inning. we'll have to take a look and put the binoculars to use again if we can't make out who's at which position from here in the booth. But Crocco, the batter, looks at a called strike one. Also limited plate appearances for Crocco on the season. Comes in hitting .048, 1 for 21. So not as limited as some of these other Dolphins. And this might make it 1 for 22.
Oh,
nope.
my God.
Make it 2 for 22 as well, Sal couldn't mask his, I don't know if that's disgust, frustration, or disbelief.
Joe, it's the same play that it dropped when the Dolphins all stared at the play. And then again, I wish there was a team error on the stat board.
You know, Sal, I thought I was harsh in the way I call the game sometimes. You, my friend, are brutal on the mic. Sal Caruso, a savage in the booth.
I call it as I see it. I'm sorry.
I do too, but I'm not quite as aggressive with my words as you are. So it's a 2-out single for Crocco, and that brings up Shendi Ulaj. Ulaj looks at the first pitch for a called strike one, looking to improve on a 1 for 2 afternoon. He's singled and flown out in his 2 plate appearances.
Yeah, Ulaj, I mean, he's a good player. He makes contact on the ball. But no, so far this game, I should say, not much contact has been made except for the first couple of innings for the Dolphins.
Still, I was about to say, still only 3 hits for the College of Staten Island, but that last one makes it 4.
You call that a hit?
Certainly did, as no one contacted the ball, Sal. There are no team errors.
Yes, of course.
No team errors, as much as I'd like that. And Crocco is being awarded second, so I would have to think they just called a balk. That is the only explanation I can think of.
Yeah, it has to be a balk. I mean,
it was because the count's 0-2, so
yeah.
I thought a balk resulted in a ball. Apparently not, so I'm going to give Crocco second base on a balk. And that is not an option on my stats application. So we're going to call it defensive indifference and move on.
And that works.
As the count runs to 1-2 on Shendi Ulaj. Scoreboard says 2-2. I could have sworn the umpire just signaled 0-2 yet again, so I'm not sure exactly what point in the at-bat we're at right now.
Maybe the umpire's confused too.
I'm almost certain a balk results in a ball as that one sails down and in.
A balk results in a second base.
Well, it results in a base for the batter, or I should say for the runner, but for the batter, I'm fairly certain it results in a ball. And the umpire did indeed just signal 1-2. I'm not sure how we have a 1-2 count, but
did he throw the ball to the batter or no when he balked?
Well, he balked. He was called for the balk, I believe, and that one's hit well out to center field. So we'll discuss it more in just a moment as Shendi Ulaj has himself an RBI extra base hit. Coming in to score is Crocco, and standing at second with an RBI double is Shendi Ulaj.
And so a big swing there by Shendi Ulaj all the way to deep center field. I mean, that one almost hit the gate there, just short of a home run, really. I mean, that's how far he hit that ball. So great job there. And probably really one of the first big mistakes by Rosinski.
His first mistake pitch in quite a while as that one served up on a platter for Ulaj, who hit it well out to center. And we have another pinch hitter in Nick Campisi. And Campisi looks at a called strike one for Nick on the season. Comes in hitting at 0 for 6. As I was not certain that there was a Dolphin without a hit this season, but Campisi is the only one.
I mean, Joey's only played in 4 games. He started in 3. He does have 1 RBI, though, without registering a hit.
Could be a sacrifice fly, bases loaded walk. He does have a walk on the season, an on-base percentage of .222, but
that's exactly what it was, a sacrifice fly.
Campisi hoping to become the final Dolphin to tally a hit this season. Base hit would likely score a run. Our score now 10-2 in favor of Mercy College, and it's really remarkable. The Mavericks with 10 runs on only 9 base hits as Campisi goes down on 3 pitches to bring the 6th inning to a close. Dolphins scratch out a run. Our score 10-2 heading into the 7th inning.
You can stop to make sure someone is okay.
Get in the way and disrupt the situation.
Notify an authority.
Or walk them home safely.
We can change the language around rape.
We can make campuses safer for our teammates, our friends, and our classmates.
We cannot be bystanders.
Taking action isn't always easy, but it's on us.
To intervene.
Because we can. Learn more and take the pledge at itsonus.org.
And we're back here from the CSI Baseball Complex and taking a look out towards the infield alignment for the Dolphins. We have some changes to bring you. Michael Crocco, who pinch hit in that last half inning, will come in to play second base. Moving from second to third will be Shendi Ulaj. And taking a look out toward the outfield, I believe that is Michael Manzo in right, replacing Thomas Joyce. And looking into center and left, I think Burkhead remains in center and Mandiel remains in left. So the changes for the Dolphins, the pinch hitters from that previous half inning coming into the field. Manzo into right in place of Joyce. Santiago was replaced by Crocco, who comes into play second. That moves Ulaj over to third. And Noah Lund comes out of the game, replaced by Nick Campisi, who pinch hit to wrap up the sixth inning.
Well, no substitutions for the Mavericks here as leadoff. As the number 6 hitter for Mercy, Justin Glenister will step into the plate.
Glenister is 1 for 3, has grounded out, flown out, and singled in 3 plate appearances. And that's hit well out to left field, but that will be well foul as Mandiel gave it a run and it lands outside of the fence.
So still on the mound for the Dolphins here is Velarde, who in that last inning, struggled a bit. He did give up 3 runs. Only 1 was earned. And on 1 hit, but he also walked 2, which was the big thing for him. And that error also hurt him.
One of those runs was unearned last inning?
That's what it says here.
You're right about that. I have 3 runs, 1 earned.
Yeah.
Didn't recall the error in the previous inning. Either way, the count 1 ball and 1 strike on Glenister, and he fouls that one back.
No errors for Mercy either in this game. I mean, I think they have a team error, but that's just me.
Well, I'd agree with you if there was such a thing. And you need to pull back the Dolphins pitching lines up on the screen. And how many of the Dolphins' runs that they've allowed have been earned in this game? I think only 3.
Yeah.
As that's hit sharply on the ground and unable to make the backhanded stop was Crocco. That ball finds its way into right field. It's a leadoff single for Justin Glenister.
Yeah, Joe, getting back to your point, 10 of those 10 runs, 3 are earned. And it's 3 errors, 3 key errors, And that one was just registered a hit. Good diving attempt there by our second baseman, Nico Ligori.
Batter is Kane Ruiz. And Ruiz looks that pitch out of the zone for ball 1. 2 walks in the game for Ruiz. Has also singled. Here comes the 1-0. That's chopped foul.
Yeah, overall, they have 6 walks in this game for Mercy thus far. So really good patience on the plate there for these Mercy Maverick hitters.
Good at bats throughout the game for the Mavericks, as they've made both Gulko and Velarde work, haven't given away any strikes, and that's been key. It's allowed them to hit from ahead in the count, and that's made things much easier on these Mavericks hitters. And they now have 10 base hits in the game after that Glenister single to open up the inning. And ahead 3-1 is Ruiz here at the plate, and Velarde is just not close on most of these pitches. He's put himself in a tough spot yet again.
And when he isn't close on those pitches, it ends up going right down the middle, and they hit it, kind of like that one.
Well, it's tough to tell from here, as that one's in foul territory. No Dolphin's going to get there, as that's into the stands. And
almost had somebody go over the ledge there.
I think that was Cipoletti, who had to come a long way to even be involved in that play. So you have to commend his hustle. Unfortunately, he paid for it.
Yep. Those are always dangerous plays, too. You have 3 Dolphins running towards the same ball. Really, you got to only have 1 or 2 that are closest to it. So left fielder and the third baseman really should track that down. But good hustle nonetheless.
Going back to the point you've been making about team errors, a lot of the time, 3 players converging on a ball, not enough to make the play in this game.
Nope, not this game so far.
Not today.
Nope.
As another very similar play, but Mandiel has it hit off his glove. And if you're the Dolphins, that just stings because they did everything right there. Mandiel calling off Cipoletti and Burkhead, and then simply couldn't make the catch.
Yeah, definitely that was a error 100%. And what gets me, Joe, is, and again, you're going to call me savage, that's fine. But
I think on this one it might be warranted.
You know, I mean, he didn't use his proper mechanics there. You know, the ball's up there, get your hand under the glove, make sure you got it, do him. Instead, he kind of nonchalantly threw his glove out there, and it popped out. You know, I mean, that's basic baseball 101.
I think we might have a pinch hitter here, Sal. As I think number 30 is at the plate. That is not Ryan Saltzman.
That is number 30 who just hit that ball hard. That is Kouazi Jocelyn.
Jocelyn hits the ball hard to right field.
Was it caught?
It was caught. The runner was doubled off second base. Jocelyn is out, and there are now 2 quick outs. As off the bat, I thought for sure that would fall, and apparently so did the runner on second, Glenister.
No, I think
it's a double play, Sal.
There's only 1 out.
Well, that's incorrect. There are 2 outs. So the scoreboard operator needs to be notified. There are indeed 2 outs. Didn't even get a chance to put in the pinch hitter on my stats application, and Jocelyn was on his way back to the dugout.
Right, there you go. You're right, Joe. 2 outs.
That's a tough break for the Mavericks, and fortunately for them, one of only a few bad breaks.
I mean, they don't really need many. They don't. Doesn't matter to them right now. They're up 10-2 late in the game here. They could probably afford a couple of mistakes now.
Unfortunately so, as that one finds its way to the backstop once again, and the runner will move up to second base.
And clearly it doesn't matter as Velarde just throws another one well out of the strike zone, and another wild pitch will send the runner to second base there.
Not sure if we have a wild pitch tally. It's got to be somewhere in here. That's Velarde's first officially. The other 2 that got to the backstop were both passed balls.
I actually do not have that information on here, Joe.
I'm sure it's there somewhere. I was questioning if I had it. I know you have it somewhere. But unfortunately, I discontinued the cellular plan on my iPad. No internet for me in this game. As Liguri is ahead in the count 3-0, and he was ready to draw a 4-pitch walk there, had 1 foot over towards first base, but the umpire calls him back. And the 3-1 pitch is swung on and missed for strike 2. Count now full on Liguri. Curious to see if they'll send Ruiz here. I can't imagine they would with an 8-run lead.
Yeah, I mean, unless it was a close game, possibly. But
and that one's fouled back, but you really can't take that gamble unless you trust your runner's speed at second, because obviously on a strikeout or even a walk, they could throw over to third and cut down Ruiz. But if I'm not mistaken, Ruiz has a stolen base in the game. So certainly capable of swiping a bag.
Ruiz was actually caught stealing.
Yep, it was Ortiz Sanchez who stole second. So they at least trusted Ruiz to attempt to steal, but that point becomes moot, as popping out to end the inning is Nico Liguri. Dolphins keep the Mavericks off of the scoreboard in a tumultuous 7th inning. Heading into the bottom half of inning number 7, Dolphins come to bat, trailing by 8 runs.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can, and then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, We're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And we're back here on CSI Sportsnet. Dolphins trail the Mavericks 10-2 entering the bottom half of the 7th inning. Mavericks had a few base runners in their half of inning number 7, but a very unorthodox double play as the ball was lined into right center field by Kazari Jocelyn, and advancing over from second base was the runner trying to get a head start over toward third. And when the ball was caught out in right center field, the runner doubled off for the first 2 outs of the inning. And then very quickly, Nick Velarde was able to escape trouble by retiring Nico Liguri to bring the top half of this inning to a close. And for the Dolphins, it will be 7, 8, 9. Burkhead, Cipolleti, and Mandiel due up, assuming, of course, there are no pinch hitters for the Dolphins who have begun to empty their bench.
Yeah, Burkhead so far in this game is only 0 for 2. Not many attempts by any of the Dolphin batters so far. He does have an RBI and a ground out RBI pretty much is his stat line for the day.
This game about to become 2 hours old here in the bottom half of the 7th inning. So a good pace to this game, despite 12 runs up on the scoreboard.
I'll take 2 hours in the 7th inning right now. I mean, that's pretty average for a baseball game thus far. And like you said, Joe, though, a great pace thus far.
Well, I'm not sure what games you've been watching, Sal, but our typical baseball game has extended well past 3 hours.
Which is why I'm saying 2 hours and 7 innings, I'll take it.
Well, I know you'll take it, but then you followed up by saying it's average, and I'm not so sure about that.
In 7 innings, to get 2 hours in? Sure. Not in the whole 9 innings.
As that one's hit softly out toward the mound, and moving to his left and tossing over to first is Rosinski for out number 1.
It looks like Cipolleti will continue to come up. He's also 0 for 2 with a strikeout.
Well, it appears as if the Dolphins allowing all of their freshmen to remain in the lineup.
Rightfully so.
It's been and I use the term upperclassmen loosely, as the Dolphins don't have, I believe, more than one senior on the team. We were talking about this in the pregame.
They're a very young core for Mike Morrow and his staff. So they definitely have some things to look up to in the coming years.
Yeah, the only senior is Sal Trancucci. As the first pitch to Nick Cipolleti is in for strike 1. And the 0-1's outside to even the count at 1.
Yeah, that's only Rosinski's 82nd pitch thus far. And he's registered 7 groundouts along with 4 flyouts and 8 strikeouts, Joe, for Rosinski.
I might have to have a word with them next door, Sal. I have 87 pitches right now, though I know the live stats doesn't update until the at-bat ends with the pitch count. So we'll see.
Yep. You probably are more correct.
I'd like to think so. Pride myself on being right from time to time, however unusual it may be, as the count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Eerie silence just fell over the CSI baseball complex before some applause erupted from the Dolphins' dugout, and that applause comes to an end quickly as Cipolleti goes down swinging for out number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Dolphins really just want to get out of this game and kind of focus on the next game and try to win that one right from the beginning. You never want to get that sense or that feel, but they're just not into it right now. You're down 8 runs in the 7th inning. It's going to be tough. Can they do it? I think they can, but they got to believe as well.
Well, we've seen them do it before. I don't know if 8 runs was the deficit, but it was close. I think it was 6 in their most notable comeback. I talk about it all the time in the CUNYAC Championship a few years back now. It's hard to believe that was 3 years ago.
Yeah, time flies, Joe. I mean, 1 second.
When I got my start here, I had a head full of dark brown hair, and now I'm salt and pepper look at age 28. So
yeah, well, I'm right there
time
with
catches
you.
up to you.
Ever since my kids were born, I feel like I've had a few new hairs that are white in my head.
Well, at least we have it for now. As that one's fouled back for strike 2. And deal behind in the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
And just the opposite of what Golku did when he was always behind in the count. Rosinski's really been ahead in the count most of the time.
comes the 1-2, and that's hit sharply toward the middle. And making the throw to first, not in time, was Ligorius. Off the bat, I thought that ball was hit much harder, and I think it may have hit a divot on the infield grass that slowed it down. But either way, Mandiel uses his speed to reach with a 2-out single, and it's back to the top of the order with Thomas Martin coming to the plate.
Yeah, it looked like initially that the second baseman was going to get that play, and then you saw it kind of get into the hands of the shortstop who made the throw.
I think it was Liguri who made the throw. It was the shortstop, Sal? It was Ortiz Sanchez?
I think it was Ortiz Sanchez who was behind him, because originally I thought it was the second baseman who got to it, but then he was in front of him, and he did not make the throw.
That is my mistake then. So much for being right. As I went about a full 2 minutes after that proclamation before I made another error, as that one misses outside to Thomas Martin for ball 1.
Oh, that's right. I think you have very little errors this season, Joe.
Well, Nick charged me with an EJF in the last game, and I had a word with him about that after the broadcast. As it turns out, it was not an EJF. It was an error that could be charged to both teams for allowing what transpired to occur, and on the umpires for seemingly having no answer to the confusion for the next 4 innings.
Yeah, that was one of the more confusing and just frustrating games ever, because no communication, just especially by the blue.
We're employed here today to communicate, and when you see that lack of communication out on the field, sometimes it's just baffling in addition to the frustration. And that game was dragging along for the final 4 innings. We couldn't go through a half-inning break without a 10-minute delay. It was really remarkable.
It was, yeah. I mean, every single inning was really a long delay, and the umpire just kept talking to the other player's coach every single inning, and we don't know what. And Eric even was like, can we get the game going?
We wanted more softball, less talking, and did not get it for the last 4 innings of that game between the Dolphins and the Knights on the softball field. And count runs full here on Thomas Martin, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Mandiel will get a head start over from first base. 2 away here in the Dolphins' half of the 7th inning.
Full count here for Rosinski, as you mentioned.
He's coming up on 100 pitches. I have this as number 99. And that's high for ball 4. So he will throw number 100 in this inning. And it will be to a pinch hitter for the Dolphins.
I have number 90, but that's not me.
Well, you have to remember. You have to remember, Sal. It doesn't update until the conclusion of the at-bat.
I have 96 now.
All right, so I'm a little bit ahead. I'm going to take credit for this one and say that since I got that last one wrong, I'm right on this one. As we have a pinch hitter for the Dolphins, it will be Peter Lombardo. Pull up the numbers on Lombardo in just a moment. He comes in hitting at .323, 10 of 31, slugging at .419, and getting on base at a .421 clip.
Yeah, so far he's had a good season in his 9 games and 9 starts thus far. I mean, he's got 10 hits as well, which is up there for the Dolphins. He's got a double and even a triple as well for the Dolphins.
And that one is in for a called strike 2. And I did miss a substitution in the previous half inning, Sal. I thought I had all of the Dolphins' changes. I missed Peter Lombardo on the infield. So Lombardo
can't be perfect, Joe. It's all good.
I certainly haven't been in this half inning anyway, as that one's fouled back, and the count remains 0-2. Should have used the binoculars to survey the entire infield and not just the outfield. I took for granted that my eyesight was good enough to read the infield alignment. I was apparently wrong. 0-2 the count on Lombardo. And he hits one well out toward right field, but that is well foul and into the Mavericks bullpen.
As a right fielder for the Mavericks, kind of leaps over the little fence there to make sure he doesn't get hurt.
Well, that low fence is almost what sent Cipoletti tumbling onto the concrete before.
Yes, it did.
I know we have a very similar fence, or we used to anyway, over at soccer, and climbing that fence resulted in some nasty spills at times.
So Lombardo will continue his at-bat here. 0-2, 2 outs here, bottom of the 7th inning. They're trying to make some noise here with 2 runners on, first and second.
An extra base hit here, could make this game a lot more interesting, as Lombardo on second, if you're a fan of the Dolphins, you see 2 runs come home, you have to be feeling a little bit better.
It also makes the game a lot longer, but for good reasons.
Well, those who are viewing can't see me right now, but I'm shaking my head. As the count is 0-2 on Lombardo. And the pitch from Rosinski is hit down the line and foul. That one just foul.
Isn't it when it hits the bag, it's fair or no?
That is correct. If the ball makes contact with the bag, it's fair. If it doesn't make contact with the bag, it has to travel over the base.
I thought that hit it, but my eyesight is definitely not good. So
it was awfully close. I'm calling the game from indoors with sunglasses on, so I'm trying to preserve my eyesight through the pollen. Those who have been loyal viewers for several years remember my last bout against the pollen. Pollen won.
Pollen will always win, Joe.
0-2 remains the count on Lombardo. He's seen 3 0-2 pitches. Here comes number 4. And that's off the outside corner for ball 1.
First ball in a while for Rosinski. As Lombardo's been doing a nice job fighting off pitches.
These are the kind of at-bats that really shorten an outing for a pitcher, as it looked like Rosinski might cruise his way to a complete game, and that appears far from a certainty right now. As the 1-2 pitch is lined toward the middle, sliding stop by Liguori, and his throw over to Ortiz Sanchez covering is in time. A great sliding stop by Nico Liguori denies the Dolphins at least 1 run here in the bottom half of the 7th. Our score remains 10-2 heading into the 8th.
The Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we're back here from the CSI Baseball Complex. Dolphins trail by 8, entering inning number 8. And once again, it is Nick Velarde returning to the mound for the College of Staten Island. He's thrown 36 pitches thus far and ran into some trouble in each of his first 2 innings of work, but has limited the damage to 1 earned run, has given up 3 overall. And if you're the Dolphins, you have to be hoping that he can get you to the close of this game.
I'm actually surprised, Joe, that he's still in the game. I thought, pitched a couple of pretty good innings, and I thought that was about his time. But there's nobody in the bullpen. So it looks like he's trusting Velarde here to get him through at least 1 more inning. I'd be surprised if he's leaving him more than 1.
Well, the biggest blemish on Velarde's line right now is the 2 walks. Gulko had issued 4 walks in 5 innings pitched prior to Velarde coming into the game. The final line on Gulko was 5 innings pitched, 85 pitches, 7 runs, only 2 earned. He struck out only 1 and walked 4, allowing 8 base hits. And I think for Gulko, the concerning number, aside from the walks, the strikeout number, only 1. Even when he struggled with his control, the strikeout numbers have remained steady, and that was not the case in this game. But 2 earned runs in 5, if those are the only numbers you gave us, we would have said that was certainly a good outing for Gulko. Unfortunately, 5 more unearned runs came in to score.
Yeah, that error really hurt him, and those 4 walks didn't help as well.
So Nolan Giblin, is the batter. Giblin 1 for 3, and he's ahead in the count here, 2 balls and 1 strike.
Giblin is their leadoff hitter. So far, he scored 2 of those 10 runs.
Giblin was right in the middle of just about everything the Mavericks did at the plate yesterday. I mentioned during the pregame the big day he had. 4 for 6 in game 1. And I believe it was 2 for 3 officially in game number 2. Both Mavericks victories. Mercy looking to make it a perfect 3-0 over the Dolphins this season with a win in this game 1 of 2. I mentioned it briefly during the pregame. Game 2 of yesterday's doubleheader did not count in the ECC standings. Both games played today will count. The Dolphins cannot qualify for postseason play, and the Mavericks come in with a record of 8-3 in conference. As taking a bad break on that ball initially was Burkhead. I'm not sure he had to play anyway, as that falls into shallow center field for a leadoff single by Noah Giblin.
Yeah, it definitely was a tough play nonetheless. I mean, he had to come. If he was going to make a play, it was going to be over his shoulder, and it would have been a tough one either way. That one just kind of drops in. Unfortunate for the Dolphins, as another runner is on base. The Dolphins have not had a 1-2-3 inning yet this game.
Well, Sal, I've poked fun at the frustration in your voice, and I've called now. This is, I believe, my 4th event here at CSI Baseball Complex in 2021. But early on, I had the same frustration in my voice when those weak pop fly base hits would find open real estate out there in the field. As a former pitcher, watching that happen time and time again just becomes frustrating as a fan of the game to see a lot of these weak base hits that just happen to find the right spot on the field. And it stings just a bit more being a former pitcher.
Yeah, I mean, you hate to see those drop and knowing that it's catchable, and it's like, as a pitcher, you're thinking, well, I want to go out there and just make that play myself if all three of you aren't,
My point, Sal, isn't that they're catchable. It's that some of them just aren't.
Well, and no, for sure. Some of them are not.
Today, many have been catchable that ultimately fell in and went down as base hits. But here at the CSI Baseball Complex, a lot of room out there for these hitters. And despite being a very deep outfield wall here at the College of Staten Island, I think it's a hitter's ballpark most of the time.
Yeah, we've seen a few home runs here, not as many as recent, especially since we've gone D2, seen some better teams. But this definitely feels the wind. I mean, it's an open area that it's going to carry at times.
Well, that was Miguel Ortiz Sanchez drawing a walk, the third walk issued by Nick Velarde. And it looks like there is some stirring down in the Dolphins' bullpen right now.
Like I said, I was surprised that he came out for another inning here. I thought for sure he has to see somebody else for another couple of innings, or at least his last 2 innings. But he trusts Velarde, and right now it's not paying off as he's got runners on first and second.
That is Alexis Santos, who has begun tossing in the Dolphins' bullpen. And at the plate is Anthony Murphy. Murphy is 0 for 3, so a rare 0 for the Mavericks' number 3 hitter. And the 1-0 pitch sails upstairs for ball 2.
And once again, he's behind in the count, 2-0. It's a hitter's count. Put runners on first and second. They already have a 10-2 lead. They're trying to tally on some more here with nobody out. And that one just got him square on.
That will load the bases, as Velarde has just seen his command completely escape him through these last 2 batters. And command has been a problem for Velarde all season long, and it doesn't appear as if today will be the day he's able to sort those issues out. Still has a chance to put forth a quality outing. Has only allowed the 1 earned run so far, but the bases are now loaded, still nobody out, and the one man you don't want to face in this spot, Charles LeBron, is coming to the plate.
Yeah, I mean, he's 1 for 3 in this game, along with an RBI and a walk, but he has some power on him. He is the number 4 hitter for a reason.
So LeBron at the plate with the bases loaded. Nobody out in the Mavericks' half of the 8th inning. Mercy already leading by 8 runs. LeBron ahead in the count, 1-0, looks at ball 2. And this is probably the worst case scenario right here for the Dolphins now. Behind against Mercy's most dangerous hitter, 2-0. Velarde has to come in with the strike. And instead misses down and away with ball 3.
I'm not so sure if he can actually throw a strike when he wants to, and that's really unfortunate when you're pitching, on the mound there. He's really got to get that situated, and at that time it looked like a beautiful pitch by Velarde for his first strike.
It was much needed as a walk forces in a run, and you have to think LeBron was probably taking all the way there. Here comes the 3-1. That's popped up foul.
LeBron actually swung and missed at that one, which is why I was like, wow, it was a great pitch. He really had some movement on that one.
Count now full, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Nowhere to put LeBron. Here comes the payoff pitch. And I'm not sure if that was an expletive I heard from Velarde upon delivering that pitch, but it certainly didn't inspire any confidence in me up here in the booth. And apparently, confidence of his manager has run out, as Mike Morrow will head to the mound, and Velarde presumably will be coming out of this game in favor of Alexis Santos. Santos takes the mound for the College of Staten Island after this break.
Car is damaged? Where you take it is your decision. But insurance companies would like you to think otherwise. While they may have a lot of pull, it may not always be in the best interest of your car. Your car will be fixed right and on time. What insurance company can argue with that?
Call Dependable Auto Body at 718-447-48.
Yeah, I hear you.
And we're back here from the College of Staten Island. Dolphins trailing the Mavericks by a score of 11-2. And while we have a break in the action with this Dolphins pitching change, we'll take a look around the ECC on this day. Several baseball games taking place right now, including one game that's already gone final. Bridgeport defeating Deauville by a score of 12-0. Deauville comes into the CSI baseball complex late next week for the first time as members of the East Coast Conference. Deauville 2-17 on the season, 0-13 in conference play. Bridgeport 8-6 overall, all of those games being played within the East Coast Conference. Of course, the Dolphins went 1-2 against the Purple Knights this season in 3 games played, winning the lone game played here at the CSI Baseball Complex. Also in the top of the 7th, Queens leading Lincoln by a score of 12-2. Lincoln, an associate member of the ECC in baseball, and the Knights will also be here at the CSI Baseball Complex later this season. I believe for the Dolphins, that'll be their last home game of 2021. Also at 12 p.m., St. Thomas Aquinas scheduled to take on Malloy. Of course, that game should have gotten underway already, and right now it's Stack leading Malloy by a score of 6-1. And, of course, here we have the Mavericks leading the Dolphins by a score of 11-2. And Bridgeport and Deauville underway in the second game of their doubleheader as well right now. No score in the bottom half of the third. So 4 East Coast Conference doubleheaders going on right now. And we're about to resume here at the College of Staten Island. Dolphins trailing by 9 runs in the top half of the 8th inning.
I mean, we're still here in this inning. Alexis Santos comes into the game, had only pitched 3.1 innings thus far this season, allowing 21 hits and 21 runs. So, needless to say, his ERA is up there. It's probably a part of that demolishing game that the Dolphins had when they gave up, I believe it was 27 runs?
Yeah, I kept the number to myself earlier, but that was a season high.
Yeah.
As the 1-0 pitch is in for a called strike 1, evening the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. And Paul Cozzolino, getting his third at-bat of the game, came on as a pinch hitter 2 innings ago. And whenever you get 3 at-bats in 3 innings, that's a positive sign for your team. And he fouls that one straight down into home plate for strike 2.
So Santos is ahead in the count here at least to start this batter.
Santos became a reliable option for the Dolphins a couple of years ago. We saw a lot of him, and really got better as the season went on. It was early season struggles for Santos 2 years ago, and picked it up later in 2019, and entered last season and also this season as an arm the Dolphins expected to rely upon, one of a few returning players. And there's a big punch out for Santos right here, as with the bases loaded, Paul Cozzolino goes down swinging for the first out.
That was a nice pitch there by Santos. That's actually his first strikeout of the season.
Well, you mentioned the hits against Santos so far this year, 21 and 3 1/3, and you don't see that too often. But if I recall, he had one very poor inning against Bridgeport in a game that I think the Dolphins might have been leading late in that game, and then the floodgates opened and the Purple Knights poured it on Santos out of the bullpen. A lot of the time, one bad outing in a shortened season, both in terms of games played and number of weeks, is typically the Dolphins get started just a bit earlier than they did this year. But one bad outing in a shortened season can inflate that ERA beyond repair. As the 2-0 to Glenister is hit up in the air, and 3 Dolphins moving toward that ball as Cipoletti fully extends and the ball popped out of his glove. Will they call it a catch? They will. So the batter is out as Cipoletti lost that ball after rolling down onto the grass, and I think that's the right call, Sal.
I mean, it looked like he had it initially, Joe, and then it kind of popped out. I mean, my understanding was if it pops out, it's not a catch, but maybe he had it long enough where the umpire says it's a catch.
Well, your understanding is correct, Sal. That ball does pop out before the catch is completed, and I hate using that terminology because it is reminiscent of NFL language when it comes to completing a catch, and that rule has changed countless times already.
Pinch hitter, as we were just informed, for Mercy College here, number 47, Jean Carlos Murillo, who's a junior for the Mavericks.
He will pinch hit for Kane Ruiz. Awaiting the first pitch from Sanchez. And Murillo takes a called strike one.
So far, Joe, I like what I see by Santos here. His pitches seem to be on point. It's hard to believe that he's gave up that many runs this season thus far in 3 innings, but what I'm seeing from him right now, he looks pretty good to me.
Well, Sal, I think I know what you're seeing, and he did fall behind 2-0 to the previous hitter, if I'm not mistaken, but he's throwing more strikes than we've seen really throughout the game.
Yeah.
And he's giving his defense a chance to make plays, and we saw Cipoletti with the payoff on that last pop-up in foul territory. Not an easy play, but if you throw strikes and force the other team to put the ball in play, you have opportunities for some easy outs like that. And I'm not sure Cipoletti would call it easy, but on the scorecard, a pop-up to the shortstop in foul territory is about as easy as it looks.
Yeah, for sure, Joe. I mean, and that's what it is, too. You want to let the hitters kind of hit your ball, but you don't want to let them crush it either, and that by doing so, you want to try to get them right off the plate. Like you said, there's a difference between not hitting the strike zone at all, and there's a difference of missing barely, and that's a huge difference.
For me, I classify pitches as either a competitive pitch or a non-competitive pitch, and when you throw the ball down in the dirt, you sail one high behind the batter into the backstop, those pitches are completely non-competitive, and there's no positive result you'll ever get from a pitch like that. And Santos here denies Murillo his first base hit of the season as Murillo goes down on strikes. And what a job by Alexis Santos, who comes in and strands the bases loaded without allowing another run to score. It's 1 run across for the Mavericks in the top half of the 8th. We head into the bottom half of the 8th, Dolphins trailing 11-2.
Being a champion takes more than talent, more than the perfect pass, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the spirit to always push harder, the ability to overcome any hurdle, and the fire to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create. And the question isn't, can you do it? It's, will you?
And we're back here from the CSI Baseball Complex. Dolphins trail by 9 entering the bottom half of the 8th. And after a strong outing from starting pitcher Ryan Rosinski, it is a new pitcher, the southpaw, John Gillespie, coming into the game for Mercy College. And before I get you the numbers on Gillespie, I'll give you the final line for Rosinski. Rosinski getting the start for Mercy College. We mentioned he is the option 1A for this Mavericks team. He did not disappoint today as he throws 7 innings, allowing 2 runs. Both of those were earned. He struck out 9, walked only 1, and allowed 6 base hits in the game. So by all measures, a strong outing for Ryan Rosinski of this Mavericks team. And now coming on to pitch, as I just mentioned, out of the Mavericks bullpen will be Gillespie. And Gillespie is yet to allow a run this season in 3 innings pitched. He has allowed only 1 base hit, walked 2, and struck out 4 opponents, 1 for 10 against him on the season.
So what you're saying, Joe, is Dolphins are due for a hit here.
I think that's a very optimistic way of looking at it, Sal, and it's about as optimistic as I've seen you all game. Perhaps the first time I've seen you smile since very early in this one, so I'm glad to see that.
I've been focused.
I've been told I spread positivity. I'm not sure how I come across that way, but we try here in the booth. And the Dolphins hoping to get a little bit closer here in their half of the 8th inning, at the very least, pick up some momentum heading into the second game of today's doubleheader, as it has been all Mavericks here in Game 1.
And I think that's the goal here, Joe. You just mentioned it. I mean, you want to try to pick up some momentum for the next game, really. Even if you get a couple of runs here, or get some men on base, and then the next inning kind of take it from there in the first and second inning.
First pitch of the bottom half of inning number 8 to Michael Manzo, misses for ball 1. And for Velarde out of the Dolphins bullpen, I'm not sure why Velarde is still in the game on my screen, so I forgot to change pitchers on my app, but the final line on Velarde is now skewed. You'll have to pull that up on your screen, Sal.
Final line for Velarde, 64 total pitches in 2 innings, 4 runs, and 2 earned runs. 3 total hits and 4 walks and a strikeout. So, not great numbers, but not really bad ones either.
Well, that's another EJF on the unofficial scorecard as the 2-1 pitch misses down and away to Manzo for ball 3. And Gillespie's come out of the bullpen and missed with 3 of his first 4.
Just like that, the Dolphins, are ahead in the count, 3-1, looking to get on base.
And the 3-1 pitch is swung on and missed by Manzo. I was almost expecting to take a pitch there.
They would have thought he took it. He would have took it no matter what. It looked like that might have been a strike anyway.
Dolphins need base runners and plenty of them if they have aspirations of getting back in this game. And that one finds the outside corner for a called strike 3. So Gillespie comes back from behind in the count 3-1 to strike out Manzo for out number 1.
I don't know about that one, Joe. That one looked like a ball to me, but yeah.
Yeah, I thought it might be a bit outside, but that is not a call you will get down by 9 runs in the first game of a doubleheader late. Now we're in the bottom half of the 8th inning, 1 away, and Michael Crocco is the batter. And Crocco takes strike 1.
Mentioning Crocco has been struggling this season a bit. He only has 1 hit on the season thus far in 21. 2 hits, you're right. We had that 2 for 22. I forgot about that one. That one is going to slice through.
3 for 23 as Crocco comes off the bench with a pair of base knocks. And hopefully that gets him going, as he was a big part of this Dolphins team in 2019. Got several starts, but a lot of pinch hitting appearances off the bench. Late game defensive substitution for the Dolphins in 2019. And it's good to see him pick up a couple of base hits.
It definitely is. We want to see all our Dolphins here improve each year. That is the goal for all these players here. Every year, just come in and get better. Just get better slightly. Some take bigger leaps than others, but if you can just improve yourself each game, each day, I think that's the most important thing. And Crocco is doing that so far.
I think a great example of a Dolphin who really surprised this coaching staff and seemingly came out of nowhere. I know for us, I speak for us as a broadcast team, that many of our viewers might be familiar with, is that's hit softly on the ground to third, and Ulaj is safe at first. So Crocco is erased on the fielder's choice. But a player who fits the description that you just mentioned, Sal, is Jet Novertny, a player who, as Mike Morrow has mentioned in the past, initially did not make the team, came back and put together several great years for this Dolphins ball club, hitting from various spots in the order, was great in the field, had some really great seasons at the plate as well. We saw him hit for some power at times and became an integral part of this Dolphins team throughout his entire tenure.
Yeah, Joe, I remember him. He was a great player. And like you said, he improved every single game, every single year, and he became a vital for this Dolphin team.
And another one chopped on the ground, this time over to first, and that ball is ruled foul. I think it was one of the Mavericks on the infield who blurted out, "No way," and that ball
honestly,
certainly was inside the line.
It was inside the line, and it looked like the first baseman there for Mercy, who is Anthony Murphy, it looked like he caught it in fair territory, just barely. But umpire says it's foul.
Well, what I saw is that ball land inside the chalk, and then Murphy played it on a bounce. So unless Murphy was in foul territory, that I thought was a fair ball. But either way, the count 0-1 following that foul ball, and then that one is taken for ball 1. As you get another look on your screen, really tough for me to tell. I have no good view of the screen through sunglasses, but our viewers at home perhaps got a much better look at it than I did. And there's a huge swing from Nick Campisi for strike 2.
A big cut there. I was definitely looking to send that one somewhere. But is the ruling, Joe, that your both feet have to be in, or was it where you catch the ball, like where you kind of pick it up?
I pride myself on knowing the rules of the game well, especially for baseball, but I'm not entirely sure. I think if you are positioned in fair territory, it is obviously a fair ball, even if you make the catch in foul territory. If the ball is caught foul, if you're in fair territory, it's a fair ball. But I think if any part of your body is in foul territory, it's a foul ball.
Right.
And I think that may have been what we saw on that play, very possibly.
And that's why I asked you, because I know for a fact that his feet, at least one of them, was in foul territory.
Well, that would explain it. As Campisi goes down looking for the second time in as many plate appearances, Dolphins strand 1. They trail by 9, entering the 9th inning when we come back.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's will you?
And Sal and I having a good laugh during the break as we come back here on CSI Sportsnet. Dolphins trailing by a score of 11-2. And Sal, it will be Alexis Santos returning to the mound for the College of Staten Island in the top half of the 9th. And I know you liked what you saw from Santos when he came on and stranded the bases loaded in the 8th.
Yeah, I mean, I looked at his numbers and I was like, wow, this kid has really given up a lot of hits, a lot of runs in only 3 innings. What stuff does he really have? And then I got a close look at him in that 1 inning, and he threw some good pitches, He struck out 2 as well, and he stranded those bases loaded. I mean, that's a tough pressure situation to come into, and he didn't allow one of those runs to come in. I mean, a great job by him.
A bit easier when your team is trailing by 9 runs, and presumably most of the outs that you record from that point forward in the game aren't consequential, but nonetheless, Santos came on inheriting a bases-loaded jam and did not allow a run. So a great job by him, and he is rewarded with another inning of work in the 9th, though I'm sure the Dolphins had hoped to get Nick Velarde through to the end of this game, and unfortunately for them, he just couldn't find the strike zone despite, through his first 2 innings of work, pitching pretty well. And I don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves here, but we presume that the Dolphins starter in Game 2 would likely be Thomas Joyce. Yesterday it was Sal Trancucci starting the second game. In Game 1 it was Nick Metzger. In Game 1 today, Frank Gulko and John Esposito is out for the season, so we won't be seeing him today. And, of course, if Esposito was available, he would likely have pitched either one of the games yesterday or one of the games today. But, again, John is out for the season. So
tough break.
I suspect that Thomas Joyce would be the Game 2 starter this afternoon.
Yeah, and hopefully he'll bring his good stuff for Game 2. It's a 7-inning game in Game 2, so he's just got to kind of work methodically throughout each inning and, hope to get these throw these batters offline.
Kazari Jocelyn is the batter. Jocelyn 0 for 1, hit into a very unorthodox double play his last time up. Really scorched one into right center field, but Manzo came in, made the catch, threw to second, and doubled off the runner who got too far off of second base.
Try to remember that play.
Changes are coming as well for the Mavericks. We have a pinch hitter in the on-deck circle. That is Max Rank. As that one's hit well out to straightaway center field, but Jocelyn just got under it a bit, and shielding his eyes from the sun was Burkhead to make the catch for the first out.
And there, Burkhead using proper mechanics to catch a fly ball.
I didn't peg you as a stickler for the mechanics of the game in baseball, but
I think they're one of the most important things in terms of baseball, because if you don't do these little things, like we just saw before, you give up a few runs in it,
You're absolutely right, Sal. It's just not the type of color commentary I expected from you. Nick Durst is very tuned into the players' fundamentals, as he spoke about during our last softball broadcast. We hope to have Nick back on the air next weekend, and we'll see if we can make that work. I know he was excited to be back during last weekend's softball action. So Max Rank is the batter. His first plate appearance of the day begins with a foul ball.
Max Ranks, he's a freshman for Mercy College, so you're definitely excited to get up there and try to get a few swings here for the Mavericks.
He is 2 for 10 on the season, and even 200 with an on-base percentage of .357. He's drawn 3 walks.
Beautiful all-speed pitch by Santos that time, as just way out in front was Max Rank.
I think the count on the scoreboard is wrong. It's 0-2 if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I believe it's 0-2, yeah.
Well, they have 1 and 2, so I could be wrong. As that one is in for a called strike 3. So Rank goes down looking for the second out, and Santos is now an out away from 6 up, 6 down.
Yep, and now here's Giblin coming back. He was the leadoff hitter for the Mavericks this entire game. He's got 2 hits and 4 at-bats. He's also scored 3 of those 11 runs, excuse me.
We've seen a lot of changes now for both sides in this game, but Nolan Giblin remains a steady presence at the top of this Mavericks lineup. Had a great day yesterday, 2 hits in this game, as you just mentioned. We'll look to add 1 more here against Santos.
Santos, thus far, just has done a great job coming in for relief for Velarde thus far. I mean, he's only thrown 20 pitches, and he's, but hasn't given up a hit. Struck out 3 already.
For Santos, I mentioned the great job he did in the previous inning. He did come in facing the bottom half of the Mavericks lineup with some substitutions incoming. But the way he's pitched so far, and now his inning in 2/3 of work, you almost have to lament possibly not having him for the next game or consider maybe using him again.
Yeah, I mean, they've seen his stuff now, so they might adjust a bit. But, I mean, he's throwing with such confidence, and that's key sometimes. You come in with that confidence, and it just really just helps your game to another level, puts your game to another level.
And that one is fouled away, evening up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. We have seen pitchers come in both halves of a doubleheader before. And if I'm not mistaken, I think I have seen Santos pitch in consecutive games on the same day before, especially considering he's a guy who's typically come out of the Dolphins bullpen for an inning or 2. Here comes his 2-2 pitch as that one is fouled away once again.
Yeah, I'm not sure how it is in college baseball per se, but I know in professional baseball they're very iffy on back-to-back. Players coming in to pitch in, 2 games and starting pitching numbers and all that in terms of the number of pitches. So, but I think in college baseball it might be a little different. Correct me if I'm wrong, Joe.
Well, I think in the major leagues they're actually much more cautious about back-to-back days rather than back-to-back games as part of the same doubleheader. And that one is up high for ball 3. But you do see relievers come in on back-to-back days. Of course, a starting pitcher would never pitch in consecutive games.
Well, it's either 3-2 or 2-2 right now.
It's 3-2. It's 3-2.
3-2. Yep, is the correct call.
Dave right on top of it as always. And that one is swung on and missed by Giblin. So Alexis Santos comes in, faces 6 batters, and retires all 6 of them. A strong outing for the Dolphins reliever. Dolphins come to bat in the bottom half of the 9th, trailing by 9 when we come back.
My path to a college degree would have been completely different had I not run Division II cross country for the University of Mount Olive. Having an athletic and academic scholarship was key for my success. Our coaches were really helpful with balancing out my academics and athletics. I decided to attend graduate school because I wanted to become an athletic director. Receiving the postgraduate scholarship through the NCAA provided me with the flexibility to choose the school that I wanted. So now I know that I can accomplish any goal that I set for myself.
And we're back here from the CSI Baseball Complex. Manuel Sanchez will be the new pitcher for Mercy College in the bottom half of the 9th inning. So with another game that does count in the ECC standings coming up next, I'm a bit surprised to see the Mavericks using another pitcher, but oftentimes teams have a very distinct plan ahead of these 2-game sets. And Mavericks clearly wanting to get Sanchez an inning of work, and in a very low-leverage situation, he will take the mound with his team leading by 9.
Yeah, Joe, and he's a senior on this team. One of about almost 8 seniors on the team for Mercy, so they're definitely looking to make a run in this ECC championships this year.
Well, I'll take a look at the ECC standings right now as I'll use the internet access on my phone for the first time today. And we'll also take a look back around the ECC once again. As I mentioned before, D'Youville dropping Game 1 to Bridgeport 12-0 in the first game of their doubleheader. Queens now leads Lincoln 13-3. St. Thomas Aquinas led Malloy 6-1. That game now 6-2 in favor of Stack in the bottom half of the 9th inning. And then, of course, here the Dolphins trailing Mercy by a score of 11-2. The only update since the last time I mentioned the scores around the conference. Bridgeport now with a 4-0 lead over D'Youville in the bottom half of the 4th inning. That game, the second of a pair between the Saints and the Purple Knights.
Yeah, so I think Mercy is going to have a shot this year for sure. Bridgeport's a really great team. Obviously, we've seen them, but I think they've done a good job so far. And the Dolphins, hopefully they can take one in this next game coming up in that 7-inning doubleheader.
First pitch of the bottom half of the 9th inning to Brian Burkhead, sails up and away for ball 1 from Manuel Sanchez. And just a moment, I'll pull up the numbers for Sanchez this season, and he's quickly behind 2-0 against Burkhead. Burkhead 0 for 3 in the game, looking to get on for the first time.
Yeah, Burkhead overall this season just hitting a 100 there. Really only has 1 hit thus far this season. Not many games played, though, so doesn't have much to work with.
Well, Sanchez, another pitcher looking to get things right today, as that one's hit well out to right field but foul. Sanchez comes in with an ERA of 13.5 across 2 appearances, both of those in relief. He has a whip of 2.5 and in 2 innings has allowed 3 hits, 4 runs, all of those earned. He has walked 2 and struck out 3. Opponents hitting at .333 against him on the season. And that average will jump up just a bit there as Burkhead hits one right back up the middle for what will be a leadoff single. Perhaps looking to advance was Burkhead on the bobble out there in center, but he wisely holds it first.
See why that ERA is a little bit up there in limited times, but that ball was hit directly straight back at him. Didn't have much on that. It looked like a fastball. It was kind of down the middle, and just did a great job of turning on it and hitting it right back to the pitcher.
That's one of the hardest hit balls by the Dolphins throughout this entire game, as I think only Shendi Ulaj has gotten a hold of one better than that. He doubled all the way to the center field wall. That drove in the second Dolphins run, but I'm not sure any Dolphin has had a swing better than Burkhead did on that ball right there. Outside of that Ulaj double, of course, and Nick Cipoletti is the batter. He's behind in the count 0-1, is 0 for 3 in the game, has struck out swinging in 2 of his 3 plate appearances, and is quickly in a 2-strike hole right here. I did promise the ECC standings, so after this next pitch, we'll take a look down the conference standings. Oh, 0-2 pitch upcoming to Nick Cipoletti. And an audible grunt on the mound from Sanchez as that one is fouled back by Cipoletti. Count remains 0-2. But taking a look down the standings for the East Coast Conference, Stack leads the pack with a record of 9-1. Malloy right behind them at 8-1. This Mavericks team still very much in contention for that top spot with a record of 8-3. Bridgeport enters today's action 8-6. As that one is lofted into shallow left field for a base hit. Going first to third will be Burkhead, and advancing to second behind him on the throw is Nick Cipoletti.
Well, this is exactly what we wanted, Joe. Get some momentum into that second game. Get maybe a couple of runs here in the 9th inning. You probably won't feel like you still could come back, but slowly but surely you chip away. Get down by... Right now they're down by 9, down by 7 after you get these 2. Get another runner on, down by 6. And slowly but surely you feel like we're going to come back and win this game. And if the game ends, well, at least you got momentum going into the second game.
Well, I talked about not getting ahead of ourselves and presuming the Dolphins' starting pitcher for Game 2. And talks of a comeback, Sal, perhaps a bit premature, though this Dolphins team is known for their late-game heroics at the plate.
Well, you know me, Joe. I'm a Knick fan, so I'm optimistic almost every year, even though when there's no hope. So there's no difference here.
You were definitely the optimist between the two of us when it comes to the Knicks, no doubt about it. As I was not a believer going into the season, not a believer a week or 2 ago, but I think I'm on the bandwagon now as the count evens at 1-1 strike on Louis Mandil. He's in search of his second hit of the game, 1 for 3 with a pair of strikeouts. And that is probably as close as a foul ball will come to hitting the window in front of us without actually hitting it, because if that ball is 2 inches higher, it's headed straight for your lap, Sal.
It's coming for me. I remember during softball we had like at least 5 balls that went straight to the backdrop right in front of me. I was like, the ball really wants to hit me this year.
Count 1-2 strikes on Mandil, who flails at that off-speed pitch out of the zone for strike 3.
It's not a good pitch to swing at there. I mean, that was way out of the zone. So Mandiel is struggling this year thus far in his 15 total games.
I think it's cause for concern when he chases out of the strike zone, because we spoke about it earlier. The on-base percentage for Mandiel is up there well above 300 as Thomas Martin takes a breaking ball in the inside corner for strike one. But Mandiel, typically a player who has a good eye at the plate, very patient, and to see him chase out of the strike zone has to be a bit concerning.
Especially here when you're trying to get a couple of runs and get some momentum going, you want to take as many pitches as you can and make that pitcher work. You know, I'm sure they've done their homework on who's pitching right now and what is he like, you know.
Thomas Martin is quickly in a 2-strike hole against Sanchez here, who all of a sudden has a chance to strand a pair in scoring position. A big strikeout right here of Martin could go a long way in securing another scoreless inning, but he misses with that 0-2 pitch down and away.
Yeah, so far, I mean, he's done a pretty good job, you know, in the first few batters here. A couple of good bats by the Dolphins, though, so that's why they have runners on second and third.
1-2 pitch upcoming, and that's chopped on the ground toward third. Great backhand stop by Giblin, but there is no chance to throw out Martin, and I'm not sure why he's throwing that ball, but coming in to score the third Dolphins run is Brian Burkhead, and our score is now 11-3.
Yeah, Joe, I was going to say, like, that was an amazing play. I mean, there's no reason he should have threw that ball. It could have caused an error there, but he definitely saved the run by getting to that ball.
Well, no doubt about that. He certainly saved the run. That ball was hit very slowly. I'm shocked he even had a chance to get there off the bat, but a great backhanded stop by Giblin. As the first pitch to Peter Lombardo is down and away in the dirt for ball one. Lombardo 0 for 1 in the game. And I say it every time we find ourselves in what seems to be a very similar situation during each game, but we mentioned the unearned run tally before. And again, you need to record that third out eventually, despite an error being made in the field behind you as a pitcher.
Mm-hmm.
As the 1-0 is fouled back. But my point is, if you take a look at the amount of unearned runs the Dolphins have allowed in this game, if they manage to score a run or two here, those unearned runs could very well prove to be the difference in the game.
Yeah, I mean, without those unearned runs, really, I mean, even if you take away just a few of them, this game is a 1 or 2 run game. And they're very much in it here in the ninth inning with a few hits as well.
As Lombardo fouls that one away once again, the count runs to 1 ball and 2 strikes. And
I mean, I think it's clear so far this season that the Dolphins' biggest kind of, I guess, the biggest cause for concern for the Dolphins, I guess you could say, is the errors, you know, on the field. You know, they've had quite a few, and that's really hurt them. And it's going to hurt the pitchers in turn as well.
As Lombardo fouls back another one. But to be fair to the Dolphins defensively, if you take a look at the ERA for the staff, the pitching staff, it's up over 11, which I'm sure for the coaching staff is unacceptable. That being said, they've been put in a tough spot a lot of the time by the defense. And let's say you allow a couple of unearned runs early in a game. Sometimes it's tough to bounce back from that mentally as a pitcher, and it weighs on you over the course of a game. And when you're pitching frustrated or really doing anything angry or frustrated, you're much more prone to mistakes.
Yeah, 100%, Joe. I mean, no matter what you're doing in life, and if you're angry, frustrated, and you're not focused, it's going to be harder for you to do your job, you know, whatever it is you're doing, you know, whatever the task it may be. And the same thing goes for any types of sporting events, especially in a pitcher. Mentally, they'll get out of it because they feel like they can't get a run out and they don't have their defense to help them, you know.
So Lombardo continues to foul off some tough pitches and stay in this at bat. The count's still 1 ball and 2 strikes. And if the Dolphins score again, Sal, you'll have to get me that unearned run tally.
Try to get you that right now.
I prefer not to see it until the game gets a bit closer. As Lombardo hits one well out to left field, but LeBron is right there, and he makes the catch. Coming in to score is Cipoletti, and he appeared determined to slide into home plate, and he made the most of that slide as he kicks up half of the baseline, one of the batter's boxes, and covers home plate in dirt.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to have a nice little brush for the umpire there to make sure you can see the plate again, because right now it's completely covered. But the Dolphins do get a run in, and they cut this lead down to 7 runs. And they have almost the same amount of hits as Mercy. I mean, they got 10 now. Mercy has 11. However, that's not the score or the numbers that matter. It's 11-4 in runs.
Well, Michael Manzo will be the batter, and to my previous point, Sal, when you commit 4 errors in the field and walk as many batters as the Dolphins have in this game, I believe that number is 6.
8.
It's 8, so Velarde issued another pair of walks after the last time I checked. But regardless, when you issue free passes and allow runners on base via the error, you put yourself in an incredibly difficult position. And once again, the Dolphins doing just that in this game. And you can get me that unearned run tally right now if you have it in front of you.
Yeah, I was going to mention, Joe, I mean, if that unearned run, so total runs, 11, correct? Unearned runs, they had 4 earned runs.
Out of 11?
Out of 11. 4 earned runs, meaning, so this game be tied right now if it wasn't for, or they'd be down by 1 or 2, at most.
As I said, if you're on the mound, regardless of what happens behind you, you need to record the third out of the inning because we found ourselves in that situation early in the game back in the 6th, or in the 5th, I should say. Gulko had the error made in the field to open up the inning, got 2 outs, so from that point forward, everything is unearned. It's up to him to record that third out. And unfortunately for the Dolphins, he couldn't do it. So those runs will all go down as unearned, those 5 runs scored in that 5th inning. But ultimately, it does fall on the pitcher. Eventually, you have to stop the bleeding. And for the Dolphins, it appears as if, pardon my analogy, but what begins as a minor cut turns into a severe wound by the end of many of these innings that get started with an error.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, it goes from a little scratch, a scrape, to a cut, to a massive wound that you just kind of have to dig yourself out of, and at some point you just can't anymore,
Well, the Dolphins cannot dig themselves out of a 9-run hole entering the bottom half of the 9th inning as Manzo goes down on strikes to bring Game 1 of today's ECC doubleheader to a close. Our final score in this one, the Mercy College Mavericks 11, the College of Staten Island Dolphins 4. For the Mavericks, they improve to 9-3 in the East Coast Conference. For the Dolphins now, they suffer what I believe is their 11th conference loss. CSI now 3 of 11. Or 3 and 11 in ECC play. Game 2 coming up in approximately 30 minutes. Sal and I will rejoin you right here, same stream, same place, here on the ECC Network.
For the Mercy College Mavericks, we got at third base, number 9, Nolan Giblin. At shortstop, number 2, Michael Sanchez-Ortiz. Number 23 at first base, Anthony Murphy. Designated hitter, number 28, Francisco Polino. The left fielder, number 44, Charles LeBron. The catcher, number 5, Justin Glenister. The right fielder, number 40, Kane Ruiz. The center fielder, number 25, Ryan Saltzman. And the second baseman, number 12, Nico Lugario. And starting in this game, Joe, for Mavericks, is number 21. He's a right-handed pitcher, Austin DeRosa.
We'll get our first look at DeRosa in the bottom half of the first, but it's Kevin Ryan taking the mound for the College of Staten Island in the top half of inning number 1, and his first pitch of the game is in for a called strike 1. So I guessed that Thomas Joyce would be starting this game during Game 1. I had the wrong lefty. It's Kevin Ryan who gets the start.
And Kevin Ryan, unofficially, he's 0-1, 12.79 ERA in 3 appearances thus far. A total of 6 innings, though, and 7 hits as well. And looks like 8 walks on the season as well, but he also has 6 strikeouts. So we'll see what he brings today in the table against Mercy.
Nolan Giblin leading things off for the Mavericks. I mentioned several times already his huge day yesterday. Had a couple of hits in Game 1 as well. He's ahead in the count here, 2 balls and 1 strike. 2-1 pitch up coming from Ryan is just off the outside corner for ball 3.
And already a 3-1 count. And right away we're starting with the hitters counts for Mercy College.
Dolphins pitchers were working from behind in the count throughout all of Game 1, and it's a 5-pitch walk to open up Game 2 as Giblin is on to lead things off for the Mavericks.
And that's exactly what you don't want to start the game out with a walk right off the bat on the first hitter. Puts pressure on your defense, puts pressure on your pitcher. So not a great start for the Dolphins, but hopefully they can get out number 2 here, Michael Sanchez-Ortiz, who had a monster game in Game 1.
So Miguel Ortiz Sanchez is the batter for Mercy College, and I was pulling up a score update from softball, and things not going well for the Dolphins on the road at Deauville. They trail the Saints by a score of 10-0 down to their last out in the top of the 5th inning. So it looks like it will be a conference defeat for softball in Game 1 on this Saturday afternoon, as Ryan will attempt to pick off over towards first and Giblin's back in.
Yeah, and here we go. It's starting again with some pickoff attempts. At first, the Dolphins did not have one inning where they did not allow at least one base runner in that last game, and that really hurt them.
Comes the 0-1, and Ortiz Sanchez takes high for ball one, evening the count at 1.
It looks like it's struggling in terms of his control right now. I mean, some of those pitches are not even close to the strike zone. We'll see if he can calm down a little bit.
And there's a big swing and a miss there by Ortiz Sanchez for strike 2. Went up the ladder after that fastball.
You know, Ortiz Sanchez, he just looks like a baseball player. You know, he has got that swagger and that movement to the plate where he just, even when he's in shortstop, he just looks like he can play the game.
Runner takes off from first. That is swung on and missed by Ortiz Sanchez. Throw from behind the plate by Morel. Skips into center field. And taking third base will be Nolan Giblin.
So a strikeout, but what looked like could have been caught stealing. I mean, if he had caught that ball, he might have been called out, but he was not able to get that ball off the hop, and it went into center field, so he's able to take third on that. He'll get one stolen base recorded there.
I'm not sure who that error will be charged to as the throw skips into center. We'll have to wait and see.
I would charge it to the catcher, mainly because the throw was on the ground.
It was definitely playable, but it did come in on a short hop, so that may result in an error on Morel. Either way, it's the first error of the game for the Dolphins, allowing Giblin to take the extra base, and Anthony Murphy is quickly behind in the count 0-1.
No official score yet in terms of an error, but I agree with you. It should be an error.
Well, it's certainly an error because an extra base was afforded on the play.
Definitely.
So we'll see where that error is charged. As that one's popped up, shallow left, actually drifting fairly deep down the left field line into the Dolphins bullpen. And it's very early to question something like this, but my thought, if that ball is landing foul that far into the outfield, do you let that one fall in hopes of limiting the Mavericks to no runs? I don't think any player would make that decision in the spur of the moment like that, but something to think about on a high pop-up like that would ultimately land in foul territory, because if he catches that ball, the runner scores.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, that would be a sac fly there. Probably he should have just left it, because there's no way his momentum will be taking him, even if he catches it, he's getting that runner. So, very good point there, Joe.
The 0-2 just missed, and with how the Dolphins pitching staff has struggled, I mentioned earlier in the day, their ERA up above 11, you need to take outs where you can get them, but Dolphins only scored 4 runs in that early game.
Yeah, like we said, if it wasn't for those errors, the game might have been much closer.
And that breaking ball finds the inside corner for a called strike 3. A front door breaking ball from Kevin Ryan sets down Anthony Murphy looking, and there are 2 away.
So just like that, after kind of a struggling couple of batters to start, he gets the next 2 batters out. It's 2 outs real quick, and that runner is still stranded at third.
So Giblin still stands over at third base. 2 away now for the Mavericks in their half of the first, and that one's chopped foul. Designated hitter Francisco Paulino is the batter. I know you'll be happy to hear this, Sal. We do have a final from Madison Square Garden. Knicks defeat the Raptors 120-103.
Yes.
As that one is taken up high, evening the count at 1-1, and Sal and I, both Knicks fans, happy with that result.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, playing great basketball, but we're talking baseball today, so let's go Dolphins.
As both of us are unapologetically fans of CSI Dolphins athletics, needed something to get a little bit more excited about than the first result we had earlier in the day. But if you're a fan of the Mavericks, a great outcome as the Mavericks pick up another ECC victory in Game 1 and looking to make it 3 in the last day against this Dolphins team.
And I know we talked about this in the first game in terms of their errors. Like, they're well over 40 errors now. But if you think about it, in all their games, I think that a chance to win almost every game, you take away at least half those errors, they might be at 500, you know?
There are some games where the team has just struggled to the point where the defensive miscues weren't completely consequential. But there are certainly games that I've seen in the past, especially during that 2019 season, where lack of command and errors put the Dolphins in a position that made it incredibly difficult for them to win games, especially during the first half of 2019, as the 2-2 pitch is off the outside corner for ball 3. But in 2019, the Dolphins really turned it around later in the year, played their best baseball over the final couple of weeks, but that's where we are right now. There's only 2 weeks left in the season for this Dolphins team. If they don't get it right soon, they'll find the season over before they can correct these issues.
Yeah, I mean, the last few wins have been in the last couple of weeks, so they've definitely been doing some things right. But today in this whole series, these last 3 games against Mercy, I mean, it's really been tough. They had that one time where they almost pulled out a win, but they just couldn't do it in the previous game before we had game 1 today.
3-2 the count on Paulino. Payoff pitch upcoming, and that one is outside for ball 4. So Ryan on pitch number 20 of the inning walks Paulino, and that brings up Charles LeBron with 2 men on.
Charles LeBron had a really good outing as well in the first game.
Mavericks lineup putting together 11 runs in game 1. I believe the final hit tally was also 11, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that was correct.
2 on for LeBron here. And you're right, Sal, it does feel very awkward saying LeBron as we call a baseball game. Not many players have earned the right to be called by their first name, but LeBron James, one of them. Oh, 0-1 the count on Charles LeBron. And that's chopped on the ground toward the right side. Waiting for it is Iacono. His throw to first in time to retire LeBron for the 3rd out of the inning. Mavericks strand a pair in their half of the first. Dolphins come to bat with no score after this break.
The Kettle Black on Staten Island, a top 5 wing joint in America by Food and Wine magazine. Serving daily lunch and dinner at the bar or on the floor. Perfect for family and group parties with top shelf drink and delicious food. From great times with good friends. Live sports and watch parties. To Staten Island's hottest nightlife. The Kettle Black features live music and DJs weekly. The Kettle Black features daily and nightly food and drink specials. The best Staten Island has to offer is at the Kettle Black. We'll see you there at the Kettle Black, located on 415 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
I'll tell you why later.
And we're back here from the CSI Baseball Complex. No score through the first half inning of play. And for the College of Staten Island, Nick Cipoletti will lead things off here in game number 2 of today's ECC doubleheader. Bit of a different lineup for the College of Staten Island that will face Austin DeRosa. And Sal has the Dolphins starting lineup for you.
And for the Dolphins, we have at shortstop, number 2, Nick Cipoletti. In center field, number 23, Gianchino Verone. The designated hitter, number 33, Thomas Martin. At first base, number 22, Stephen Kolika. And at third base, number 24, Shendi Ulaj. The left fielder, number 37, Brian Burkhead. The right fielder, number 4, Michael Kronko. And the catcher, number 17, Alan Morel. And at second base, number 11, Julian Iacono. And obviously pitching for the Mavericks is Austin DeRosa, as mentioned.
So the numbers on the season for DeRosa. Have to pull those up in just a moment. He comes in, as I'm struggling to find those numbers. There he is. Austin comes in with an ERA of 5.52 in 4 appearances and 3 starts. He has pitched to a whip of 1.23 and thrown 14 2/3 innings. He's allowed 10 hits, 9 runs, all of those earned. He's walked 8, struck out 12. Opponents hitting only 192 against him this season. So strong efforts on the mound so far for DeRosa, though that 5.52 ERA is still up among one of the higher ERAs on this Mavericks team.
Yeah, and it could be a few things. It could be him giving up a few runs. Or it could be, the defense just not helping him out that game or game or two. So, we don't know. The ERA is always a little skewed stat. You don't know what happened in that game unless you actually watch it. But, he's one of the highest ones. But he is allowing hitters under 200. So we'll see if the Dolphins can get some few hits off him.
Perhaps I should have said more middle of the pack than among the higher ERAs on this team. But he's certainly well above the team earned run average of 3.65.
And that last pitch there by DeRosa almost hit Cipoletti.
So Cipoletti ahead in the count, 2 balls and 1 strike. And the pitch from DeRosa is chopped foul off the fence in front of the Mavericks dugout. Taking a look down the Dolphins' batting order, Jack Verone gets the start here in Game 2. He did not start in Game 1. Julian Iacono also getting the start as Cipoletti chases well out of the strike zone for strike 3.
That's going to be the first out of the inning for DeRosa. So 1 up, 1 down for the Dolphins.
Taking a look at this Dolphins lineup, not a lineup that I can recall seeing in any game this year. A lot of notable Dolphins out of the lineup in this one.
Maybe Mike Morrow is trying to get some of these other kids some play, knowing that they might be out of, obviously they're not going to be in the playoffs, but, knowing they played this team 4 times and they want to see how they compete against this team, those players that they haven't seen yet.
So Jack Verone takes a called strike 1, and I'll have to get my Game 1 lineup for comparison, but right there, Verone checks the swing. They look for an appeal over down at first, but there's no way he went around on that one. Thomas Joyce not in the lineup. Angel Santiago not in the lineup. Noah Lund replaced by Alan Morrell behind the plate. And Louis Mandil is replaced by Jack Verone. So a few changes for the Dolphins.
Definitely. And for Verone here on the season, he's hitting .273 in 7 games played and started thus far. So not too shabby for him there. An on base of over 400 as well.
I think Verone missed some games due to injury earlier this year as well, which has limited his plate appearances so far on the season. Count here, 1 ball and 2 strikes, and he looks at that pitch up and away to even the count at 2. Should be interesting to see how these Dolphins freshly inserted into the lineup respond.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it'll be in a good way where Mike Morrow will start to give them more playing time, The
Dolphins were kept out of the hit column for several innings consecutively during Game 1. I believe they didn't have a hit between the 3rd and the 7th.
That sounds about right, Joe. And most of them came in the last couple of innings.
Their 3 hits came in the innings where they scored, as that one skied out to straightaway center by Verone, and Saltzman settles underneath it to make the catch for out number 2.
Quick 2 outs here for DeRosa, so strong start on his end here. But they got to face the number 3 hitter for the Dolphins, designated hitter Thomas Martin.
Well, Thomas Martin has been a staple in this Dolphins lineup. I can't recall more than maybe 1 game where he was not in the Dolphins starting lineup. And I'll take a look at the numbers from Martin on the season, see how many games he has started. Entering today's action, he had played in 13 games and started 11. So now he has started 13 games and played in 15.
He's definitely a key player for the Dolphins, and I believe in the last inning he led off. So this time he's in the number 3 hole, if I'm not mistaken.
He did lead off in Game 1 as the count evens up on Martin at 1 ball and 1 strike.
Very calm out there. Not much chanting by either teams. Just very nonchalant playing a game of baseball.
Well, it's funny you mentioned that because during one of our broadcasts earlier this year, I mentioned it while we were on the air. The opposing dugout was really hounding Frank Golko when he was out on the mound. And they may not have been directing words at him specifically, but with every pitch out of the strike zone, you could hear noise coming from the visitors' dugout. I think that was the game against Bridgeport. And it certainly had an impact, or at the very least, didn't help things. That's a half swing by Martin, but he went around for strike 3. So It's a strikeout to bring the bottom half of the first inning to a close for Austin DeRosa. No score through one here at the CSI Baseball Complex.
As a student athlete in college, I first got involved with the NCAA at the national level. It was through the Student Athlete Advisory Committee, SAC, gave me an opportunity to advocate on behalf of all student athletes, to affect change and to make an impact. The NCAA is giving the student athlete a platform to voice their concerns and to be able to advocate for what's going to affect their well-being. The policies that are being put in place are speaking towards academics, they're speaking towards well-being, they're speaking towards fairness, creating a culture so that the student athletes have the best experience as possible.
You don't watch any shows or anything?
And we're back here from the CSI Baseball Complex. Dolphins and Mavericks with no score through the first inning of play from the College of Staten Island. It will be 6, 7, and 8 due up for the Mavericks in their half of inning number 2. Kevin Ryan returning to the mound for the College of Staten Island, and despite stranding 2 runners on, he was able to escape the first inning unscathed. There was an error that allowed what initially was a stolen base to become an additional base advanced by the runner. That was Nolan Giblin, who got on to lead off the game with a 5-pitch walk. Giblin was over at third with 1 out in the inning, but then a huge strikeout picked up by Kevin Ryan for the second out brought Francisco Paulino to the plate. Paulino also drew a walk, and that brought up Charles LeBron, but LeBron unable to come through with 2 on for the Mavericks, and Dolphins went down 1-2-3 in their half of the first, and that's where we stand right now with no score.
Yeah, and so Kevin Ryan here is looking to continue his slow start and then strong finish in that first inning where he struck out 2 and walked 2. But nonetheless, he did not give up a run, and he did it in 23 pitches. So he's going to be looking the same here as he's got the middle of the lineup towards the end as well coming up.
Ryan had to work very hard the last time I saw him take the mound here at the CSI Baseball Complex. If I'm not mistaken, it was in that game against Dominican that Ryan last pitched here at home, and the plan in that game appeared to be to use a different pitcher in each inning for the Dolphins, and that's a trend they continued throughout that game, but Ryan didn't make it through his inning and had to be relieved before recording the 3rd out. Really struggled with his command and simply couldn't record that 3rd out. That's the last time we saw Ryan here at home.
Oh, I'm sure he's looking for a bounce-back game here today.
Well, it's been quite a while since the Dolphins last took the field here at the College of Staten Island. That last doubleheader we covered, an ECC doubleheader against Stack, that was back on April 9th. So it's been a long time since we covered CSI baseball here from the College of Staten Island, as Justin Glenister is quickly ahead in the count, 2-0.
And a much beautiful day, I'm sure, than it was a few weeks ago. The weather has been up and down this whole year, Joe, honestly.
We've had a lot of rescheduling and cancellations so far this season for both baseball and softball. As that one's hit on the ground over to short, tough hop for Cipoletti. He knocks it down, but can't make the play, and that will be an E6.
And another error charge to Cipoletti. He leads the Dolphins, as I mentioned, in errors this season. Not a category you really want to be leading in.
Well, only 1 error up on the scoreboard right now. I'm not sure if you can.
Yeah, no, I was about to mention it before. I don't see the other error. I'm not sure they put it up there. But I agree with you. It's definitely an error, at least thrown by the catcher, because he got an extra base for that, and there's no way he's going to get 2 extra bases.
Well, the runner takes off from first again, and holding at second is Glenister.
It looked like he could have definitely made it to third, but he decided to stay to second there. The coach telling him to just hang out.
Well, if he committed from the moment he took off,
right,
there's a good chance that he does take third, but he would have had to commit from the moment that ball got by Morel, and you're focused on stealing second base. You're not directing your attention behind the plate. So holding at second is Glenister. King Ruiz is the batter. He's ahead in the count 1-0, and the umpires will confer with one another here. I'm not sure what the issue was.
Yeah, just talking about not sure what, to be honest, Joe.
It's fairly quiet here. I thought for a moment I might be able to catch some of what was being discussed. You could hear a pin drop right now at the CSI Baseball Complex. And
with no fans allowed, and both teams really not saying much, not even cheering for their own teams. It really is quiet, Joe.
That's exactly what I was about to say. And even when we have less than ideal weather and the stands aren't overly crowded with fans, that ambient noise outside the window and the conversations taking place both in the press box and outside provide us with some noise behind our broadcast. And I think we're the loudest sound in here right now. Is that one's hit out to left center field, and apparently that was not hit nearly as well as I thought. It's into very shallow left center field range as the shortstop Cipoletti to make the catch for the out.
Yeah, it looks like the left fielder there was trying to come in. It was Burkhead who was coming in, but then he saw that the ball kind of just died in the air, and Cipoletti was able to go out, get right under it onto the grass.
I've had quite a bad day judging fly balls so far. And
just blame it on the pollen, Joe.
I'm not sure I can, as right now I'm calling this game without the sunglasses that I think I left in the other room. It appears that is the case, and keeping my eyes covered certainly helps, as that one misses inside for ball one to Ryan Saltzman. Want to know upcoming from Kevin Ryan. That's chopped toward third, and Ulaj will have to make the long throw to first. It skips and hits the runner, and this may cost the Dolphins the first run of the game. It will, as the throw from Ulaj hit right off the back of Saltzman on the hop and ended up almost all the way down into the Mavericks bullpen. Mercy picks up the game's first run on yet another Dolphins error.
Yeah. Joe, I was going to say that's another error there where just the throw was just – it was a great play to get to the ball, but then the throw was just way off base and ended up hitting the runner. He advanced to second as the ball just trickled all the way down to the right field. Foul.
Well, another tough break for the Dolphins, and that first pitch is inside to Nico Ligori for ball one.
So it looks like they've adjusted it. It is 3 errors total now for the Dolphins.
3 is the correct tally. Here comes the 1-0. That's popped up foul over the press box and out of play.
Probably hit my car.
Let's hope not. Let's hope not. I've parked as far away as I possibly can. Same spot every game this year.
Oh, in that case, you're definitely going to get hit at some point.
Let's hope not. Once again, that is no way to end the workday.
No, not at all.
The 1-1 pitch sails upstairs to Ligori for ball two.
So it looks like after the first inning here, Ryan is kind of getting a little ahead of himself here, kind of throwing the ball out of the strike zone now. He just needs to settle down and did what he did in the first, getting those 2 strikeouts, and he'll be okay. I mean, no hits for Mercy, but they have a run on the board. And there's your first hit by Mercy.
Well, that's their second hit, Sal. Is that ball, I gave it a hit anyway. The throwing error allowed the run to score, but I gave a base hit on that previous ball hit to Ulaj. And right there, it's Nico Ligori coming through with an RBI single, or I should say an RBI double, though he may have advanced on the throw. I was too busy looking down at my scorecard to check that last at bat. Either way, second run comes home for the Mavericks. They lead 2-0, and once again, it appears as if a Dolphins error is going to prove costly.
Yeah, and in the first couple of innings of play already, I mean, those errors hurting Ryan here, and it's not what you want to do for your pitcher.
That one's lofted out to right field. Crocco gets underneath it, and he makes the catch. Tagging and advancing to third is Ligori, who slides in safely. And the Mavericks will have a runner on third with 2 away for Nolan Giblin, or I should say Miguel Ortiz-Sanchez.
Those 2 runs came pretty quickly here as the Mavericks are just hitting on the first couple of pitches they see and then hitting it well, too.
It is amazing how quickly things get derailed when you fall behind 1 at bat on the scorecard.
Yep, just like that. I mean, it only takes 1 or 2 little mistakes to turn it into, massacre in some instances.
So Miguel Ortiz-Sanchez is the batter, and he looks at a called strike 1.
That was right down the middle there by Ryan. Surprised that Ortiz-Sanders didn't hack at it. Probably would have got a good swing out of it.
That one's hit on the ground to short. Another chance for Cipoletti. His throw over to first, right on target to retire the side, but not before the Mavericks plate a pair of runs. Dolphins once again seeing a defensive miscue prove costly in the top half of the second. The score will be 2-0 heading into the bottom half of the second after this break.
Baseball for me just kind of was the glue that kept my family together, I feel like. I don't know what it was that drew me in, but after I started playing for a while and started seeing some early success as a little kid, to see how much it meant to my parents to see me play the game and try to make a difference was really what fueled me to keep playing and stay competitive. Being a triple major is not necessarily easy, but at the same time it is what you make it. Being a tighter-knit university, I have a lot of classes with the same professors, so they know me pretty well. I think it's that personal relationship that really helped me to thrive as a student. I was able to come here and get my triple major, as well as play a super high level of baseball against some of the best players in the country. There's a lot of options here in Division II with a lot of great ball players and a lot of great people, and they make sure that they give you every opportunity to succeed on and off the field.
And we're back here from the College of Staten Island. Dolphins trail the Mavericks by a score of 2-0. And Sal, you see it up there on the scoreboard. 3 errors for the College of Staten Island, proving costly so far in this game.
Yeah, I mean, and Dolphin has, a total of 4 errors in the last game combined, and that was a 9-inning game, Joe. Here we have playing 7 here, and the Dolphins within 2 already have 3, and they gave up 2 runs on those as well. So, I mean, already the errors just hurting them.
Well, for the Dolphins, looking to bounce back following a tough half inning. In the top half of the second, we'll have 4, 5, and 6 due up. Kalika, Ulaj, and Burkhead, a very unusual middle of the Dolphins batting order coming to the plate here in the bottom half of the second inning against Austin DeRosa, who put up a 0 in the top half, or I should say, in the bottom half of inning number 1. Dolphins still not in the hit column yet. They're only 3 at-bats into the game. They went down 1, 2, 3 in the first.
They have only 1 hit, but those 3 hours really hurting the Dolphins here. So the Dolphins got to try to tack on and do what they do best, hit the ball, which they can do. And I think they can do it against this pitcher. Just be patient on the plates. Wait for your pitch.
So Stephen Kalika will step into the left-hand hitter's batter's box to get the bottom half of the second inning started. Kalika also got the start in Game 1 of today's doubleheader. And the first pitch to Kalika is outside of the zone for ball 1.
Kalika's on base is .346, and his batting average is probably a bit over .270.
He's quickly ahead in the count here, 2-0. I just took a quick look at the line for Kevin Ryan, and for Ryan, 1 of the 2 runs is earned. I was trying to get a look at that as I fell behind on my stat application and lost that number very quickly, as that one's lined through the right side by Kalika for a base hit. So Dolphins have their first hit of the game and the leadoff batter on in the second.
And that's how you want to start an inning off. Good 2-0 count. Sees a pitch he likes, decides to swing, and gets it right past the second baseman for Mercy, who was Nico Ligurio.
Dolphins haven't been overly aggressive on 2-0 so far today, but Kalika with a good swing on that ball right there, ripped it through the right side. See if that can get the Dolphins going, as Shendi Ulaj will be the batter. Ulaj also got the start in Game 1 as he chases a breaking ball downstairs and swings through it for strike 1.
Most important thing here for the Dolphins is just put the ball in play. I think you'll see a lot of good things happen if they put the ball in play, even if you strike out trying.
And that one's hit well out to left field, but it lands foul in the CSI bullpen.
And that was a good cut by Ulaj. Fortunately, it just went foul over to left field.
Ulaj hit the ball very well in Game 1. Easily had the loudest Dolphins base hit, a long double into straightaway center field that rolled all the way to the wall.
And one of the very few mistakes for the Mavericks in that game. in terms of pitching.
Everything seemed to break Mercy's way in Game 1. But the big difference is their pitchers had command out on the mound. The Dolphins pitchers did not, struggled with the base on balls all game long. And in the field, Mavericks did not commit any errors. The Dolphins committed 4.
And hence the 7-run loss by the Dolphins there. Half of those were not earned, or half of the errors were.
7 of the 11 were unearned.
Yeah.
Which really hurt CSI.
Really could have been a much closer game, and Dolphins really would have had a chance at that one.
Count 2 balls and 2 strikes on Shendi Ulaj. Kalika, the runner, over at first. And the 2-2 pitch is fouled back. So we'll see at least one more 2-2 offering.
Well, good fight here by Ulaj, really making the Rosa work, and that's what you want to do as a batter. You know, if you can't find the right pitch, just work. Look at a pitch if it's ball 3. If not, fight it off.
Another 2-2 pitch upcoming to Ulaj. And that's it on the ground to short. Tough hop handled by Ortiz Sanchez. Throw to second in time for 1. And on to first for the 6-4-3 double play. Nicely done by Ortiz Sanchez handling that hop, and by Ligori avoiding the slide to double up Ulaj. 2 away now in the Dolphins' half of the second.
And that really was a nice play by Ortiz Sanchez. I mean, not only did he get it off that hop, but he got it out of his glove quickly to second base. And then the second baseman did a great throw to first to get the man at first. So nice play overall by the Mavericks.
Well, if you're looking for one play that really illustrates the difference between these two teams today, that's it right there.
Yeah, I agree with you, Joe. I mean, Dolphins haven't made a play like that this game, nonetheless, last game or any of the games they've played so far against Mercy.
Count 1 ball and 1 strike on Brian Burkhead. And that's hit hard, but right at Miguel Ortiz Sanchez, who wraps up a busy half inning in the field with that put out. Dolphins are turned aside in their half of the second. Austin DeRosa faces the minimum. Our score remains 2-0 heading into the third.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag, like facing backwards and with like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
And we are back here from the CSI Baseball Complex. Dolphins got a leadoff base runner in their half of the second, but that base runner quickly erased on a well-turned double play by the Mavericks. Austin DeRosa then able to retire the next man to face him and Brian Burkhead and put up another 0 in the second inning.
Yeah, Joe, I mean, that inning, they looked like they had something to go. They had 1 hit there and runner on, but then a double play by Ortiz Sanchez, just a beauty turned. Really kind of just took the juice out of the Dolphins, and the next batter up hit a ground ball right to Ortiz again. So a lot of work in that inning for Ortiz Sanchez.
Very busy half inning in the field indeed for Miguel Ortiz Sanchez over at short. But I said it during the previous half inning. If you look at the plays the Mavericks have made in the field and the plays the Dolphins have not, that really illustrates the difference between these two teams today. As we said it time and time again at the end of Game 1, mentioned it before. The unearned runs really hurting the Dolphins in Game 1 of today's doubleheader. But a lot of those unearned runs come off of the scoreboard if they make some of the plays that this Mavericks team has made so far today. And Fouling that pitch back is Anthony Murphy for strike one. He went down looking at a called strike three in his first at bat.
Joe, would you say, fielding-wise, is it more errors? I mean, is it more practice you need to work on, or you just need some better skilled position players?
It's really tough to say, especially with a player like Nick Cipoletti, who's made fantastic plays.
Yeah.
He has made fantastic plays throughout this season, especially that play in Game 1. I said it before, a play like that won't appear on the stat line, but nonetheless, the plays that were charged errors to him have to be made. So you take the good with the bad in a case like that, but it's not just Cipoletti. The Dolphins have had miscues all over the field. That ball getting away into center field earlier in this game, they had that pop-up that dropped between three players. That one doesn't go down as an error. They had the drop pop-up behind the plate by Noah Lund.
I mean, it's tough. It's tough when you have those, especially when you mentioned it earlier, mentally. That's the biggest thing. Mentally as a pitcher out there, if you can't feel like you can trust your defense behind you, it's much harder to pitch that way.
And this team has shown they are capable of making these plays in the field. And unfortunately haven't done so in many cases, as that's out toward right field along the line, and Crocco makes the catch.
Really nice play by Crocco. I mean, he read it perfectly. I misjudged that ball as well, Joe. I thought that was a lot hit further than I thought, but it was really close to the right field line. And Crocco just comes in, read it perfectly, and just makes the perfect diving catch there for out number one.
A nice play by Crocco for the first out of the inning will bring Francisco Paulino to the plate.
Paulino is a senior on this team. One of 5 seniors in the lineup for the Mavericks.
And he hits the first pitch he sees over to short, and Cipoletti makes the catch for out number 2.
Oh, quick 2 outs here for the Dolphins. Exactly what they want, being down 2-0. You want to keep this within striking distance. The Dolphins can hit. They'll probably get a few runs here or there at some point. So you want to keep this as close as you can right now.
Charles LeBron will be the batter. He's 0 for 1.
Charles LeBron is a junior. He bats left, throws right.
Sal, can you just do me a favor and bring up the official hits tally for the Mavericks? I'm curious to see if they awarded a base hit on that ground ball in the infield. They did not. So officially it's 1 hit for Mercy College in the game, as that one's fouled back, evening the count at 1-1.
Thus far for Ryan, he's got 45 pitches in already, Joe.
I'm a few short this time. 1 ball and 1 strike the count on Charles LeBron. And he hits one hard down the right field line, but well foul.
You can hear that one there. Just really popped off his bat there, but fortunately it went foul for him, and fortunately for Ryan, it didn't go fair.
1 ball, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Kevin Ryan looking for a quick 1-2-3 inning. And he'll have to throw at least 1 more pitch, as that's fouled away again.
Yeah, LeBron is not making it easy for Ryan here.
Another 1-2 pitch upcoming from Kevin Ryan, lefty on lefty in this at bat, as the 1-2 pitch is once again wasted foul.
Really making Ryan work here is LeBron.
Well, LeBron certainly no easy out, as we saw in Game 1, and we mentioned the numbers at the top of the broadcast for LeBron on the season, one of the most formidable hitters in this Mavericks lineup. Came into the day the leading hitter for this Mavericks team at .352, and he looks at that pitch just off of the outside corner.
Yeah, that was a nice pitch by Ryan. I mean, that ball kind of went into the strike zone and then peeled out at the last minute there, so I was thinking he was hoping he'd swing at it, but to no avail.
And the 2-2 pitch is it out to straightaway center. First break by Verone was in, And now he ranges to his right to make the catch for the third out of the inning. A 1-2-3 inning on the mound for Kevin Ryan. Keeps his team down by 2 runs. Our score remains 2-0 Mavericks heading into the bottom half of the third.
If I lose, I'll respond with respect.
If I win, I'll back it up with humility.
If I fail, I'll rise up with honor.
It's tough for us to put it all on the line.
Don't undo my hard work with poor sportsmanship.
Respect. It's the name of the game.
And we're back here from the College of Staten Island. Our score 2-0 in favor of the Mavericks. 1 hit per side in this game. 3 errors for the Dolphins, looming large over the College of Staten Island right now. 1 of the 2 mercy runs in this game is earned. And for the Dolphins, it will be the bottom third of the batting order. 7, 8, and 9 due up. Crocco, Morel, and Iacono against Austin DeRosa in the bottom half of the third.
Yeah, so the Dolphins looking to make some noise here in the bottom half. They get a few runs in here and make a few of these bottom of the order on base, and then you have your top of your lineup come up, and then maybe you could do some damage there, you know.
Well, it will be Michael Crocco stepping into the box first for the Dolphins in their half of the third. We mentioned for Crocco, very limited plate appearances on the season, but picked up a couple of base hits in the early game. And for him, you hope to see him get going, as he's gotten off to a very slow start in 2021 after getting a lot of work as a reserve on this 2019 Dolphins team. So Crocco getting the start out in right field in this game and batting 7th for the Dolphins. Plays a lot of second base as well. We've seen him come in as a backup infielder for this Dolphins team on top of his role in this game 2 of today's doubleheader, getting the start out in right field.
As you mentioned, Joe, he had a couple of good hits in the last game there, so he's hoping to bring that momentum to his at-bat here tonight or this afternoon against DeRosa.
Afternoon doubleheaders, a special here at the College of Staten Island and across the ECC on this particular day. I mentioned during Game 1 that there are 4 doubleheaders going on right now, and we provided some scoring updates on each of those. I'll take another look in around the ECC after this at-bat, as the left-hand hitting Crocco looks at that pitch high for ball 1.
Good patience by Crocco. Want to wait for your pitch. Did not like the high fastball.
Here comes the 1-0. And that misses for ball 2. So Crocco quickly ahead in the count, 2-0. And hitter's count for him right here, looking for another base hit on the day.
Well, 2-0 hit, a 2-0 count here. Perfect for Crocco.
And he'll look at that one on the outside corner for strike 1. And all of the Game 1s in the ECC have gone final. That no surprise. We mentioned Bridgeport defeated Deauville 12-0. Queens defeating Lincoln 13-4. Stack over Molloy 6-2. And the Mavericks over the Dolphins in the early game 11-4. Bridgeport defeated Deauville in Game 2 5-0. No score between Queens and Lincoln. And right now, Stack leads Molloy in the bottom of the third, 8-2. Our score here, 2-0 in favor of Mercy over Staten Island. Here comes the 2-2 pitch to Crocco, and he checks the swing, but that is in for a called strike 3.
And that's going to be the first out of the inning for the Dolphins here. So Crocco did a good job making DeRosa work, but unfortunately, DeRosa wins that battle.
That will bring Alan Morel to the plate. For Morel, this is his first at-bat of the day. And in Game 1, 2 other catchers on this Dolphins team, Noah Lunn and Nick Campisi, got into the game. Haven't seen Sal Trancucci today after he pitched against this Mavericks team in yesterday's doubleheader.
That's right. We haven't seen him yet. And for Morel in the season right now, some limited action, total of 6 games played, 2 starts. This is his 3rd start, obviously. At a .214 average, he's only got 3 hits and 14 at-bats thus far. No RBIs. I'm sorry, he's got 2 RBIs for the season.
Looks to fight out of a 2-strike hole here, and that one bounces down in the dirt for ball 1. Dolphins definitely not shy about getting as many different players into their lineup as possible. opportunities plentiful on the CSI team.
And I like that by head coach Mike Morrow, because I mean, especially in a season where you know you're not going to the postseason. You know, you want to see what you have with some of these other players that are on your bench. You know, so this gives you a chance to really see what they have in real game time situations.
I'm looking right now at the lineup for the Mavericks, and it's nearly identical.
Yep.
Charles and Paulino, or I should say LeBron and Paulino, flipping spots in the batting order. As that looked painful, but Morel will jog on down over to first base, and now he's moving toward the dugout and will get looked at by the trainer, Allison Ocasio.
I actually was looking down, so I didn't get to see where did he get hit, Joe, in his leg?
Looked like the wrist or the arm.
Oh, well, he's getting right back on. Didn't really get checked by our head athletic trainer, Allison. I guess he seems to be fine.
Well, you know that a lot of these guys will want to jog right on down to first base and make it appear as if that didn't hurt at all, no problem, play on. But, you know, taking a shot on any of those bones in the wrist or the hand.
I'd be on the floor, Joe.
I'd probably try to jog it off and then complain about it later when no one's watching.
Yeah, that's what most of us do.
As Morel will take off for second on that wild pitch, that one well in the dirt. Attempting to block it was Glenister. He could not.
That was the first real mistake for DeRosa there, that wild pitch advancing. And it's a big one, too, because the Dolphins had a runner on, one out, and that advanced him to second base now. So the Dolphins have their chance here as Iacono is at bat. And for Iacono, he's only hitting 158 for the season, but again, also limited action, only 8 games played total so far. So 3 hits on 19 at bats.
Dolphins hoping to cash in at least one here in the third. They trail 2-0, and Iacono looks at ball 2 down low.
What I noticed about DeRosa, too, is he's got some pretty good control. He knows where he wants to place a pitch, and he kind of places it. So very rare in the first 3 innings for him to throw that wild pitch. And not at great timing either, as we had a runner on when it happened.
And that one's fouled away for strike 1. 2 balls and 1 strike, the count on Iacono getting his first plate appearance of the day. Comes the 2-1 pitch. That's chopped on the ground over to short. Holding it second is Morel. And the throw to first by Ortiz Sanchez is in time to retire Iacono for out number 2.
Just another really beautiful play by Ortiz Sanchez. And that ball looked like it took a funny bounce again, but he used his body to make sure that the ball went into his glove and threw the ball right on target to first base. I mean, that is key, you know, just making those little plays the correct way.
Well, I say it quite a lot on the air, and I think a big part of really baseball at any level, but especially here at the collegiate level, is make the routine plays look routine. And we've seen the ball take some tough hops off the infield grass today, off the dirt once in a while. And, of course, the wind here at the CSI Baseball Complex can play tricks on players in the field. We saw the wind factor in yesterday at Mercy, but plays like that one will go overlooked on the stat sheet, and they shouldn't, because a lot of the time, those are the plays that aren't made that go down as errors. And Ortiz Sanchez has played a great shortstop so far today, and that one is in for a called strike 1 to Nick Cipoletti. It's back to the top of the order for the Dolphins as the count evens up on Cipoletti at 1-1.
And you could have asked for more from the bottom of your lineup here. You got a runner on, second scoring position. You got a top of your lineup on. You got to get this one run in at least here. Hit the ball hard, put it in play. Do not strike out.
That one's fouled back. At the very least, with that prior at bat from Iacono, you would have liked to advance the runner to third. On a hard hit ball, there's no guarantee Morel scores from second.
Yeah, it depends on where the ball is hit. If it's hit to right center, most likely he's scoring. If it hits to left center, if it can, between the 2 defenders, possibly. Up the middle, most likely. But left side, right side, it's going to be tough.
It all depends on how hard it's hit.
Yep.
If it's hit on one hop to an outfielder, Morel will not score from second. Count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes on Nick Cipoletti. Big run standing over at second base for the Dolphins, who have struggled to scratch across runs all day. And that one is skied foul and into the seats.
Really fighting a Cipoletti here, which is what you want to do. You want to just tire these pitchers out and get them out, or get them tired enough where you're just going to start hitting the ball against them.
Pitch count for DeRosa unofficially up to 47 by my count.
Officially 33.
I'm not sure what the disparity is in that case.
He's allowed 1 hit and struck out 3 thus far.
And I think Cipoletti went around on that one. He did. And that is strike 3. So Nick Cipoletti strikes out for the second time. Dolphins strand a runner in scoring position. Failed to score in their half of the third. Score remains 2-0 Mavericks when we come back for the top half of the fourth.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
Top of the fourth inning about to get started here from the College of Staten Island. Dolphins trailing the Mavericks by a score of 2-0. And Kevin Ryan back to the bump for CSI. And he's pitched fairly well so far. He's had some sporadic command issues, but has only allowed 1 base hit and 1 earned run through the first 3 innings. And if you told this Dolphins coaching staff that their starting pitcher would allow only 1 earned run through the first 3, I think they would have taken it.
Oh, yeah, 100%, Joe. I mean, so far, Ryan has done a really fabulous job. I mean, he did give up 2 runs, but really, would those 2 runs would have came in at all if there wasn't a couple errors? You know, I mean, I know only 1 was unearned, but nonetheless, that might have never happened at all if it wasn't for those errors.
So for the Dolphins, they will hope to keep the Mavericks off the scoreboard once again in the top half of the fourth and get the middle of their batting order to the plate, trailing by only 2 runs. For the Mavericks, they will send 6, 7, and 8 to bat in their half of inning number 4, beating with the catcher, number 5, Justin Glenister. Kane Ruiz and Ryan Saltzman batting behind him.
Justin Glenister is only a sophomore for the Mavericks. So he's going to be here for a couple of more years, meaning the Dolphins and these pitchers, they will see him a couple more times.
A lot of the names in both of these lineups today are names we will become more and more familiar with over the next few seasons, as the Dolphins have a very young team. As you mentioned earlier, only 1 senior on the roster, that being Sal Trancucci.
Shout out to Sal for having the same name as me.
Didn't know we were issuing shout-outs for that.
Only because we're good friends.
I know Dave also issues shout-outs to the family at home, but I haven't received those shout-out requests yet, though the inbox is still open for the next 3 innings plus, is leading off the 4th inning with a base hit is Glenister.
And this could be the start of a big inning for the Mavericks here, and you want to stop the bleeding right now. And I'm sure Ryan is ready for that. And here he's got an advantage, a disadvantage here, as he is a lefty coming up against a righty.
Kane Ruiz is the batter. Ruiz 0 for 1. Runner is going. Ruiz lays down a bunt. Tough play for Ryan, but his throw is right on target. And Stephen Kalika, throwing behind the runner at second, sails one into left field. And right before Kalika made that throw, I was about to commend that play by Ryan. And that play, he made it look easy. That is not an easy play for a left-handed pitcher. And then Kalika inexplicably fired the ball behind the runner at second and sailed it into left field, affording the Mavericks an extra base.
Inexplicably is exactly correct. I mean, first of all, that was not an easy play by Ryan, as you mentioned. Difficult play. He made it great. Kalika, as a first baseman, has got to recognize you ain't going to get that runner at second base. Hold the ball, keep him there. Ryan did his job, really fabulous. And then he just throws it away and puts a runner out on third base, which is only 90 feet away from home. I could be wrong. I don't even know if it's 90 feet.
It is. I think it is 90 feet at the college level. I said that before, too.
Maybe that's why.
A runner 180 feet away scored on a pass ball, and that runner was over at second base. But if you draw a straight line from home plate to second, it's a bit shorter than that. So
yeah.
Either way.
And we just talked about it off air, too, for a minute. Routine. That is a routine play. And that's not a routine play in terms of you throwing it to second. It's a routine play for you not to do it.
It's definitely not what the Dolphins were hoping for in that situation, as it was the best case scenario following the bunt, as that's hit to straightaway center. Verone charges, will throw to the plate, and that's cut off. So that extra base allows for the sacrifice fly. That brings in Glenister to score. Credit Saltzman with the RBI. And if Ryan is able to record the third out without allowing a base hit, that run will go down as unearned as well.
Yep, and that would be 2 of the 3 runs that would be unearned, and we have the same trend as we did last game, where just these errors or these miscues, I should say, that just really hinder the Dolphins and their defense. And then in tail, it hinders the pitchers.
Bunt laid down by Liguori, and Ryan had to try and rush it. I think he had a bit more time than he thought, and he'll have to eat that ball. I'm sure that will go down as a bunt single. Though, you could justifiably call it an error. What would you think?
I would call that an error just because he had it in his glove, and then he lost it. Like, he didn't even make the throw. Didn't get a chance to. But that's a tough call. I mean, that is still a tough play nonetheless.
It's certainly a tough play, and I think Ryan had a bit more time than he expected to.
That's why I would say it's an error, but I'm not the score today.
Well, taking a look out at the left field scoreboard, there's no hit up there for that play yet. I have 4 errors as well, but I haven't scored that last play. So, yep, that is an error on the Dolphins. So
there you go.
Tough error on Ryan, but I think he had enough time to get him. Not an easy play, but I think he had time. As Liguori takes off, throwing from his knees is Morel. And as soon as he released that ball, I was just watching to make sure that the Dolphins had an infielder backing up. And for the 3rd time this year, second base comes out of the base beneath the bag during the game. And they'll have to come out with the tools and take care of that from the Dolphins dugout.
Yeah, it's not the first time that's happened this year. I believe it's been a few times already. I mean, this field has seen its better days. I mean, we got yellow daisies in the infield at some parts of the field. You probably can't see it on your screens, but we can from here, and that's not supposed to be there.
No, it isn't, but I said it during our first broadcast of the year. I saw a picture of this field, I think it was late February, early March, and it looked like a barren wasteland. A credit to all who have been involved in the upkeep of the CSI baseball complex to getting the field to where it is right now.
Oh, this is 1,000 times better than what it was in the beginning of, just the semester, really.
I could not believe the transformation of this field from that image I saw to the first game played by this Dolphins team, as they'll take care of anchoring second base back in, and the action is set to resume.
All right, great job, Mike Morrow, coming out with the tools there.
I don't think that's Mike, is it?
No, is it? It looks like him.
I don't think so.
I think I know his walk.
All right.
Maybe it's not.
I think he's seated next to the on-deck circle.
And I don't know who that is. No, it's definitely not Mike. At least I don't think so.
That might be assistant Matt Bowers, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, if it is, then I'll have to tell Mike he looks like him on the field.
I think that's Mike with the light-colored cleats next to the on-deck circle. As that one's grounded through the left side for a base hit. And another run will come in to score. Dolphins wisely cut off that throw. And holding it first with an RBI single is Nolan Giblin.
It seems like the Dolphins get into their heads sometimes after a hit or an error or something happens that they didn't want to happen, obviously. And then they throw a pitch kind of right down the middle for the batter, and it's just struck easily. So the Dolphins just got to calm down and continue to do what they do best and just try to hit the ball. When they do have their at-bats. And pitching-wise, they got to just play defense together as a team.
As that one is ripped off the glove of Cipoletti. We'll see how that one is scored, as that was hit hard, but
See, that I might register a hit, but again, I think it's routine. It's right at you. That clearly was off his glove.
Yeah, that's a rocket. Hit right at him.
That was hit really hard.
They are not making the scoring of this inning easy on me, and the players not making it easy on the official scores right now. It's another base hit. Well, actually.
No, it's a base hit, I think.
Is it?
I'm
trying to listen in behind me and provide the call at the same time. It's not working, as you can see. And there's a big swing and a miss by Anthony Murphy for strike one.
And Murphy was really trying to send that one over there to right field. To no avail, though. Swing and a miss. So we have 4 runs on the board already. 2 of them are earned. Correct, Joe?
I'll have to double check. I don't think any of them are earned because of the error that was committed earlier in the inning. Because there should have been 3 outs according to the way the game was officially scored. So I think all of these runs from this point forward are unearned.
Only one is
from
earned.
this point forward in this inning. One earned run for the game, correct?
Mm-hmm. For the game, yep.
All right, so 4 runs in, 1 of them earned, both unearned here in the 4th. As Murphy takes another big swing at that pitch for strike 2.
So now count is now 1 and 2. There is 2 outs here, runner on first and second for the Mavericks. So they're looking to add a few more. They did score 11 in that last game, just about a half an hour, 45 minutes ago. But again, most of them were unearned.
Comes the 1-2 pitch, and that is just off the outside corner.
There you go. That time we had Morel trying to picture frame. It's my new favorite phrase now, Joe. Picture frame.
It's not picture framing, Sal. It's pitch framing.
Pitch framing.
Pitch framing.
Pitch framing. I really like that term now.
You learn something new every day as that is swung on and missed by Murphy for strike 3, but not before the Mavericks add 2 more runs. Murphy is certainly very upset with himself, though I'm not sure that came over the headsets. The Mavericks will strand a pair. They lead 4-0 heading into the bottom half of the 4th.
Being a champion takes more than skill, more than endless drills, more than using your head. Being a champion takes the heart to give it your all, the agility to thrive from any angle, and the relentless drive to be the best. Welcome to Division II, where the pursuit is yours to create, and the question isn't, can you do it? It's will you?
And we're back. CSI Sportsnet, CSI Dolphins taking on the Mavericks here. We're going to be starting the bottom of the 4th inning here as the Dolphins get ready to hit. And DeRosa thus far, pitching-wise, has been pretty outstanding. Through 3 innings, he's not allowed a run. He's only allowed 1 hit. In that last inning for the Dolphins in their pitch and run, Ryan gave up 2 more runs, but they were both unearned as a couple of errors there really hurt them that inning. And it's been the story really all game long and all day long for the Dolphins. I mean, in total, they're up to now 8 total, or it might be 9 earned runs in all so far. So, I mean, they got to just step up defensively, and coming up to the plate, after a few more warm-up pitches for the Dolphins will be number 23, Jack Verone, who's a left-handed hitter. Following him will be Thomas Martin. So Jack Verone, a left-handed hitter for the Dolphins, is coming up to bat now. And on his last at bat, he is 0 for 1. There's a foul out. He steps up to the plate, does Jack Verone. And DeRosa's ready to deliver the pitch. Once again, the Dolphins with 5 errors here and 4 runs for mercy, pretty much on those errors. And the first pitch is in for a strike in the bottom corner. So Jack will take a strike. DeRosa delivering his 50 pitched of the game. And that one's fouled off by Jack Verone. Count should be 0-2.
We do have a defensive change for the Mavericks as well, Sal.
Oh.
Not sure if that was passed along to you.
I did not know that.
Dave informed me as I made my way back into the booth. Over at first, number 10, James Matatat.
Tall kid.
Has entered the game.
And that's what you want at first base. You want someone who can reach those balls, especially those that go sailing above some of those heads. And there, you guys can't see us, but Joe is using his binoculars. He really likes those binoculars today.
I sure do. And Dolphins lead off their half of the fourth inning with a strikeout as Jack Verone goes down swinging for out number 1.
Just a quick outs for the Dolphins here in this game. I mean, they're really not making DeRosa work too much. And Thomas Martin at the plate now, who is 0 for 1.
He fouls back the first pitch he sees for strike 1. Martin went down swinging in his first plate appearance. So far, Austin DeRosa has faced 1 above the minimum.
Yep. That was only that 1 hit to Kaliko, who comes up next.
The Dolphins were well within striking distance when this inning began, now trailed by 4 runs. And the way DeRosa has pitched so far, it's going to be a difficult task to get even again.
Yeah, DeRosa has really made some nice strides here in this game. Each inning just really kind of mowing down the Dolphins except for that 1 hit by Kaliko. I mean, he's got 5 strikeouts already. 6 strikeouts in all.
Count 2 balls and 1 strike on Thomas Martin. And the pitch from DeRosa is swung on and missed for strike 2. A lot of swings and misses for the Dolphins in this game.
You know, Joe, I would rather swings and misses than looking. I mean, that's just me. I really hate when a batter looks at a pitch. I always say swing.
Comes the 2-2, and that's downstairs for ball 3. And I assume you mean looking at a strike.
Yes.
Just to clarify.
What did I say?
Looking at a pitch. You know, you look at that pitch, good on you. You swing at that pitch, not so good.
You don't want to swing on those that are way outside the zone, which I also really disdain.
And Martin hits that 3-2 pitch into shallow right center, and the Dolphins have their second base hit of the game.
Yeah, and that could get them going. I mean, 1 out here, great at bat for the Dolphins there, and they have the only other man who has a hit in this game coming up now.
Well, the most dangerous part of the Dolphins' order coming up right now. We just saw Martin with the base hit, Kalika behind him, and then Ulaj in the 5 spot. So the Dolphins with the most plate appearances and highest averages of those in the lineup in this game this season, first of which was Jack Verone. He struck out, and then Martin, Kalika, and Ulaj. As that's popped up, could be trouble as 3 Mavericks are chasing it into shallow left field, and coming in to make the catch is LeBron.
To that time, I wouldn't consider that a routine play, although popped up it looks like it. But he made it look easy for sure, and it wasn't really an easy play. He had to come in pretty far.
Well, that ball was helped along by the wind. As you see the flag blowing out beyond the left field wall, that carried the ball out towards LeBron. There was no chance for Giblin or Ortiz Sanchez coming back from third and shortstop respectively. And Shendi Ulaj will be the batter.
Ulaj also 0 for 1. Grounded out.
And he looks at strike 1. I said it before, Sal. That play very similar to the play the Dolphins failed to make in Game 1. It went down as a hit. It appears in the stat sheet as a hit, but it's a play that could have been made and simply was not. And right there, the Mavericks able to make the catch out in left field. And I think the ball the Dolphins had hit their way was a little bit more difficult of a play, but nonetheless, that's been the difference between these two teams today.
100%, Joe. And let me ask you, Joe, you're a baseball guy. Do you think it's more, do you enjoy analytics in the game? Like, do you follow that more? Or do you want players that are hungry and hustle and things of that nature?
I don't deep dive into statistics very much when it comes to sports in general. for me, it's usually the eye test. I think if I was a coach, a lot of what you just mentioned factors in. Players that hustle, players that give it everything they have for 9 innings regardless of the score. Maybe 7 innings in the case of game 2 of a doubleheader like this one. But a lot of the time, unless you're building a team through a vast amount of experience of the players, taking a look at their track record, and sometimes you really can't do that, as tracking statistics through high school, I'm sure, has become easier over time, but it wasn't always that way. And a lot of these GMs operating in major league sports, and of course the NFL and the NBA, have a ton of information to go off of, and sometimes coaches at this level just don't have that.
That's true.
As that's fouled straight back into the screen.
And I asked that because of the changes we had in the Dolphins today. We had a few different people in the lineup that normally aren't. And, maybe Mike is looking more towards, I want to see what these players can do in real-time situations, real game time, so that come next season he plays them maybe more, a handful more games because of how well he played against Mercy. Maybe not. Could be totally off base. But, we'll have to talk to Mike Morrow one day about that.
And that might be an RBI double down the line for Ulaj, as taking the turn and coming around third is the runner from first, Martin. He will score standing, and it's an RBI double for Shendi Ulaj. A big 2-out base hit for the Dolphins, cuts the lead to 3.
Oh, that was a big hit by Ulaj, and he had one of the best hits in the last game when he sent that ball to center field, but this time he uses the left field line to go straight down there, and there was no chance for a left fielder to pick up the run at home.
So Martin comes all the way around to score from first after he singled with 1 away. And that's a big hit for the Dolphins, who needed a run up on the scoreboard in the worst way. And you look up at that scoreboard and you see 4 runs on 4 hits for the Mavericks, 1 run on 3 hits for the Dolphins. So the Dolphins not being out hit by much. Only a single base hit separates these two teams. But you see the 5 errors up there for CSI really rearing their heads right now.
Yeah, and that was the story last game, too. They had 11 hits to compare to 10. I mean, the Dolphins almost had the same amount of hits. But it was the errors and the runs scored that was just really the Dolphins' misery.
A big part of the equation as well is extra base hits, as Brian Burkhead looks at ball 1 to even the count at 1. But how many extra base hits you pick up over the course of a game matters a lot, too. And if all of your base hits are singles, on the scoreboard, you may see an 11-10 hit disparity between the two teams, but
that is true.
If one side has double the amount of extra base knocks over the other, that makes a big difference, as that one's fouled straight back by Burkhead.
And the Dolphins are fortunate right now. They have 5 errors, but they're only down 3 runs. It's a 4-1 game. It is a little late in terms of a 7-inning game. We're into almost the 5th. But they're right in this. A few stringed runs and hits, another run here. If you grab 1 more here from a single, you'll take it.
1 ball and 2 strikes, the count on Burkhead. And he pulls one down the first baseline. Tough hop for Matatat. And holding at third is Ulaj. Good hold by Mike Morrow, as I thought for sure Ulaj was going to head home on that ball.
I mean, if he made that play, it would have probably been an out. But first baseman for the Mavericks there, tough play, definitely a hit for
Sal. I'm not so sure, but they do give it a hit officially on the scoreboard right now.
It doesn't, for him, that as big as he is at first base, he should be routine for him. But that ball was hit so hard that it's hard to give the guy an error for that.
I should have just made a call, because I've been wrong on almost every ball today where I've said, all right, that has to be a hit or that has to be an error. I usually get it wrong every single time, so you should have just gone with whatever the opposite was of what I said would be the call, and you'd have a pretty good chance of being correct. As conference at the mound for the Mavericks. Dolphins now have runners on the corners with 2 outs. Michael Crocco is the tying run at the plate, but CSI, I'm sure, is focused on getting home that run from third right now.
Yeah, so Crocco really, he's got a big at-bat here. I mean, you want to get this runner in from third as if it's the very least you do before this inning ends.
Crocco struck out looking in his only plate appearance. Had a multiple hit game off the bench in game 1. Crocco, left-handed hitter, facing the right-handed DeRosa for the second time. And I'm not sure what's disturbing Crocco in the box, though I think could be the wind, perhaps, as he called time on 2 separate occasions there. Here's the first pitch, and that's on the ground to second. Fielded by Liguori. His throw is low, and Matatat can't scoop the ball up in time to retire Crocco. There will be an error charged on that play, and the Dolphins plate their second run of the game and have cut the Mavericks' lead in half. Our score now 4-2.
And so now errors plaguing the Mavericks here. Although that last one wasn't an error before that. It was a hard hit ball to the first baseman. At this time, the first baseman could not really keep that ball in his glove. I'd give that error to the first baseman, and I'm not doing it for scoring.
I think you're right, Sal.
I mean, he had it in his glove, and then he lost it. There's no excuse for that.
Runners on first and second now. 2 away. Alan Morrell is the batter, and the Dolphins, perhaps unexpectedly, have cut the deficit down to 2 runs. This inning appeared as if it was going to be over, and instead, CSI now trails 4-2 as Alan Morrell swings to that pitch for strike 1.
And the Dolphins are doing it, too, in a lot of first, second pitches, so making it quick as well. And sometimes that helps them because that keeps momentum going for each batter, you know. You don't want to be out there swinging at the first pitch all the time, but if it's there, hit it.
And that one's downstairs for ball 1. And I mentioned it before, the Dolphins not very aggressive on 2-0 counts so far today, have really not been looking to swing ahead in the count 2-0. And if you'll take a quick look for me, Sal, at the play-by-play, who did they charge that last error to?
Let's see here. Doesn't...
And the 1-1 pitch to
It's
Morrell
not
is in.
updated yet.
Oh, it is. Crocco reached on an error by first baseman. So the error is charged to Matatat, who just came into the game to play first base for this half inning. So he quickly picks up the first Mavericks error. Here comes the 1-2 to Morrell. And good hold on that swing as that pitch was borderline unhittable down in the dirt. And the count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
So we wonder why they made that change just kind of randomly. And he cost them a run here, too, so far.
Well, in his defense, that was not a clean throw to first.
No.
However, he did have plenty of time to get that ball in his glove. And you think you have a little bit less time than you actually do. And we saw the results of that with Ryan trying to field that soft tapper back to the mound as another play is booted on the infield, this time by Ortiz Sanchez. Throw behind the runner Burkhead at third, and he slides back in safely. So
Ortiz Sanchez is pissed as he really thought he had that. He lost the ball behind him, and it's a tough play, but it's an error nonetheless.
Oh, it's certainly an error on that.
It's an error no matter what, but it looked like he didn't know where the ball was initially. And then he turned him in and did a full kind of 180, 360 until he finally got to the ball right around him.
Well, I said it before. The difference between these two teams on the day has been making the routine plays in the field appear routine. And I'm not sure what has gone on for the Mavericks in this half inning, but every play on the infield so far has looked anything but routine. And now the Dolphins may have a chance to cut the deficit a bit further, and coming in to make the catch is Kane Ruiz, as that was Julian Iacono retired for the third out of the inning, but not before the Dolphins cut the Mavericks lead in half and pick up 2 runs. Our score now 4-2, Mercy, heading into the 5th inning.
Hobra, a taco joint, Staten Island, where we're proud to have shared our family-first spirit with people from throughout New York City and the world. With indoor dining available both at the bar and on the floor. Or step outside for additional seating and an outdoor bar. Serving beer that's crisp, ice cold, and worthy of a day at the beach. Cocktails that explode with flavor. And great food made with the freshest and healthiest ingredients available. Events feature food and drink specials. Live music. And the best of Staten Island nightlife. Your CSI Student ID saves you 10% on your dining order at Hobra. Visit us at 412 Forest Avenue, Staten Island.
And we're back here from the CSI Baseball Complex, and after a very sloppy fourth inning, the Dolphins have cut the deficit to 2 runs, our score 4-2 in favor of the Mavericks entering the fifth.
And so for the Dolphins, that was a really good inning for the Dolphins in the last there. I mean, they picked up 2 runs only, but they did because of those 2 errors by the Mavericks. So the Dolphins are looking to capitalize. Unfortunately, they left the bases loaded, but we got Ryan still in here, and he's going to. It looks like he's ready. And number 28 for the Mavericks, Francisco Paulino, the designated hitter, steps up to the plate. He is ready for the first pitch by Ryan.
All right, so Sal, a demerit for Dave for posting the graphic on the screen that said softball, and a demerit for you for using the word pissed during the last inning.
What's wrong with that word?
Not approved.
All right.
It's on the list of buzzwords we cannot use here on the air, so.
All right. So refrain from my last
You'll have to play us on tape delay.
We'll have to bleep it out next time, but he was very angry. We'll switch it with that one.
You could have said he was very upset with himself.
I mean, he was more the P word.
Now we're treading into unwanted territory. So back to the action. 0-2 the count on Francisco Paulino. And that one is fouled straight down into the dirt. And we saw in that last half inning the difference that misplays in the field can make. And it's been a recurring theme throughout the day. And errors biting the Mavericks in the bottom half of the fourth. Their lead cut in half as Paulino swings through that pitch from Ryan for strike 3. And Ryan quickly sets down the first man to face him in the fifth.
And that's key for Ryan there. You want to always get that first runner, that first batter out to start the inning to just kind of give your confidence way up there.
Charles LeBron will be the batter.
He's 0 for 2 so far today.
A rare 0 for LeBron. As Ryan, so far, has been the victor in this lefty-on-lefty matchup, and LeBron is backed off the plate by that breaking ball for ball 1. I have this next pitch as about number 66 for Ryan, but there were a couple of plays that I had to input without the pitch count, so you can tell me how close I am.
72.
So
pretty close.
that seems about right because I definitely missed an at-bat or two after that tumultuous top half of the fourth inning for the Dolphins.
I mean, not for nothing, but Ryan has pitched, a really good game so far. 4 in the third inning thus far. Obviously, he just got that last batter out. Only 4 runs total, but only 1 of those earned. So you can't ask for more from Kevin Ryan right now.
Well, I said it before. If you told this Dolphins coaching staff that they would get 1 earned run now in 4 innings, 4 1/3 to be exact, from their starting pitcher, they would certainly be happy with that. And it's been a good outing for Ryan so far, but really another theme throughout the day is that one's hit out into shallow left field, and coming in to make the catch and nearly overrunning the ball was Burkhead as he snow cones it in his glove for the second out.
I was just going to say that. He's definitely snow cone that ball, as it could have easily popped out. I don't know what it is, but I love the word snow cone in baseball.
Not the analysis I expected there, Sal, but
because you mentioned
we'll
snow cone,
take it.
And I was about to say that.
Usually it's somebody else taking the thought right out of my head and bringing it to the airwaves. About time I return the favor.
There you go.
So 2 away now in the Mavericks half of the 5th inning. And coming to the plate is Justin Glenister as he looks at one that skips away for ball 1. Glenister 1 for 2 in the game, reached on an error and singled.
Justin is the catcher for the Mavericks, and he's done a nice job back there. Catchers are very important for pitchers, I believe.
Catchers are very important in the college game, period, as the Dolphins appeared to have Glenister played to pull the ball. They had 2 infielders within about 20 to 30 feet of third base, and that ball still managed to get through on the left side. You see Cipoletti throw his arms up, befuddled on how that ball managed to get through.
Yeah, I agree with you. They were kind of really close to each other, so either one of them could have got that ball, but kind of just watched it. Very strange there. Again, another routine play, what would seem routine, gets through, but doesn't be charged an error. It's a hit, obviously.
Well, there's no doubt that That's a hit. And that's
of course
a tough play regardless. It's just very unfortunate for the Dolphins that they had him played correctly, and the ball still managed to find its way through. So that will give Kane Ruiz a chance for the runner on. 2 away, top half of the 5th. Mavericks leading by 2. Ruiz ahead in the count 1-0 right here. Definitely have to keep an eye on Glenister, as the Mavericks may look to steal a run here with 2 away in their half of the 5th.
He's already got a stolen base today. He also has an error registered.
With 7 errors up on the scoreboard right now, I'm not sure how many players don't have an error, or at least how many positions don't have an error charged to them. We've seen errors all around for both teams over the course of the day, and this play appears to be routine for Crocco, who has a bunch of birds flying around him out there in right field, but he maintains his focus and makes the catch for the 3rd out. So Kevin Ryan with a nice job to work around a 2-out base hit. He sets the Mavericks down without allowing a run. Dolphins come to bat still trailing by 2 after this break.
Your car is damaged? Where you take it is your decision. But insurance companies would like you to think otherwise. While they may have a lot of pull, it may not always be in the best interest of your car. Your car will be fixed right and on time. What insurance company can argue with that?
Call Dependable Auto Body at 718-447-4899.
And we're back here from the College of Staten Island. Dolphins still trail by 2 runs entering the bottom half of the 5th inning, but they get a much-needed 0 put up on the scoreboard by Kevin Ryan in the top half of the inning, and we'll look to get the rest of the way back in the home half of inning number 5.
Yeah, Joe, I mean, the Dolphins, they got to step up here. If they want to come back in this game, they got to cut it down to one run here. They did cut it down to 2 in that last inning, but you want more now.
And looking to tack on some more for the College of Staten Island will be the top of the order. 1, 2, and 3 due up. Cipoletti, Verone, and Martin. As the Dolphins scoring 2 in the bottom half of the 4th, getting halfway back in this game. Austin DeRosa back on the mound for Mercy College. The line so far for DeRosa in this game, through the first 4 innings of work out on the mound, he has allowed 1 earned run, 2 runs overall, has struck out 5, has not issued a walk, and allowed 4 base hits. And for Kevin Ryan of the Dolphins through 5, he's allowed a pair of earned runs, 4 runs overall. He has struck out 4, allowed 6 base hits, and walked 2. So good efforts from both pitchers in this game so far.
Yeah, Joe, for sure. And DeRosa here is going to have to face, as you mentioned, the Cipoletti, Verone, and Martin, who's a right-hander, a left-handed batter, and then another righty. So against the right-hander DeRosa.
Cipoletti pops one up on the infield. Ortiz Sanchez is there, and he makes the catch. 1 pitch and 1 out in the bottom half of the 5th.
There, as a routine of a place you could have there, just a pop-up right to shortstop. Ortiz Sanchez makes it look easy as he should.
Jack Verone will be the batter. Verone 0 for 2 in the game.
Verone getting a chance to
that's
play.
Not Verone, as the home plate umpire just signaled up to us in the booth. That's Louis Mandiel pinch hitting.
Yes.
So thank you to the home plate umpire there, as he brought our attention to that pinch hitter for the Dolphins. And Mandiel also first pitch swinging, and that one lands in the bleachers.
Swinging right away here, and you wonder if head coach Mike Morrow made this change here, feeling that Dolphins can come back and win this game right now, taking out Jack, who was 0 for 2 anyway.
Well, there's no doubt the Dolphins can come back and win this game, and this game consequential for the Mavericks. I spoke about the ECC standings earlier during Game 1. The Mavericks right now 3rd in the East Coast Conference, as that 1-1 pitch finds the zone for strike 2.
And he's down in the count 1-2 right now. Did have a couple of good cuts, though.
Mavericks hoping to find their way into the 2 spot in the ECC by the end of the day, as Mandiel hits one well out to deep left center field, and that one is off the wall. Mandiel will hold at second, but he gave that ball a ride, and that is the most well-hit ball we've seen all day.
Yeah, I mean, next to Ulaj's, center field smash, I mean, that ball hit the gate. And a little bit more on it, I would have been out of here for a run, a home run.
Off the bat, I could tell he hit it well. I didn't know he hit it that well, as My judgment of fly balls continues to be poor today, as that one hit halfway up the left center field wall. As you said, Sal, nearly found its way out of here. The wind definitely helped it along, as that is exactly where the wind is blowing right now. And an RBI opportunity here for Thomas Martin.
He usually capitalizes on these as well.
Martin is 1 for 2 in the game as he looks at a called strike one, has singled and struck out swinging in his 2 plate appearances.
He also has the ability to hit a home run here to tie this game. We know he has the power.
No doubt about that. We saw his power on display yesterday. And that one is chopped foul, and Martin is quickly in a 2-strike hole. Good speed over at second in Mandiel, so he should score on just about any base hit to the outfield.
Yeah, he's definitely is fast.
And not to be lost on that last double by Mandiel. That ball was played nicely off the wall by the Mavericks outfield, making sure Mandiel couldn't take the extra base. And he certainly had 3 bases on his mind out of the box.
100%. And speaking of him stealing bases, he leads the Dolphins with 4, and he's 4 for 4. He's 100% in stolen bases.
Unlikely we would see him try and swipe third, but we've seen crazier things this year.
I mean, why not? Sometimes you got to try to win these games in any way possible. I'm not suggesting they should do that now when you're this close, but
I certainly hope not.
Yeah, no. Now would it be a smart move now?
Definitely not. As the count now 1 ball and 2 strikes on Martin. There is action in the Mercy bullpen, as I'll try and get a look at who that is tossing down there.
Just want to know, you're using binoculars again.
Yeah, we're going to have to get that camera that I used last weekend back in the booth, and we'll have binoculars cam. I think spotter cam flows a lot better than that. Is the 1-2 pitch is upcoming, and that's it out to straightaway right. Bad break initially by Ruiz, and he makes the catch underhanded out there in deep right field. Holding at second is Mandiel, who was halfway between second and third as that ball was in flight, and there are now 2 away for Stephen Kalika.
You know, the Dolphins, they're hitting the ball really well. There are some times where you said the ball was hit really well, but unfortunately they have been right to some Maverick players. So there's not much you could do in that sense.
Well, I have to say, Sal, binoculars through polarized sunglasses is a really tough combination, as I can't get a look into the Mavericks bullpen.
Who looks through binoculars with sunglasses?
Someone whose eyes are bloodshot from being bombarded with pollen all day long. Open window, and I wouldn't have it any other way, as we call CSI Dolphins baseball, as Kalika fouls that pitch back.
Another good cut there, but that one is just foul right behind the first baseman.
Big spot here for Kalika. Getting later in this game. That's a run over there at second that the Dolphins would certainly love to have.
Yeah, I mean, 1 hit here, and he's already got 1 Kalika on the day, so another one here to bring that in. Like you said, anywhere in the field should bring in Mandiel with his speed.
Kalika, just like Martin before him, quickly behind in the count, 0-2.
Long stare down by DeRosa.
Here comes his 0-2 pitch, and that's hit well out to center, but Saltzman is right there, and he makes the catch for the 3rd out of the inning. Dolphins strand Louis Mandiel in scoring position after his 1-out double. Our score remains 4-2 in favor of Mercy College. 6th inning gets underway when we come back.
Champions know how to seize opportunities. When they see moments of greatness unfold right before their eyes, they push as hard as they possibly can. And then they push harder. Because the heart of a champion never settles, never quits, and never stops giving its all. We are champions. We are Division II. We go big, we give it everything we've got, and we win. On the field, on our campuses, in our communities, for our causes, in our careers. We rise to become champions in everything we do. We are Division II, and there are no limits here. We make our time count. We set our own path. We become champions on our terms. It's time to up your game, because we're here to play and learn. But most importantly, We're here to discover ourselves, our vision, our heart, our drive, to achieve every goal we aim for, because we want to be champions at the highest level, life. At Division II, the opportunities are here. Are you ready?
And we're back here from the College of Staten Island. It will be 8-9-1 for the Mavericks. Saltzman, Liguori, and Giblin due up for Mercy College in the home half of inning number 6. First pitch of the inning, chopped over to short. It handcuffs Cipoletti, and he has no play.
Not once, Joe, but twice it handcuffed him there. I mean, you can't charge 2 errors, obviously, but again, what seemed to be a routine play is just not routine for Cipoletti. And there are times where he makes a routine play look very routine, and he makes the play. So just eat him up there. I think maybe he might be inside his head a little bit, and that's what's affected him.
On this day, it has been very difficult for the Dolphins defensively, and Cipoletti at the forefront of that. Despite making a couple of really good plays, there have been several routine plays that have not been made, and Kevin Ryan has suffered the consequences, as has this Dolphins team as a whole, but it will be Ryan who is ultimately tagged with the loss on the mound if the Dolphins are unable to come from behind in this game. The 1-0 pitch is bunted foul by Nico Liguori.
It was on the first pitch, too, that he got that, and it was like, oh, we were 1 out. Nope. And the runner is on instead. And now we have the next batter, 1-1. He's going to fight as pitch is about to come in.
Well, I have to say, with every ball chopped on the ground on this infield, I'm hesitant to make a call, as all day long we've seen miscues on the infield. In Game 1, specifically by the Dolphins, but then back in the bottom half of the 4th, the Mavericks with a couple of very similar mistakes, one at short and one at first. And then another at second. So 3 in that inning, 2 errors charged. As that one is bunted foul yet again. And Liguori really pushing these bunts down that first base line, not giving himself much of a chance to get it down. And with a left-hander over there at first, if he bunts the ball that hard over to first base, Kalika has a play at second.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I really don't understand the bunts down the first base line. I'd always bunt it down the third base line. You're running to first. Why would you bunt the ball towards where you're running?
Well, you're trying to sacrifice, so you want to bunt the ball in the best position to allow that runner on first to advance to second.
Oh, I get that, but why not do two things at once? If you're going to at least bunt the ball, bunt it to third and give yourself a chance to be safe in the same time.
Well, you could theoretically beat it out to first, especially if you're a lefty. It's much harder for a righty. As the runner is going on the pitch, the bunt is pulled back, and the throw to second is in time as Saltzman is tagged out. And it appeared as if Saltzman expected the bunt. And somebody missed the sign right there as Liguori looked over toward his head coach, Chris Schoen, in the third base coaching box, who did not appear happy with Liguori after that last pitch. So it's a caught stealing to wipe Saltzman off the base paths to count 2 balls and 2 strikes on Nico Liguori.
Yeah, you're 100% right, Joe. Somebody miscommunicated there. He did not attempt to bunt. He didn't like the pitch. But as soon as he did that, he was out by a mile. There was no chance that he was going to get there.
Well, the count now 3-2, and if Liguori draws a walk, it might sting a little bit more that they lost that leadoff base runner, and that's exactly what happens. Is Liguori is on with 1 away here in the top half of the 6th, and it's back to the top of the order with Nolan Giblin. Giblin 1 for 2, has walked, flown out to right, and singled.
Also stole the base in this game as well, and then has an RBI. Not many RBIs going on in this game here, as this game is only 4-2.
Ryan's done a good job of limiting the damage despite the miscues in the field behind him.
Yeah, Ryan's done an excellent job. I mean, if you could get this type of outing from Ryan every single game, you'd win probably most of them.
Well, looking back early in this game, Ryan's command was certainly an issue, and it appeared he had corrected those command issues until that last walk right there. He really lost the batter, Liguori, as he was ahead in the count. And
that was his first walk since the first inning.
Yeah, the at-bat got away from him. That was Ryan's third walk overall in the game.
Yep.
And that's
Nice
chopped back
play.
toward the mound. Nice pick by Ryan, leaping and pulling that one down as that ball rolls past Kalika, and not seeing it in time to make a move towards second was Giblin, and I think they're calling interference over at second base, which would rule the runner out. And that has to be the call because the inning is over. Dolphins are leaving the field, and on that interference call over at second base, the inning is over. Bottom half of the sixth upcoming after this break. Dolphins trail by 2.
Wayne State Medical School has been my dream medical school since I was 5. Athletics are important, but so is service, so is research, so is becoming a better person. And we expect you to do well athletically, but don't forget the reason you're here, which is to give back to your community and to get good grades. It was my sophomore indoor season. It was the first year with our new head coach. And he comes in and he's like, we could be a national contending team if you guys work hard. And I heard him and I was like, well, I want to be a national champion. I want to be an All-American. And I bought in because he bought into our team. And I qualified to go to indoor nationals. I decided I wanted it, so I went and grabbed it.
Dolphins down to their final 6 outs as we return to action here at the College of Staten Island. Our score 4-2 in favor of the Mercy College Mavericks. And for CSI, it will be 5, 6, and 7. Ulaj, Burkhead, and Crocco due up in the bottom half of the 6th.
Yeah, I mean, if Dolphins going to try to win this game, they got to do it now. They only have 6 more outs, as you mentioned, 3 here in the 6th, and then 3 more in the bottom of 7th.
I think we may have a change, and it looks like we have a new pitcher. And, well, I'm going to need some binocular assistance. Number 20 is, once he turned his back to us here in the booth, we were able to catch it. So I'll make that change.
Number 20, who is for Mercy, that is Jonathan DeForio. He's a junior right-handed pitcher.
So DeForio comes on out of the Mavericks bullpen. For DeForio on the season, I'll have to pull up those numbers very quickly, and there they are. He comes in with an ERA of 1.04 in 5 appearances, all of those coming in relief, has a whip of 1.27. In 8 2/3 innings, he's allowed 7 base hits, 1 run. That run was earned. He has walked 4 and struck out 7. Opponents hitting at .241 against him in 29 at-bats.
Well, not a bad stat line overall for DeForio, but let's just end on a note for DeRosa here, who finished out his 5 innings of work on 2 runs and 1 earned. That's a good for a 1.40 ERA. He only allowed 5 hits, and he also struck out 5. So nice work for him, but looks like taking the field now will be DeForio, as we mentioned. Joe mentioned his stats. And at bat for the Dolphins is number 24, the third baseman, Shendi Ulaj.
Ulaj looks it up and away for ball 1, and he's 1 for 2 in the game, has grounded out and doubled. CSI will look to him to get things started in their half of the 6th.
He's done a lot of work for the Dolphins today. He's got a hit, as you mentioned, an RBI, a run scored, and also registered a double as well. One of only 2 doubles by the Dolphins. The other one being Mandiel, who did it on a pitch hit.
2-0 the count on Ulaj. We'll see if he has the green light on anything close here. And he looks at a called strike. Ulaj has had some good swings today. He's had an extra base hit in both halves of this doubleheader. Heading the count 2-1 right here. And he looks at that pitch low for ball 3.
And that's all you can do as a player, either batting or pitching. You can just either throw good pitches and, hope they don't get hit. And you can just make good cuts, make good swings. And hope that the ball goes into the right spots. And
Ulaj hits one well again out towards center field. And that chased Saltzman out towards the warning track as he makes the running grab for the first out.
For a second, it looked like they popped out of him for a second. That's where he looked at it, but it's in his glove, and that will be out number 1. So they're down to 5 outs now. 2 more left here in the 6th.
Well, I was thinking the same thing, Sal. As Saltzman fooled me in game one. I thought he dropped one out in the outfield during our first game of the day, and right there, it did appear as if he stumbled for a moment and perhaps lost the ball, but he held on for out number one, and Brian Burkhead is the batter. He looks at a called strike one.
Burkhead's also 1 for 2 today, 1 of 5 hits for the Dolphins thus far, and right in the meat where all those hits came from today for the Dolphins.
4 runs, 5 hits, 2 errors for Mercy, 2 runs, 5 hits, 6 errors for Staten Island. Unearned runs right now the difference for CSI, though Mercy committed their share of errors as well a couple of innings ago in the 4th, as Burkhead fouls that one back.
Good cut, though, by Burkhead. You want to see that from your batters. Just make those swings. It even sometimes makes the pitcher nervous that, oh, man, he almost hit that ball. Let me do something else. And that's what you take advantage.
Dolphins have surrendered 2 unearned runs. Mercy has surrendered 1 as Burkhead swings through that fastball for strike 3, and there are quickly 2 away. That will bring up Michael Crocco. Crocco still in search of his first hit in game 2.
Struck out looking.
Reached on an error his last time. That error charged to Matatat over at first base on a couple of bobbles that came on a low throw from second by Nico Ligori. And Crocco looks at that pitch low for ball 1. If Crocco is retired, it would be 8-9-1 due up for the Dolphins in the 7th. And Crocco will come through here with a base hit and bring the tying run to the plate with Noah Lunn coming out of the Dolphins dugout to pinch hit.
So far, every time the Dolphins hit it near their first baseman, it seems to have gone through. They made that change earlier in the lineup for Mercy. Who was that? James Matatat, who came in. I'm not going to say what it sounds like. It sounds like a Pokemon name. I couldn't help myself, Joe.
Well, you had that Instagram poll up on your phone before regarding all of the throwback video games, and we had Pokemon on our minds from before we came on the air earlier. As Lund takes a look at a called strike 1, Noah got the start in game 1. If I'm not mistaken, he went hitless in that game.
Yes, I believe you're correct. He did not have a hit. I'm looking for a big one here for the Dolphins.
Unlike me not to request a printout of the first game stats, and Lund takes a called strike 2, so he's quickly in a 2-strike hole.
It's not where you want to be if you're the Dolphins right now with a runner on.
Standing on deck is Angel Santiago, so the Dolphins preparing to empty their bench and make a bid at the comeback late in this game. Lund hoping to give Santiago a chance. Here's the 0-2 pitch, and that's well outside of the strike zone.
Good patience there. That pitch is nowhere near the strike zone there. You don't want to swing one of those.
Certainly not. 1-2 the count on Noah Lund. Michael Crocco, the runner at first. 2 away for the Dolphins in the bottom half of the 6th. CSI trailing by 2. And Lund is hit by the pitch. So DeForio with a big mistake there as Lund charging down the first base line, emphatically stepping on the bag, and a huge smile on Noah's face as he reaches in his first plate appearance of the game.
You gotta love to see that, Joe. I mean, the guy was just hit by a pitch, but he sprinted out there like he was trying to beat out a play on the field, really giving his Dolphin team some motivation here, and hopefully it works.
Well, Dolphins better hope Santiago doesn't put the first ball in play out into the gap, because Lund definitely expended some energy charging down the first baseline there, and I'm not sure if he'll have it all back by the time Santiago could put the ball in play, should he swing at the first pitch. And Santiago will take a called strike 1.
I was right down the middle there. I mean, you don't want to always swing at the first pitch, but that one's right there, right where in his wheelhouse, I think. But he'll take this one, and it's 0-1 with 2 outs, runners on first and second, as Joe mentioned.
An extra base hit could tie the game, as Santiago takes a called strike 2.
Once again, down in the count, 0-2. It worked for the Dolphins the last 2 batters, but could only work for so many times.
DeForio 1 strike away from a huge 3rd out. Dolphins hoping for 1 big swing from Angel Santiago, which at the very least could bring them within a run. Here comes the 0-2 pitch, and that sails up high for ball 1.
Yeah, that was definitely up there. I thought it was going to break, but it ended up just staying up there. So good eye, Santiago.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 runners on for the Dolphins, who trail by 2 in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Here comes the pitch from DeForio, and that's down and away.
Santiago, no home runs on the season. Does have 9 RBIs, though. He looks like he's got the power, though, to hit some.
Not sure what game it was, but Santiago at one point, I believe, had 3 of maybe 5 or 6 Dolphins hits in a game earlier this season. Might have been the game against Dominican, but I'm not entirely sure. As the 2-2 pitch is upcoming, and that is swung on and missed by Santiago for strike 3. A huge punch-out for Jonathan DeForio on the mound for the Mavericks, and the Dolphins are once again turned aside in their half of the 6th. CSI strands a pair, and we head to the 7th. Mercy over Staten Island, 4-2.
My dad was a soccer coach and bought this little book bag. I could sit in the book bag, like facing backwards and look like my legs out. So I'd be in his book bag when my dad coaches and the ball's going around. I'm like kicking at the ball in the back. And my dad was like, "We have a prodigy." So he put me into soccer and it just progressed from there. The catalyst was the opportunity to play soccer at a Division II school. On my team, I thrive to work as hard as I can. I mean, whatever you do on the field, there's a positive correlation to whatever else you do, be it personal relationships, homework, the way you carry yourself. I've changed since I got to King University. It's really helped me to develop as a leader. I think it's honestly the best thing that's ever happened.
And we're back here from the CSI Baseball Complex. Top half of the 7th inning about to get started. Kevin Ryan returns to the mound for CSI, making a bid for a complete game as we have Sal Trancucci entering the game to catch for the Dolphins. He replaces Noah Lunn, who pinch hit for Alan Morrell. So the Dolphins using their 3rd catcher of the game, and Trancucci given nearly the entire day off today against the Mavericks. A bit surprising, but Sal's bat not in the lineup or his arm behind the plate. It certainly hurts this Dolphins team a bit, as Sal has been one of their more reliable bats, and we know how good his arm is behind home plate, holding the runners of the opposing teams at bay.
Yeah, I mean, he also pitches for the Dolphins on occasion as well, and he does a great job at that as well. Kind of a real jack-of-all-trades baseball player for the Dolphins. And I'm surprised, Joe, that they're leaving Ryan out there. You know, I thought they'd bring in somebody else for an inning here, but he has pitched a fantastic game.
Well, you might be the only one who's surprised, Sal, as that one skied into shallow left center field. And the new center fielder, Brian Burkhead, who moves over from left into center. Mandiel takes over in left field, and that actually happened last inning, so I should have brought attention to that then. But making the catch is Burkhead for out number 1.
I mean, Ryan thus far has 92 pitches now in 6 1/3. For only 4 runs and 1 earned. So, I mean, really an excellent game and only 5 hits and 4 strikeouts. 3 walks, most of that damage come in the first couple of innings. But since then, he's been pretty much flawless, except for a kind of 2-inning shaky, error-filled inning.
Well, not all of that was on him, as the first pitch to James Matatat misses. And I want to make sure I have his first name correct. It is James. I had to refer back to my roster, but Matatat replacing Anthony Murphy earlier in the game, as that one is ripped into left field for a base hit.
And an error.
And another error
as he let that ball get behind him somehow. I mean, again, fundamentals, Joe. Keep the ball in front of you if you can't get it. I don't know how much more we could stress it.
I'm not quite sure what to say, as that one finds its way all the way to the left field wall. And that's a huge run over there at second base. And if you're the Dolphins, just giving up extra bases inexplicably in many situations where I just can't see how that ball got by. I'll be completely honest. I took my eyes off the action once that ball went into left field to score the play. And I looked up at the monitor when you spoke, and I'm watching two outfielders chase the ball out to the wall.
Yeah, I mean, he was in position. He was there. I don't know if he just thought, it was going to come right into his glove or something else. But as soon as he put his glove down, maybe he's taking a funny bounce, but you got to protect the ball. Protect it with your body. If it's going to bounce anywhere, it'll bounce on your body. He just did not play correctly, and it went right behind him, and he started chasing it.
This is Brandon Moravi at the plate for the Mavericks, and
he's also a senior catcher.
If I'm not mistaken, it's his first plate appearance of the game.
Yes.
Moravi behind in the count here, 0-1, looks at a ball, evening up the count at 1. Moravi on the season, hitting at .294, has appeared in 11 games, started 3. This appearance number 12, he's 5 for 17 with an on-base percentage of .429. And he gets under one out to left field. Hit it pretty well. That's chasing Mandiel back out toward the warning track, but he has plenty of room and settles underneath it to make the catch. Wisely advancing to third is the pinch runner over at second. And once again, I'll have to refer to the binoculars to get a number.
That was actually very closer than I thought. If he had that throw right lined up to the third baseman, he might have got him out.
Well, I can't get a number. There we go. Well, I know that's not 20 because it looked like 20.
Your guess is best
I think
as
it's
mine.
30. That's Kuzari Jocelyn, who pinch hit in game 1.
That's right.
We know it's not 20 because that's the current
30.
pitcher, DeForio. So Jocelyn, the pinch runner, advances from second to third. 2 away now for the Mavericks in their half of the 7th. With a big insurance run standing over at third, Charles LeBron is the batter.
Yeah, if you can get this run in, I mean, you got a 3-run lead, and you'll take that into the 7th.
Count on LeBron even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Dolphins have held him hitless in this game. The lefty Ryan has done a good job against the big left-handed bat in the middle of this Mercy lineup. And the 1-1 pitch is high for ball 2.
And he's ahead in the count right now, 2-1. So Ryan will look to probably get a strike in there.
2-1 the count. And the pitch from Ryan is on the outside corner for a called strike 2. And that is a big strike call.
Definitely. Two balls now, 2 strikes. Runner on still on third. There is 2 outs here. He just needs 1 more out to try to give the Dolphins a chance in their last inning.
Here comes the 2-2 pitch. And that's down and away for ball 3.
Try to make him chase there.
I think that pitch puts Kevin Ryan up over 100, if I'm not mistaken. I'm not sure that pitch count will update until the conclusion of this at-bat, Sal. But I
currently it says 99, but I think you're right. It's probably 100.
I think he's up over 100 now, as that one misses for ball 4.
Now will be his 4th walk thus far.
So with that walk, the pitch count should update.
108.
All right, so he was already well over 100, as I'm nearly 15 pitches behind at this point. Justin Glenister is the batter. Glenister 2 for 3, reached on an error and has a couple of singles. All of those baseballs hit to the left side.
Solid player for the Mavericks here is Justin Glenister. 2 for 3 today, as you mentioned.
And I think the Dolphins dugout just issued an intentional walk.
Did they? To load the bases for some reason. It's 2 outs.
That's very interesting. I understand why you do it, force all around.
Right.
But
I was just about to say that. You're going to have a force in every single bag now. Makes it a little easier, but it also could be a cause for a big run, a big inning for Mavericks.
Very interesting coaching decision by Mike Morrow as that one gets by Trancucci and to the backstop. The 5th run of the game comes home for Mercy. First base is open yet again, and now there are 2 in scoring position for the Mavericks.
And, Trancucci is usually very good down there in one catching the ball, but he just could not stop that one.
So we'll see what the official scoring is on it.
Looked like a wild pitch to me. It was a little in the left, all the way towards the left.
I agree with you. I think that was a wild pitch, and that's how I'll score it. As that's a huge run that comes home.
Oh, yeah.
For Mercy.
I understand the walk, but.
Well, the walk didn't impact that at all.
Well over 110 pitches now for Ryan.
Well, there's no action in the Dolphins bullpen, so this inning belongs to Kevin Ryan.
He's going to get out of it. Oh, he's going to give up a lot more runs.
That should get him out of it. As that's Ulaj camped underneath the Dolphins realigning the infield with Santiago at third and Ulaj at second, and Ulaj makes the catch for the final out of the inning. But a big insurance run comes home for Mercy College. They now lead Staten Island by a score of 5-2. Dolphins down to their final 3 outs after this break. And we're back here from the CSI Baseball Complex. 5-2 our score as we enter the bottom half of the 7th inning. And once again for the Mavericks, 5 runs in this game on only 6 base hits. We saw in Game 1 they scored 11 runs on only 11 hits, making the most of the Dolphins' errors in the field. That tally for CSI in this game stands at 7 right now. In that last half inning, a run comes home to score on a wild pitch by Kevin Ryan. And with that last inning, the book likely is closed on Ryan, though there is no action in the Dolphins bullpen. So should CSI get even, we may see him again. Ryan's line through 7 right now. He's allowed 7 base hits, or I should say 6. I have the wrong number on my stats, but 6 base hits allowed by Ryan. He's walked 5 and struck out 3. Of the 5 runs he has allowed in this game, 4 of them are earned according to Sal. I have 3. And now Sal is signaling 2. So we have 3 different numbers.
4 strikeouts, Joe.
4 strikeouts. Okay, well, regardless, my stats are not correct. They are not official, and there's a reason for that. As the bottom half of the 7th is about to get underway, top of the order due up for the College of Staten Island. Cipoletti, Mandil, and Martin due up for CSI.
Bottom line, Joe, great outing by Kevin Ryan. If you could get that every single time, they'd win most of the games, most likely. And now it's just the bats that got to step up here in the bottom of the 7th inning. They're the last licks of the game.
Nick Cipoletti gets things started and looks at ball 1. And with this final, or potentially final half inning of play getting underway, we'll take one last look around the ECC as I believe all of the action elsewhere is wrapped up for the day. And that one is fouled off the home plate umpire, so it appears we'll have a break in the action to take a look around the conference right now. I mentioned in the early games, Bridgeport over Dieuville, 12-0. Queens over Lincoln, 13-4. Stack over Malloy, 6-2. And here, Mercy over Staten Island, 11-4. In the late games, Bridgeport over Dieuville, 5-0. Mercy leads Staten Island here, 5-2. Queens leads Lincoln right now, 5-1 in the top of the 6th. So that game still going on. And in the top of the 7th, we have a slugfest between Stack and Malloy, 12-11 in favor of the Spartans. A big comeback by Malloy in that game. And that game actually just went into the bottom of the 7th with Malloy trailing by a run at home. So they have a chance down by a run to steal one from Stack. As taking a look at that game, Stack at one point led 10-2. Malloy scored 8 in the bottom of the 5th. And another in the 6th. So they had the lead, 11-10. Stack adding 2 in the top of the 7th, and now Malloy with one last opportunity to win it. One last opportunity here for the College of Staten Island at home against the Mercy College Mavericks, looking to avoid a season series sweep at the hands of Mercy.
And at the plate for the Dolphins, number 2, Nick Cipoletti, as you mentioned, he's a right-hander, sophomore for the Dolphins. So we'll be seeing him a couple of more years.
And the 2-1 pitch is hit a mile high, foul territory, and into the seats.
The empty seats.
The empty seats, unfortunately, and it will remain that way for the next 2 weeks, as we have a no spectator policy here at the College of Staten Island through the end of, at the very least, this spring sports season. We hope CUNY allows us to welcome back spectators to the games in the fall, but that remains to be seen.
Fingers crossed, fans.
Until then, you can catch all of the action live here on the ECC network. If I'm not mistaken, every game played by Dolphins baseball and softball has been video streamed this year, I think with the exception of the games at Lincoln played by baseball, as that one's fouled back by Cipoletti. And I didn't really get a chance to check for a stream last weekend for baseball because we were down covering softball when those games took place. So there may have very well been a stream, but I didn't watch it.
I have no idea. I mean, if we're having a doubleheader when we're both playing, I would assume that one of them can't be getting a stream.
That one's in for a called strike 3. Well, I'm referring to the baseball games played on the road last weekend. Softball was home. Baseball was at Lincoln. And Cipoletti here is retired for the first out in the bottom half of the 7th.
So now it would be
Louis Mandiel.
Yes, Louis Mandiel, that's right. He pinched hit for Jack Vernon.
And the first pitch to Mandiel is on the inside corner for a called strike 1. Mandiel doubled as a pinch hitter in place of Jack Verone, as you mentioned. 1 for 1 in this game. And he looks at a called strike 2.
One of the fastest players for the Dolphins. He's got pretty much all the stolen bases for them.
Said it several times this year already. It really is striking how little the Dolphins have looked to run as Mandiel looks at a pitch that just missed.
It's an important part of the game, I think, Joe. I mean, if you have some players who have some speed and wheels on them, why not send them more often? You always put a player in scoring position, for the most part.
Well, Mike Morrow is well aware of how important the running game is. He had a preseason interview on the Dolphin Pod with Dave and Nick Duran, Dave's co-host on the podcast, and he spoke about how moving from Division III to Division II, the running game is something that he and his team will focus on, more so slowing it down than participating. But even so, the Dolphins' lack of stolen bases has really been striking as Mandiel goes down swinging for the second out.
Yeah.
Thomas Martin will be the batter with CSI down to their last out. Jonathan DeForio has been in command on the mound since coming in.
Yeah, only 30 pitches here in just under 2 innings. He's got an inning in 2/3. He's only given up 1 hit, struck out 4 already. Almost matched DeRosa there, who went 5 innings.
The Mavericks come in known for their pitching, and they have not disappointed so far today. 4 runs in Game 1. I don't believe all of those were earned. I have to double check. And in this game, it looks like they will hold the Dolphins to 2, and that is some throw by Ortiz Sanchez. That was a rocket that sailed over the head of his first baseman and into the dugout. And that's a new first baseman over there for the Mavericks, trying to get a look at the number. I think
44,
that's LeBron, who moved from left field to first. So that means one final time I get to pull out the binoculars and see who's in left field.
Yeah, at first is number 44, who is Charles LeBron. You're correct there. So he moved from left field to first base. And I see what Ortiz Sanchez did there. He initially, kind of struck him really hard, and then he bobbled it a bit. And then as soon as he picked up, he knew he had to get there fast, and that's what made the ball go awry, is that he had to get there quickly, but he put too much on it, and that ball just sailed way above the first baseman. Not even Kareem Abdul-Jabbar could grab that one.
Well, I don't see an error up on the scoreboard. There had to be an error on that play.
That was 100% an error.
We don't see it yet. As the count is 1-0 on Stephen Kalika, Dolphins hoping to bring the tying run to the plate, and Shendi Ulaj would be a very dangerous hitter carrying that tying run if Kalika can find a way on.
I mean, the only thing here is they have 2 outs now. You want to run around with at least 1 out. No outs obviously would be the best situation here, but sometimes 2 outs, you really get into a groove with 2 outs, but then it's that 1 hit where you needed, and it just didn't come through. But so far, so good. 2-1 is the count.
Well, things get a lot more interesting if Ulaj comes to the plate. But first, Stephen Kalika will have to get on and prolong this inning. Thomas Martin stands over at second. And the 2-1 pitch to Kalika is down and in for ball 3. So right now, DeForio finds himself one pitch away from walking the tying run to the plate. There is no action in the Mavericks bullpen, so this inning belongs to DeForio.
Kalika, he does have a hit today. He's 1 for 3. So this would be key here if you can grab one more to really push the Dolphins' comeback.
And the 3-1 is on the outside corner for a called strike 2, and Kalika had already tossed the bat. I thought that pitch was a bit wide from here.
I thought so too, Joe. I agree with Kalika. I thought he should have been going, and then all of a sudden, umpire called a strike.
3-2 the count, 2 away in the bottom half of the 7th. Dolphins down to their final strike. Here comes the payoff pitch, and that is fouled away.
Nice job by Kalika fighting it off there to just stay in the at-bat here, and it's all you could do.
One more 3-2 pitch upcoming from Jonathan DeForio to Stephen Kalika. Right-handed pitcher versus left-handed hitter.
Usually the right-handed hitter would win that matchup.
The left-handed hitter, Kalika.
Yes.
Here comes the 3-2 once again, and that's it out toward right center field. That will fall for a base hit. Martin around third. He comes in to score. Kalika heading for second. He's in standing. It's a 2-out RBI double for Stephen Kalika, and the Dolphins are back within 2.
And that was a big play by Kalika there. I mean, he took a good rip at the ball. At first hit, it looked like it could be a routine fly ball, but he hit it well enough and into the gap to right center field. Center fielder could not get to it, so it's an easy stand-up double, RBI double for Kalika, and they're down 2 runs, Joe.
How big is that run in the top half of the inning right now, as the Dolphins would have the tying run in scoring position with Shendi Ulaj coming to the plate. Instead, the tying run at the plate will be Ulaj, and the Mavericks, as you see on your screen, conferring at the mound once again.
Again, you wish this had happened with 1 or even no outs. 2 outs is always tough, but you got to keep this momentum. And Ulaj has been great all game long. So if anybody you want up there right now, I would believe it's Ulaj.
Well, if you're the Dolphins, you'd love to see this happening trailing by only 1 run instead of 2 right now. And Michael Manzo will be the pinch runner. He'll head over to second base to run for Kalika.
Smart move. You need some Jets to get out there and run them, get home as fast as possible. Again, as your point, too, that run really important there, because if he gets home, it would have been 4-4. Instead, we're here 5-4.
Well, that run doesn't mean much over there at second base. It's the run at the plate that means everything right now. And I'm a bit surprised to see Manzo brought in to pinch run, as typically, from what I've seen anyway, he's the first pinch runner off the bench for the Dolphins. But that run over at second isn't the important run. It's the run at the plate. Ulaj looks at that breaking ball for a called strike 1, evening the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. And I thought maybe we should expect to see Manzo if Ulaj got on, but then you lose Shendi's bat, which is tough. They've already lost Kalika's bat with Manzo pinch running.
That's true. Yeah, especially if they tie this game and you won't have that bat anymore.
And that one is ripped into left field for a base hit. Mike Morrow is waving Manzo home. Throw coming in. It is cut off, and wisely so, as that will hold the tying run over at first base. But Shendi Ulaj has brought the Dolphins to within a run.
Only a 1-run game. What could have been a tie game for the Dolphins here, but they did give up that run in that last inning. And now they're still down by 1, and we have a meeting here in the mound, which I didn't see anybody out in the bullpen, but
he had a very short amount of time to warm up. Yeah. We'll stay with you here through this break, as I'll get a look at the new pitcher, and that will be number 6, Max Rank, coming out of the Mercy bullpen. And the numbers for Rank on the season, he comes in with a .79 ERA in 11 1/3 innings pitched. He's allowed only 5 base hits, 1 run. That run was earned. He has walked 2 and struck out 10. Opponents hitting at .135 against him. And Sal, I think that is the definition of a closer, as he leads this team in appearances, has not started a single game for this Mercy College Mavericks squad. And Brian Burkhead is standing closest to the plate right now, and he is the on-deck batter. He will get a chance against the hard-throwing right-hander for this Mavericks team.
Yeah, and like you said, he's a closer, which I'm surprised they didn't bring him in earlier. You know, if he's your go-to guy at the end of the game and you knew you had a close game, I mean, it was 4-2, and you bring in somebody else, he did fine in one inning, come in the next inning, get your closer in. Unless he pitched the other day, I don't see why we didn't bring him in, but we'll see how he does.
Well, Sal, they didn't think they would need him. They got the first 2 outs fairly quickly, and the Dolphins were able to keep the inning alive, so credit to CSI for staying with it and not giving it up, as really it's an error that kept this inning alive. It wasn't a Dolphins base hit. Martin reached on an error. Ortiz Sanchez, who played a great shortstop all day long, has had a rough game too, has made a couple of errors, and that error he made on the ground ball hit by Martin kept CSI alive, and from there the Dolphins have capitalized. But we've already said it twice. For CSI now, that run that scored in the top half of the inning looms large as they trail 5-4.
I mean, it's only 1-run game now. The Dolphins have surpassed Mercy in terms of the total number of hits. They got 8 now compared to 6 for Mercy. But again, it's like you mentioned there, it depends what they are. If they're extra base hits or not. But right now, the Dolphins are creeping a couple here already in the bottom of the 7th.
Ulaj, Kalika, and Mandil have all doubled. So of the Dolphins' 8 base hits, 3 are of the extra base variety. And Burkhead, first pitch swinging, fouls that one back for strike 1.
Just missed that one there, although if he hit that one, it looked like it might have been popped up. So maybe a break there.
Burkhead 1 for 3. Ulaj the runner at first, which is why I was surprised that they used Manzo to run over at second. Could have really used him over there right now at first.
At this point.
As that one skipped in the dirt for ball 1, though I did see what the Dolphins were trying to do there. They sent Manzo, and it was not abundantly clear to me that he would score, but at the very least, if they don't cut that throw off, Ulaj is over at second base.
Yeah.
So it's a worthwhile gamble to take, and I think it was a safe gamble nonetheless, as Manzo appeared as if he would score. And Burkhead chases upstairs and out of the strike zone. Count now 1-2.
The Dolphins have been so poised this whole game in terms of those pitches high in the zone, and this one he swings right through it. Those are tough pitches to hit, Joe.
No doubt about it. You can tell that Rank is throwing hard. And that one's hit toward the right side. Getting a glove on it over there at first was LeBron, but the throw gets away and it rolls toward the Mavericks dugout. That ball is on the top step of the dugout. If that one is out of play, the Dolphins have tied the game. The infield umpire is telling Ulaj to stay put over at third, and that is as close as it gets. That ball was resting on the top step of the Mavericks dugout, and if they rule that that ball went out of play, the Dolphins have tied the game. And it does not appear as if that is the ruling, so it looks like it is left to Michael Crocco, where a base hit could win it now for CSI.
Man, what an inning, Joe, thus far. I mean, just so many different things happening there. That ball, which I thought should have been a ground rule double, I mean, it was unplayable, and the run could have came in and the game could have been tied. But he's got a chance to win this game here right now.
Dolphins hoping for a base hit to win it.
Anything in the gap here will bring in both of these runs.
Pressure mounting on Rankin. This is as vocal as the Dolphins dugout has been all day long.
Oh, yeah, 100%, Joe. I mean, and this is how it should be, you know. No matter what inning it is, when you have runners on, you want to just motivate your guys.
Count 1-0 on Michael Crocco. Time is called. Also, not to be lost in all of this, is that a wild pitch or a passed ball could do the job and tie the game. Cardiac Kid strike again as the 1-0 pitch is on the outside corner for strike 1.
That was a strike? Wow. I don't know about that one, Joe.
That pitch to the left-handers on the outside corner is not a pitch that looks like a strike to me from up here, but again, hard to tell. Here comes the 1-1.
That's, yeah.
And that's a nasty breaking ball.
Yeah, that was a great pitch. Nothing you could do with that one. Even if you hit it, you probably popped it up.
1 ball and 2 strikes the count. Dolphins are down to their final strike yet again. Max Rank looking to close it out for the Mavericks. CSI hoping to walk it off. And that one's up high for ball 2.
Yeah, he was definitely hoping he would chase there, but to no avail this time.
You can hear the pop of the catcher's mitt from how hard Rank is throwing. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and 2 on for the Dolphins. And that is off the outside corner for ball 3.
You know, that one almost looked like it slid right back into the plate, but I guess a makeup call there by Big Blue. Because the count is now full. Big at bat here.
Trancucci stands on deck. Count full on Crocco, and the 3-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Crocco went around.
He definitely went around.
He sure did, Sal, and he can't believe it. Isn't happy with the call, and it's a good thing he didn't throw that bat right there because that would have been very problematic as Crocco is struck out to bring this game to an end. It is a 4-game season series sweep by the Mercy College Mavericks over the College of Staten Island. They take game 2 of today's East Coast Conference doubleheader by a score of 5-4.
Yeah, Joe, I mean, what a game, especially towards the end. The last inning there, I mean, you got a total of 3 runs there, of quite a few hits. Dolphins almost coming back. A run that shouldn't have happened in this game that could have been tied, but so many ifs, ands, and buts. But at the end of the day, they were able to get that last out, and Mercy picks up the win. Unfortunately for CSI, they do lose all 4 games against Mercy, but 2 of those were very close games. And then I don't know about the very first game, but the one we saw that was 11-4 really could have been closer without those errors.
And you take a look at the final line, 5 runs on 6 hits and 4 errors for the Mavericks, 4 runs, 8 hits, 7 errors for the College of Staten Island. If I'm not mistaken, that's the second 7-error game for the Dolphins we've covered this season, and ultimately the unearned runs hurting the Dolphins once again. That will wrap up our coverage of today's ECC doubleheader here on CSI Sportsnet. Our final score in Game 1, Mercy College 11, Staten Island 4. Our final score in Game 2, Mercy College 5, Staten Island 4. We are next on the air for CSI Dolphins softball this coming Thursday as CSI will take on Bridgeport University from the CSI softball complex at 3 p.m. Until then, we thank you for watching. This has been Joe Foreman alongside Sal Caruso. Our engineer today is David Pizzuto. Sam Flecker on stats. Thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your weekend.